It seems what's left of my human side is slowly changing in me. Will you give it to me? Looking at my own reflection, when suddenly it changes, violently it changes. Oh no, there is no turning back now. You've woken up the demon in me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it open to me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness is the gift that has been given to me. I can see inside you the sickness is rising. Don't try to deny what you feel. Will you give it to me? It seems that all that was good has died and is decaying in me. Will you give it to me? It seems you're having some trouble in dealing with these changes, living with these changes. Oh no, the world is a scary place now that you've woken up the demon in me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it open to me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. And this is the gift that has been given to me. Every night dream. Every night dream. Every night dream. And when I dream, no, mommy, don't do it again. Don't do it again. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy. I promise. No, mommy, don't hit me. I never hit me like that, mommy. Don't do it. You're hurting me. I am to be such a bitch. Why don't you? Why you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just fuck up and die? Why can't you just leave me and die? Never stick your hand in my face. I can't bitch. Fuck you. I don't need this shit. You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore. Would you like to see how it feels, mommy? Here it comes, get ready to die. Oh, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it open to me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. And this has now come over me.
There you go. Starting off the night with a little Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. Guys, I don't know. I'm feeling some kind of sort of way tonight. I'm disappointed. I'm angry. I'm befuddled, puzzled, baffled, disgruntled. Yeah, let's throw a few more adjectives in there. Wherever you want to go with this. I do want to start off, because I already did my first no context tweet. I wanted to start off reading this. It's a quote from a German Lutheran minister around, I believe it was about 1934. It was in the 30s. The gentleman's name is Martin Niemöller, and this is what he had to say. before the start of World War II, before the complete and total war machine that became the Nazi Party. He said, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Astounding words, flooring words, completely relevant words for today. Now, what some people might not know about this very famous quote, Niemöller was part of the Nazi Party because he thought they were doing something great for Germany. And as it rolled on, the big Nazi war machine, he opposed it, called it a dictatorship, and was promptly put into prison. Think about that for a second. Just for a brief second. Because there are people right now who are getting exactly what they want. Everything's fine in the world. They don't have any problems. They're being taken care of. They're allowed to run rampant and use not only violence, but ultra violence to get done what they want to get done, to achieve the things that they think are right and proper. See, one thing people don't understand is the best villains are the ones that believe that they are doing something good, that their cause is noble. But they're short-sighted. They have no idea what's going on. Only thing they can see is the old, sin in haste, repent in leisure. And that's what we're dealing with right now. You know what? I'll say some good mornings first, and then we'll jump into this a little bit more. By the way, wrenches have been given out to Panterita and Quinn. So good morning, Nacho Damas. Good morning, Panterita. Good morning, Quinn. Good morning, JJ. Good morning, Addie. Good morning, RYO. Good morning, Mr. LM. And I'll flip the pink. There we go. I was perusing Facebook today, and as had the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that, there are a lot of people exercising their right to free speech. Most of them doing a little dance, gloating about how the people who did the Capitol Hill protest, they got their pictures and they're being arrested one by one. And they're like, oh, these criminals, they are enemies of the state. They're causing, they're causing riots, and they're assaulting police officers. Oh, good morning, Base Floater. They are right and justified to take these criminals down, these harsh criminals that need to be removed from society. Let me just ask a real quick question. You guys that are happy that these criminals are being taken to task, Where in the serious fuck were you when all the bullshit was happening in Chaz? And all the riots? Yeah, how many states? Michigan, Wisconsin, Colorado, New York, Washington, D.C., Seattle. Where were you when the cops were being assaulted? When people were getting raped? When people were getting murdered? When people were getting beaten within an inch of their life? When people were dying at the hands of other people because of their quote-unquote moralistic ideas? Where was your laughing and dancing around when they started arresting Antifa and BLM? Oh, that's right, I forgot. You weren't. You didn't give a shit. You were touting them as heroes, as martyrs, as real positive change, as things burned down and people died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you seriously that nearsighted? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And now that the right had one protest that partially erupted into violence, you're not gonna nominate anybody for martyrdom? You're not gonna say how stunning and brave that they were? No, it can't be, because they don't follow your political ideology. Because they're not doing the things that you want. Because they're exercising their free speech. And they shouldn't. Because those are bad ideas. The only ideas that are good are the ideas that you have. You've closed off your ears. You've shut your eyes. Worst of all, you've turned off your mind. You don't want to debate. You don't want to discuss. You just want your life's participation trophy. Or you're going to stomp your feet and cry. You're going to flop down in the middle of the grocery store because mommy won't give you that candy bar. Guess what, sunshine? Life is tough. Life is harsh. It's a roller coaster. You go up, you go down. You have to pick your battles. And right now, you're just picking your asses. It is unforgivable that you're letting happen what is happening right now. Regardless if you are left or right, you need to step back. You need to take a look at everything that is going on. Due diligence. Pause. Consider. Franklin said, those who trade freedom for security, or liberty for security, deserve neither. Yeah, you're going to let this happen. You're going to let the goose cook. But what happens when there's nobody left? And they turn around and they look at the gander, you. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to be censured. You're going to be jailed. You're going to have your rights stripped away from you. And then, like Niemöller said, they came for him. And there was nobody to stand up. The only true, logical, reasonable, rational way to think about this is, if somebody is getting their rights expunged, it's only a matter of time before yours get expunged. Are you too blind to see this? Is this ignorance like a disease? I think it is. I think you can be cured of it, but you have to be able to open up your mind. You have to be able to listen peacefully to an opinion. You have to be able to debate, not shout down people. If you can listen to somebody and you have a refutation that disproves them, there is no reason you cannot do it honestly and civilly. But you don't want to do that because you found out in the past few years that all you need to do is shout people down, that you need to be a little bit louder than them. You need to be a little more violent than them. That you have to push these kinds of racial and stereotypical buttons to get what you want. So mommy's going to give you that candy bar. So you get off the grocery store floor. That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is there'll be a little bit of capitulation. You'll have what you want for a little while. You know, Alexander wept when he saw that there were no more worlds to conquer. Well, guess what? The weeping process isn't going to happen. They're going to go against the right and the Capitol Hill rioters. They're going to go against the people who aren't right, that may be centrists. Or maybe even people who just flat out do not like the evil tactics that are being implemented in our society. They're going to come after them. They're going to suspend them off of social media. They're going to ban them. And they're going to try to make sure and shut down every viable option until there is only one school of thought. And that, ask the Chinese, ask the Russians. That is an option that is going to be the literal death of what we believe our republic should be. People are not standing up, and those that are, well, guess what? You can't hear them. They don't exist any longer. They've been taken down, pushed aside. Think about this. When the big tech companies censor a sitting president of the United States, what in the hell makes you think that if they get cross at you, they won't do the same goddamn thing? Are you listening? I know you can hear me, but are you listening? This is probably one of the most frightening things in my 50 plus years that I have ever seen. And they're not stopping. They're emboldened. They've gotten away with a lot of foul and cruel things. And they're just going to keep on rolling because nobody's putting them into check. Nobody is questioning them. Nobody is calling them out. This current, call it a movement, has subtly seduced and now controls most of the major media. And here's the thing. Most of our country does not think that way. But it's being presented everywhere. On the internet, on television, over the radio, that yes, in fact, this is the proper way to go. You got to spill a little blood. No, you don't. There is no reason why people cannot sit down and figure this out for themselves and see the noose tightening. You guys are the proverbial frog in the pot. You're satisfied because you're getting what you want. After 4 years, oh, the big bad orange man is out. Yeah, okay, great. What price did you pay? How is this going to benefit us in the future? Does all this violence and rioting and looting and death and destruction, does that help us push forward in a positive manner? Well, the answer is fuck no. And I'm surprised you don't see that. And I literally was pissed as I went over to Facebook and I saw all these jackholes celebrating. And they're so happy that orange man is going to be out. Well, who the hell did you just vote in? Did you spend any time looking at his record? Did you spend even a moment checking out a counterpoint that was made? Did you do your due diligence before you pulled that lever in the voting booth? I'm not even going to get into the phantom lever pulls. But you personally, if you were voting just to get Donald Trump out of office, you're a bigger idiot than anyone thinks you are. Voting just to remove, you know what? The whole thing comes down to the fact that you put a man into office who is clearly not qualified. They're going to pull him with the 25th Amendment with non compos mentis if he doesn't go along with it. He's never done a good thing politically, legislatively, or morally. You keep touting that Trump is a racist, that Trump is a homophobe. Did you spend any time looking at the record of the man who's going to get sworn in 10 days? I bet you didn't. I bet you were so blinded by this Trump derangement syndrome, you didn't give a shit what happened. The only thing you wanted to do was get Trump out of office. Well, guess what? You replaced one minor devil with a massive demon. You decided to have a Pyrrhic victory. You poisoned the fucking well. You might have got Orange Man out, but you just voted in a creepy man that literally has had one of the poorest voting records and has said clearly racist and homophobic things. That really seemed to matter when it came to Trump. You didn't give a shit when all that came up with Biden. And it's not like there were single examples either. There were multiple examples completely throughout his career. But no. You had to have your way. Well, guess what, princess? You got it. I've got enough popcorn to get me through the next 4 years. I didn't want to see the continuation of whatever puppets were running the Biden. Biden, yeah. Might as well call it the Biden administration. But Barack was basically doing what they were telling him to. And Joe, if he knows where he's at, he's going to be doing that too. Well, until Kamala takes over. Your short-sightedness, your ignorance. This little party that you're celebrating, you're on the Titanic. And it's going to go down. And you people are going to find out that it's going to be a very, very bitter pill to swallow. Fuck the red pill, fuck the blue pill, fuck the black pill. The pill that's going to be sliding down your throat is going to be very bitter. And you're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to watch a slow evaporation of your rights. You're going to have to watch painfully as the things that were part of your childhood, that were part of your nostalgia, part of your foundation. You're going to watch it go bye-bye. The things that you held sacred, the things that you held special, are going to rust if they're not torn down. This is all up to you, people. This is your choice to let the blind lead the blind or stand up and let your voice be heard. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? Yeah. This is not a paranoid rambling. This is me delivering what I see to be my truth. If you don't like it, fine. The door's going to open up. If you want to debate me on this, if you just want to talk it out, the door is always open on the IRS. And it's unlocked. If you don't walk through, walk through. But that's something I really had to get off my chest. And no, the whole thing about Joe doing 2 years for Kamala, that's bullshit. Because the next election, they're going to rise up. Nobody is going to want to vote for Kamala because it's going to be a total shit show. Now, if the elections get rigged again like they were this year, and you can say they weren't rigged, but you'd be full of shit. Numbers prove differently. Video proves differently. Eyewitness accounts prove differently. No, Kamala won't get another term unless the fix is really in. And there's no fucking way. 10 years worth of Kamala? No. If Kamala gets elected, like legitimately elected, there will be an uprising. We will clean house. This is not a call to arms. But we will take our rights as American citizens, what are left, and use them. And ply them. Because when it comes down to it, we are the only free country. If you sacrifice liberty for security, you deserve neither. And so with that, I'm going to say, I'm going to open it up so we can talking. So, good morning, by the way, to Ghost Dog 999. Good morning, Goat Man. Good morning, Zeo Gold. And good morning with Space Force Commander. So, let me pop over here. I ranted and rambled. I just wanted to see if anybody's in here. Yeah, let me go ahead. Good morning, Kaz. Kaz, can you hear me?
Hello there.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Yeah. So how's your was it for me it's nighttime, so it's morning for you?
Yeah, Yeah, dude, I got uppity about all these fucking Facebook gloaters. And also I just watched I just read the news article that Amazon pulled their support from Parler And for those who don't know, Parler is an alternate site like Twitter,
Yep.
like Facebook. And what they decided to do, well, they got harassed, of course, and what Amazon decided to do to duck whatever bullshit pressure that they were under, they decided to cancel the contract with Parler because Parler runs off of Amazon servers. So as of tomorrow, if Parler can't find a place to be, it's dead. And just to push this back a little bit farther, it's completely important because you can see the gears. You know how this machine runs. They've been censoring people left and right, and now Parler, you cannot get it as an app. It's no longer available on the Google Play Store. It's no longer available in the Apple Store. Gone. Which is, from what I read, like 89% of visibility from the phone.
Yep.
So
It's they hold a monopoly on what apps you can see. For me, when Addy wanted to get me said you should get Parler, I used an APK, which is one of those like free distribution things. A bit more complicated. The download shit, slightly more risky, but hey, I got the app anyway, so works for me.
yeah, I actually did it off of their website, off my PC.
Yeah, see, it works works the same there. It's just see, this shit I can bypass easily because I'm a literal fucking autist when it comes to computer tech shit. So I know where to what to do with this stuff. So that's but like as I've said earlier, none of this is surprising to me. I've seen this shit happening for years. The idea that our rights have been gone away as a concept has been happening for decades, and now we're just watching a more faster, careless attempt at just fucking away your rights for good.
Yeah,
from a insane elite.
Yeah, that's what terrifies me is the speed and the brashness in which all of this is being done. And it's like you're standing in front of a magician performing a magic act, and he doesn't give a fuck whether or not you know how the trick works. You see everything. And people are just turning a blind eye. It's like, do you guys not realize that it took less than 2 days to censure a sitting president from social media? And there were people on Facebook going, oh, well, he's got cameras at the White House. So if he wants to talk, it's like, you know what? Did you guys not realize that social media is the number one form of communication now? We are not back in the 1970s. People get all, well, what is it? What was the survey? It was like an 80-something% thing too, where most people get their news is from apps or from some form of social media.
Yeah.
And give me a sec. I'll bring Joshua in. Good morning, JJ. But yeah, with the speed, and I mean, literally, they're just flipping the bird at everybody and going, "Yeah, look what we're getting away with." It's kind of like that one little kid who basically like when I was in Cub Scouts, my Cub Scout leader had her son in there, and her son was bold and defiant and got away with everything, and he smiled about it and gloated about it. Well, one day he got up into my face with that I'm going to get away with it, and I beat the literal shit out of him. He don't poop the pants. But that's I mean, I don't want violent means to happen. But we've seen in the past year that violence is the only currency that the other side deals in.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. That or the use of people with more money than they have.
Yeah. I mean, oh, well, you have a different opinion and you're charismatic, you're canceled.
Yep.
That's and people are okay with this, especially like the people on Facebook. Man, they're ultra lefties.
Well, you got these people conditioned to think that if it happens to their opponents, it will never happen to them, even though like it's never going to be one side. Censorship lovers are insane because they will never be satisfied with one voice being silenced or a small group. It will be everybody that isn't them, and then they'll
Yeah,
cannibalize each other when it's only them left.
yeah. I mean, we saw that in as a small display when on YouTube the skeptic community tore themselves apart
Uh,
after they were done bitching at whatever their targets were. You know, there wasn't anything, so all of a sudden they started turning on each other.
Yeah, no, that's literally how it happens if you're the type of person who has to handle everything with like a hammer. You'll see every fucking problem as a nail. You'll never like it's something about this where your opponent is they don't care about following the rules so long as it only vaguely follows it enough while they beat you to a cudgel over the fact that you had this disagreement with them. You think differently.
Yeah,
It's forcing a worldview that's not sustainable because humans do not think one way all the time.
yeah, and you know, people are just when I was going through the debates, watching them, the
Yeah.
biggest clue was all the non-answers.
The what?
The non-answers.
Yeah.
Like they refused to answer whether or not they were going to stack the Supreme Court. So that pretty much tells me that they are probably going to go after it. And people are like, well, they don't need to do that. And it's like, you don't understand. Ultimate power corrupts ultimately. They want everything under their thumb.
Yeah.
You know, the thought police will come, ladies and gentlemen. And I know most people were assigned to read 1984 back when they were my age in high school. I don't even think it's required reading anymore. I know when my stepdaughter was going through high school, they made in their civics class, right?
Yeah.
They had them read Marx. I'm like, what the serious fuck, man? Marx has no foundation in our society whatsoever.
No, he's quite antithetical.
Yeah, Marx is a glaring example of people who are intellectual retards. It's kind of like how, you know, the whole Scientology thing built up with L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
When you peel back the layers of the onion, you see how stupid it is, how unsustainable it is.
Yeah. It's not like we didn't have a full century of people trying to switch it to those type of systems failing horribly.
Yeah.
No story. Never happened. The Spanish Civil War clearly never happened, guys.
It's just mind-boggling. You know, if you because they used to call because I'm from Generation X, they used to call us the MTV generation, where we would not be able to sit down without things being delivered to us in like 5 minutes or less. And unfortunately, that attention span, you know, I'm old enough to where I can watch this. It gets shorter and shorter and shorter because they're being trained to have shorter attention spans because the quicker you forget things, the easier it is to replace. newspeak.
Yeah.
And you guys go read 1984 if you haven't read it, and see what you think.
In fact, I got my copy right over here.
See, I don't have a copy of 1984. I have a copy of Animal Farm because I like that one better.
Oh, I also got that too.
And Animal Farm is brilliant as well. What's the saying? All animals are created equal. Some more equal than others.
Yeah.
That's you guys have to figure this out because
that's literally the first couple of chapters. Is that the animals were building their own philosophy from the old guy who was the old pig who was the Marxist one.
Yeah.
Telling them all this stuff, and literally not even past chapter 3, it basically points. It says about some animals are more equal than others, referring to the pigs.
Well, yeah, because they start wearing clothes and walking upright.
Yep.
And this is a pissing contest that Trump didn't win, and I'm still completely comfortable in saying that this election was rigged. And people are like, "Oh, well, you can't rig an election." It's like I have two words for you: John Kennedy.
Yeah, no, we've had rigged elections in the past. The reason why this is such a clusterfuck is because during the pandemic thing, they literally pushed mail-in ballots with like no real verification to tell if it's really like legit. This is an actual vote or not, with no security behind it, and we're supposed to treat it as like legitimate somehow.
Yeah, I mean, see, Florida and Ohio learned from the 2000 and 2004 election. That's why they didn't decide to fuck with Florida or Ohio. That's why Florida and Ohio ended up Trump.
Yeah.
And no one can tell me that there isn't shenanigans going on when 107% of the electoral section voted, and that Joe Biden is the most voted for president of all time. I mean, the most illegally voted for. But
yeah, there's more voting for him than Obama. And that was pretty fucking high on record. The fact that he just bypassed Obama like it was nothing is insane.
Yeah. And it should go ahead and clue you in to the fact that if they can do this now, they can probably do it whenever they want to do it.
Oh yeah.
And
well,
go ahead.
It's not just presidency. You also have to consider like voting people as senators, governors, fucking whatever, mayor, like anything like this could always be used to completely chuckle fuck the entire system from the ground up, making it impossible for anyone with this dissenting voice to actually be able to succeed, regardless of how charismatic they are.
Yeah, I mean, if it worked at the highest level, then you better bet your ass that they're going to start replacing seats.
Yeah. The fact there was more Republicans taking seats than ever before like that has kind of pushed them in a scared position. You can see how frantic they are to try to lock things down when they realize they didn't get the complete win they wanted. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got rid of Trump, but then in the wake of it, they had a shit ton of Republicans replacing seats that were supposed to, in their eyes, they were supposed to be Democrats. So it kind of chuckle fucked the entire system for them, and kind of makes it questionable whether or not Biden or even Harris would it just push laws as easily. They may or may not.
Well, and like they were saying, it got to a certain time in the night, the switch flipped, boom, all of a sudden, Biden was amazingly ahead.
Yeah.
Nobody found that in any way suspicious. Well, no, of course not, because it's going the way that they want it to go. And that's what they don't have the foresight to figure out that if the other side gets into power, they can do the exact same goddamn thing. I mean, I think, honestly, the Republicans underestimated the power of the cheat.
Well, it's because they expect people to follow the rules when their opponent clearly doesn't and doesn't want to, and makes it very clear they're not going to follow the rules.
JJ, what do you think on this?
Oh boy. I would still have to say both sides are corrupt, considering none of them fought for Trump to even like keep him in office.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah, and I thought that was kind of weird considering they backed him in 16, and then all of a sudden now he loses support because why? Because we're corporatists. I was like, that's really fucked up.
Yeah, like the one blonde chick was like, well, I came in today prepared to vote to vote against the balloting process, but after I saw these riots, then I have to vote for the verification. And it's like,
Yeah.
who got to you? You know, that's the first thing that I thought. Who got to you? What?
Oh yeah,
what did you get?
I fully expect people are probably behind the scenes getting like low-key threatened by a bunch of retards,
or just flat out paid off.
Yeah,
George Soros money comes to mind.
Yeah. I mean, this is fucking dangerous. People don't understand how dangerous it is. They're like, "Oh, you're overreacting," and I'm like, "Listen, you know, the Kennedy thing, that was okay, but when you get to, you know, the hanging chads in 2000, I mean, Bush literally stole the election, but they only did it with one state, and then all of a sudden, this voter fraud is all across our nation 20 years later.
Hell, I think it was even done in my state because we voted to get out our governor. And then all of a sudden he wins re-election.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
He pissed off 55% of the public.
I don't know. Did that bitch win in Michigan, or was she running at that time?
I would have to look. Ow. My phone. Where's the other one?
But yeah, this is precisely why this becomes an issue. When it comes to like the grassroots right wing, especially, they don't seem to understand that your opponent doesn't care to follow the rules. They think they are above the rules. They think they're the ones who make the rules, therefore they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
So wasting your time with being fair with your opponent is, quite frankly, a suicidal job that will never get you any real results.
Yeah, it's definitely a kick in the dick, and you know, they did it in front of everybody.
Very.
And the thing that really got me, every single black person who went down, who was considered part of BLM, they became martyrs, and they even built statues. And the one person who legitimately was trying to climb over a barricade and got shot in the fucking neck and died. No press coverage whatsoever.
You're talking about the female Air Force veteran that got shot during the charge on Capitol Hill, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The fact that it happened to an actual veteran at all and the way that it transpired was fucking disgusting. And the fact that there's like no coverage of it kind of shows you what they're doing. They know how bad it looks. Let's be real. That's the only reason why there's no conversation about this. The optics are extremely piss poor.
Well, and that's the thing. That, if it would have been covered fairly, that probably would have turned into a rallying point.
Oh, and they're also demonizing her just because of the video that she posted like 30 minutes before the rally. I'm like, she's an angry, pissed off American. You can't be that way unless you're Antifa. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're basically telling you you're not allowed to get mad, but the opponent's side can be, because it's a convenient cudgel for either criticism or a useful tool to say one thing or another. That's it.
Well, yeah, because, you know, everybody on that side is white and privileged, but everybody on this side is minorities, and they've been held down. And so if they're going to lash out a little bit, then that's okay. They're just getting it out of their system. Bullshit. Give an inch, take a mile. Ask the Polish back in the late 30s how it worked out when they gave Hitler a little bit of land.
Yeah, you should tell what happened when they were being open and kind of semi sucking that Stalin dick when the communists tried to take over the place, and then they just killed all the resistance guys as soon as they got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Because supporting your beloved commie guys versus the Nazis was also a great idea. Sure.
Yeah, and it's like you have examples in history. I mean, good God, go back to the Russians and how they did their dissemination campaign. Get rid of God, get rid of the nuclear family, discourage group gatherings or group dissension by hook or by crook. They're running that fucking playbook right now. It's just the fact that they've been running it so slowly up until this point that everybody's like, oh no, it's going to be okay. Well, because they're predicting that when the pendulum swings so far and hard that when it comes back, it's going to have just as much momentum. And it's like, not when you lock the pendulum in place. I mean, that would be nice if it's going to happen, but I don't really see a hard swing back. Yeah. I think they used the momentum for the Trump election and presidency to get that pendulum swinging as hard as they could. And it came back. It allowed them to literally defraud the American people.
Oh, yeah.
Just like they blame the so-called Trump supporters wanting to kidnap, what is it, Whitmore? I was like, are you kidding me? There were anarchists, there were leftists, and I think that there were some leaks on that. There were...
Actually, Merck was friends with friends of these guys.
Oh, shit.
And he was like, yeah, they were unstable from Jump Street.
I'm surprised they didn't catch him earlier and just, like, in the middle of the night then. Instead, just make it, like, world news. I'm like, oh my god.
By the way, good morning to the Full Metal Pickle in chat. And people automatically will turn to the, oh, well, you're wearing your tinfoil hat today. And it's like,
yeah.
Have you not fucking seen it? When somebody does like a court of law, and there's a defendant and there's a prosecutor. Have you ever seen the lawyer for the defense just basically stand up and go, oh, I guess somebody put on their tinfoil hat today, looking at a 3-foot stack of evidence?
Well, that's because you're dealing with passive-aggressive harpies who have nothing better to do but to try to shift the conversation about how you're the one that's crazy. Yeah. It's basically a form of gaslighting. And before anyone goes at me with that, I literally have tried to take psychology classes 101.
No, dude, it's definitive gaslighting. And then they will go ahead. They will also build their magical straw men. Make that big bang sound so everybody looks someplace else. Yeah, every single trick in the book, psychologically, they pulled out.
Yep.
Hey, memes. Good morning. If you want to join us, the door's open. we're talking about how 1984 is becoming a reality.
Yeah, pretty much. I can't. It's basically what's going on right here.
Yeah, I mean, certain words that you can't say, certain places that because of your God, ethnicity or your religion or your orientation. Yeah, bang, door closed.
Well, yeah, you're dealing with people who are just what's the word I'm looking for? They treat their politics like a cult. So instead of listening to the other opinion, they will always address you as more of the delusional type, regardless of what you got on you that may be true or not. You're basically dealing with the idea we live in an era where the religion is politics, politics is religion, and religion is politics, and everything's a cult now, and there's no listening. It's either you belong to one tribe completely or the other. That their whole fucking government and everything is all fragmented probably beyond repair.
Well, you being on Facebook, one of the things that really pissed me off was I would make a response, and they would come back with such well thought out responses as you don't know what you're talking about, or it figures. I'm like, what the fuck kind of response is that? Why don't you tell me in your own words why I'm wrong, instead of just saying that I'm wrong and not providing any reason for it?
Low information voters. That's all I can say. It's simple and sweet.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many times I got into the discussion of, well, Trump's a racist. Okay, well, how's he racist? Tell me. And they would pull those sound bites like oh, Trump said that all Mexicans are rapists. And it's like, did you listen to what he actually said? Did you hear the speech? Did you take the time? Did you do your due fucking diligence? Because if you're following that line of logic, and I've used this as a response, I'm like, if you're following that line of logic, then the government has said that you need to send me $20 via PayPal right now. And they'd be like, well, why do I need to send it to you? It's like, because you do. This is like a third grade fucking argument. No, I am. Or no, I'm not. Yes, you are. You are. No, I'm not. This kind of bullshit. I'm like, you know what? If you're going to have an adult discussion with me, get ready to back up what you're saying. Don't try to roll your eyes and write me off by saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, explain it to me. I'm here. I'm open. I'm willing to listen. Oh, it'd take too much time to explain it to you. Really? I got all the time in the world. Why did you bring it up? That's the thing that frustrated me the most in this past 4 years. When somebody be like, oh, David Duke endorsed Trump. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, the guy like over a dozen times said, listen, if he endorsed me, I don't want him. I completely disavow him. And even in this presidential debate setup, they brought that shit up. And by the way, good morning, Slappy Get Right. It was brought up so many times, but they had blinders on. They didn't want to bother to listen. And it's that kind of ignorance that's going to lead us into destruction. You guys are being led around by your fucking nose ring. Cut it out. And good morning, Fat Andy. That's That's the thing that gets me. I mean, logical people, and it was. I mean, there were some alarmists on the right, and it did prove that they were right. But all the centrists were going, "Oh my God, do you see this over here? Are you guys watching this?" And everybody's like, "Oh, you're overreacting," and it's like, no, we're not overreacting when it comes to when it all comes down to it. If somebody's going to try to abridge my liberty and my freedom, you're damn right I'm going to spend enough time in the day, and you know, I will cyber stalk them to figure out what the fuck that they're doing, because somebody's got to be ready to counter what they did. And they even had articles up in, what was it? Like the liberal media had articles up in like 2016 and 2018, and talking about the electronic voting system that they were using could easily be corrupted. We had this information a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And how easy it would be to do fake counts. And we have video evidence of it. Oh, but no, you're being paranoid. You know, you got that tinfoil hat on. It's like, you know, there's very rare times when I'm speechless. I used to work phone customer service, and I would explain if somebody called in and had a question. I would explain it once. If they didn't understand, I always had a backup. I'd explain it a second time in a different way. If they didn't understand the explanation that time, I had a third one. I would come at it at a completely different angle and explain it again. Now, if they didn't understand 3 times, they're either too stupid to talk to, or they're being blatantly ignorant.
Yeah.
And
I think it's a combination of stupidity and blatant ignorance of the topic, or just this idea that, oh, it won't happen to me. It's clearly a one-sided vision.
And it is,
until eventually it's not.
And honestly, it's much easier to follow than it is to lead.
Yeah, that's very much true. A lot of people are like that.
By the way, good morning, Dan S. Yeah, it's. Yeah. Once again, I'm floundering because all this shit to any free-thinking person should be obvious. It should be apparent. You should be able to see it. You should be able to see the trees regardless of the forest. And
Yep.
they're just willingly being obstinate about the whole thing. You know, they've got their whole celebration. Guess what? How much fun are you guys going to have when Biden dumps us back into the TPP, or has us put on the ball and chain for the Paris Accords? It's going to happen. They said they were going to do it.
And they'll probably get us into a war with some Middle Eastern country because my war machine matters.
Oh yeah, they got to hook that up. I mean, if you guys thought if Hillary wouldn't have had us in a war within the first 6 months of her presidency, you are sadly mistaken. She was trying to prime it as Secretary of State to go into war.
She wanted to go after Assad. She had a hard-on for him.
She probably did have an actual hard-on, but it was a strap-on.
Right.
Because yeah, she's the power top. You know what? I don't think I can disagree with you on that, Slappy. I too think Iran is next.
Iran and Syria.
Syria could be. I mean, because fucking Obama was priming the pump on that, and then when Trump gets into office, he drops a fucking Moab on him and says, "Okay, we're done with them now."
That was funny. They didn't even retaliate. I was like, wow. He said he was going to do it, and they were just like, the fuck? Wait. You're not like Obama.
Yeah. Oh shit! They
I was
fight back.
laughing. They got teeth again. You bastards, you have teeth.
We believe in Allah. You must fail. Oh no, big bum. That yeah,
Oh,
and yeah, awesome. You know, this president is gonna roll over like a poodle at the circus, man. They're gonna do whatever they need to do to keep the war machine going. And
work.
and
Or Kamala Harris is going to put that mouth to work.
I don't know. By the way, what do you guys think about China? Do you think during this administration they're going to make their big move?
Mm,
I,
probably.
I mean,
Given the circumstances.
basically hit us with a financial red dawn.
Probably. I would not be surprised.
Because I'm completely comfortable with the fact in saying that there was Chinese money that came over to bolster up anybody who was against Trump. Because Trump was really kicking their ass economically. He's like, no,
Yeah.
we're not going to make this deal. And now that Biden's getting into office, do you think those payments that Trump made other countries make for using our troops, you think those are going to keep coming in? Nope. Yes, China is asshole.
I think the Dems are just going to submit to China. I don't think it's even going to be a fight. I think they're literally just going to be running over each other just to submit to China because they like the way that they run their country.
Dude, we're not going to be out of 2021 before TPP and the French Accords are back on, and we have to shoulder the burden. And all of a sudden, we start seeing the jobs go back overseas, and we see the unemployment kicking up. And I really do hope Trump survives to 2024. He'll be the age that Biden is now, and he can just sit back on the porch with a big old glass of iced tea and flip him the bird and say, "Told you so."
They're actually pushing for Eric Trump to take over.
Oh, honestly, I don't think Trump's going to run again. I think they're trying to do this whole impeachment thing to ensure the fact that he does not have the ability to run again. And when you impeach somebody, that's what it can do. It can prevent them from running. Cash in your vacation rainy day funds now. 2022 will be China. I don't know if they're going to take over, but we already know that they're influencing policy. And they're going to get all of those proposed trade embargoes taken out, pushed away, so they can open it back up and essentially rape our economy like they did during the Obama administration. Good morning, Cybertaz. Guys, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to feel at this point. I mean, I'm fucking serious when I say I've got a huge box of popcorn. The only thing I'm going to be able to do is just sit back and watch the shit show. Although I think it's going to be. Do you guys remember the comic Gallagher?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
The guy whose final bit was he would smash watermelons.
Yeah.
With a big huge sledgehammer. And and like the first three rows would show up in fucking ponchos because they were in the splash zone. Well, that's basically what you want to do. Get your ponchos on. I feel sorry for. I mean, because I got disabled because of the fucking strokes and shit. I haven't had a job in 7 years, so that's nothing they can hold over my head. But for those people out there, man, who are scrapping to make a living, and we're starting to see some headway, that's going to be gone in one short stroke. I'll just give an example from around here. 60% of the mom and pop businesses that are run here in Dayton are gone, boarded up, gone. They actually speculated by the end of the year it'd be like 70%, but some of them held on because they lifted the statutes for the COVID bullshit. But yeah, my town has been decimated. They have been. I mean, there's a couple of my favorite restaurants that I really enjoyed. They're not coming back. They're done. There are merchandise places, mom and pop, brick and mortar stores that I patronized all the time. Gone. Never coming back. Not going to happen. And I suspect that this is not an isolated incident all around the country. It's one of those things, to paraphrase, weaken and conquer. I mean, if you have an opposing force, like Sun Tzu said, if you have an opposing force demoralized, then they are already defeated.
Yeah.
I think they opened up Pandora's box with this fake flu nonsense.
Yeah. Let me just say, for example, I think when you looked at like the COVID situation for the past better part of a year in 2020, I think it's kind of proven that if there was an experiment being made, which I do think there kind of was, it goes to show you that they can't control everybody, and a lot of people, when they distrust the government, will actively go against it no matter what. They'll just refuse to listen.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday. All we need is them to set a rallying point for them to fuck with somebody or something hard enough.
Yep.
And I'm very much opposed to violence. I was the kind of guy who would never fight until I was backed into a corner, or unless I was really incredibly shit-faced and pissed off. But I would try every option to not get into a fight. But it does come to a point where, you can't go farther back against the wall than when your back is against the wall. And these people who are in charge, who are doing all this manipulation, have no understanding of that concept. I mean, come on, think about it. Is there any country that has as much swagger, that swings their dick around as much as the United States, that doesn't take any shit? I can't think of one.
The only thing I could think of would be Russia, and that's only because Putin's at the helm.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny that Russia was like, we ain't doing shit, man. You guys already accused us of that bullshit. Fuck you. Although,
like it's been 4 years.
Yeah, although we can tell you that, we had corrupt corporations feeding the Biden family money, but nobody wanted to hear that.
Yeah, again, you got people clearly playing sides in this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't know when to stop.
Yeah, and the whole thing about, look what we found on Hunter Biden's laptop. Nobody cared. Went dead silent. His dad was getting payoffs. Nobody cared. There's probably been a more corrupt president, but not in my lifetime. And I know I said once the election was over with, I'm like, yeah, you know, the day after when the switch flipped, I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to be Biden. It doesn't make any difference how much they fight it. It's going to be Biden. They are going to coerce, blackmail, or pay off whoever they need to get the result that they needed. I hope though this serves as a lesson to where maybe the populace can rise up and say, hey, listen, this is how we want the elections run from now on. If it's a federal election, you do A, B, and C. No substitutes, no improvisation. This is the manner in which we will have a fair election. It must be done this way. I mean, letting the states, I know we're a republic, but letting the states run off and work it however that they want to work it, that there's no standard to measure against, is completely fucking idiotic. Tobacco. It's good and good for you. Even though my doctor says I have some type of pulmonary lung disease. Fuck you. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you take it as a hard and fast example if there was an elite section that was able to completely shut down a demographic in the United States, that they wouldn't abuse that power someplace else? That thing just, it sails over my fucking head. It's Goose Gander. You know, it is. Well,
welcome to the modern day banana republic, everybody.
Yeah.
Banana Republic.
It's like I'm not a socialist. Take them. You know. I'm not a Jew.
I can't wait for like tropical games dictator jokes to have all the relevance of a modern day country right now.
Well, and no, wait a minute, because Kamala's grandparents ran a sugarcane operation, and that's where they own their slaves. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit, she's more guilty of slavery than even my family. And my family came from Sicily. That's funny. And they say I'm white.
I'm kind of white, but
nah.
Well, you know, my grandmother was a full-blooded Native American Blackfoot and Shoshone, so
Ooh.
I got some of that in me. But yeah, I was so flustered and so frustrated because of how stupid these people were. The only thing there, you know, it's the whole what is it? Sin in haste, repent in leisure.
Yeah, something like that.
They're just so happy, so very, very happy that they won, you know, and the buzz has not worn off.
Won't for a while until something happens to them.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of happened when that Capitol Hill got taken over. Have you ever noticed that as well? Maybe this is just a thought I've had, but I figured since I'm here, fuck it.
Okay.
I always notice when, especially with the government and corporation types, they're never scared when the left wing loses their shit and burn everything to the ground. But the first moment the right wing does anything, even if it's pussy shit, everyone's fucking terrified. It's like the fucking Reapers from Mass Effect or some shit, or like the Borg coming in to kill you. or like they're acting like the world's gonna end because the right wing decided to do one little thing, which is bumfuck rush a government building.
Yeah, yeah, and people died.
Yeah.
And what's the body count for Antifa again? 30 and
Uh,
counting.
41 was the last thing I saw.
Holy fuck!
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's counting everything that happened in all the riots too. And they do need to take responsibility for that. Because even though, because I've heard the one where they're doing the whole, well, there were infiltrators and it was their fault. It's like, okay, so the infiltrators led the crowd to the target to rob it, and they also put up the barricades in Chaz and brought in automatic weapons, which technically were illegal, and people got shot. I mean, the most chilling thing was those young kids who ran into Chaz and thought it would be a safe haven, but the guards there shot up the car. And then you can actually hear one of the guards walk up and say something like, "And this," and two more shots come off. They killed those kids execution style, and they got away with it. They even knew who the people were, and they got away with it.
And the governor was complicit in it. Jay Inslee, he's a complete fucking tard. The governor of Washington who allowed that.
Yeah, I mean, and I honestly, everybody's like, well, Trump should have done something. He did something. He called them and said, hey, you guys want us? We're going to be right here. You tell us when, we go in. And it was a stroke of genius that he federally deputized agents.
Oh yeah,
that was brilliant.
Everyone was telling him to use the National Guard. I'm like, that's just going to make things worse.
Well, no offense to the National Guard, but yeah, you know.
Oh, and I know they wouldn't want to do that freaking Janny duty when they already have police.
Yeah. They're gonna...
like, what the fuck are we doing here for these retards?
Well, I literally have to throw up my fucking hands. I'm trying to think, and I mean, I really was frustrated because these fucking clowns are dancing around on Facebook, thinking that their shit don't stink and that everything's going to be all right. Well, I don't even think that they're saying everything's going to be all right. They're in such a rabid, foaming at the mouth frenzy that all they want to do is fuck with more people and get away with fucking with more people.
Oh, I read a headline today. I should have went in a little deeper. They already have bills written for when Biden takes office to have more gun laws federally, and I'm like, oh, wonderful.
Wow. The thing that they still have to remember, you can pass a federal law, but it doesn't supersede a state law. If the state does not want to abide by it, they do not have to. We are a fucking republic.
Well, see, the thing is, what they're assuming is because they have all this resources and all this other shit that people will just follow suit with what the federal government wants and not realize that state does also have a factor in this. So I would not be surprised seeing state or even communities telling, feds to fuck right off and shit and causing some issues.
Yeah. I mean, once again, it's one of those. If you find the turning point,
It's as I've said to other people, when an empire starts to fall, communities have to focus on themselves in order to determine their own survival. And by extension, if you get to survive or not. So I think in the near future, since we're already anticipating a fall of Rome, it should be appropriate to respond with the same in-kind tactic by focusing on your own communities. I also mean that in an internet sense as well, by supporting and networking with people if you want to keep your shit alive as well, just on every front. I think this whole like obsession with overarching stuff is probably needs to come to an end because I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna make it impossible for that to happen. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I don't think we talked about Parlor yet, did we?
Yeah, not quite.
So yeah, do you think do you think they're gonna find an oasis?
Maybe.
I mean, what are the options out there? I don't even know.
Not very often. I think the only substitute that seems to be decently growing, but not enough changes yet, is a BitChute. That's for like a YouTube alternative.
Yeah.
I don't mind Parler so far. It kind of sucks that the first moment I got it, it's just like, oh yeah, they're going to try to kill it already. So it's like, wow, that's quick.
Yeah. What was that? What was that one service? What was it? Live.me that they crushed out.
Well, there was like StreamMe,
StreamMe. Thank you.
VidMe. Yeah, StreamMe, and then there was like VidMe, I think was it as well.
Yeah.
Which died, even though it had like a fairly comparable community over the years. It still died. StreamMe is a bit more of a clusterfuck relating to some of the other like skeptic drama, and I think a few other services died. I don't remember, if I'm going to be honest with you. Most of these services that pop in die usually within like the year, unfortunately. So it's hard to remember all of them.
Well, and I would think if somebody, because I saw some of the tweets of like, oh, you know, this Parlor is going to be dangerous because they're talking about violence and blah 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 blah. I'm like, are you really fucking serious?
Can I just say how stupid that sounds when it's like, okay, can you explain me all the times Twitter and Facebook has like a massive problem with people enticing violence, and don't even get me started on the fucking CP distribution problem in those websites. Are we? We're not to try to enforce the same standard on them though. Seriously?
By the way, I've been lax. Ghost Dog yesterday, and I didn't even read this, but I will do it now. Thank you, sir. Donated $5 to say, to get your popcorn and Girl Scout cookies, just remember, buy at least 2 boxes of the Little Monster Girl Scout will get you, Doc. Mm-hmm. And Tie Man Tonight donated, thank you, sir, $4.21 to say, boo, Doc. Congratulations, you're not pregnant. Merry 2021. Puff, puff, prost, everybody's. Thank you. I saw the meter move, and I was like, okay. I must check. So yeah, I think I mean I hope that Parlor goes somewhere. Some of the right wing conservatives and some of the centrists that I know have been telling me about it for like a month.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to recover. What was that that alternate pay site that went up against Patreon?
Subscribe Star.
Now that's still around, but from what I heard, it's limping.
Yeah, more or less.
Patreon?
No, Subscribe Star.
Okay.
It's barely functioning. It's legitimately on life support, and they might just choke it out.
Yay for monopolies, right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and people are like, well, there are rules set in place for that. And I'm like, don't even try to bring up the Sherman Antitrust Act. It does not apply. Oh, why doesn't it? Fuck you, go read it. It's pretty goddamn obvious. That's what I'm tired of. That's one of the big things that I'm tired of. I'm having to spoon feed some of these people, like when I told them that it's going to take away their that it's going to open up the floodgates, and their liberty is in jeopardy. And they're like, oh well, those are private companies. And I was like, do you understand what a free speech platform is, you stupid asses? A free speech platform has certain benefits to it, as far as a platform. Like, if somebody says something on Twitter, it being designated as a free speech platform, you can't sue Twitter for that person saying that thing. But it has to be open and equally applied. Unless it's something that is legitimately abusive, or I mean, you can be slanderous too. Who cares? But if it's something that's against the mores of society, like if somebody takes a Twitter handle like super pedophile and starts posting child porn, that is not only immoral, it's fucking illegal. Boom.
Highly illegal. Yeah.
You are gone. Yeah, you are fucking gone. But if somebody posts a picture of Adolf Hitler, there's no law against it, unless you're in Germany. But there's no law against it. You can post it. Fuck it. But, somebody puts that up, and if Twitter takes them down, then that no longer makes them a free speech platform. That makes them a publisher. And a publisher is liable and responsible for everything that is said and done on their website. That was the one thing I was really hoping that Trump would have done. That he would have gone ahead and started the FCC's investigation into it, to say, okay, well, these guys have done this, this, and this. They no longer support free speech. Therefore, they are not allowed to have the rights and the exceptions. Because really, sincerely, the only reason why they want to keep the free speech thing is so they can't be sued. And even if somebody says something objectionable, like, die you fucking cunt, to Hillary Clinton, or Kamala Harris, or Nancy Pelosi, or any other fucking piece of shit that really needs to be kicked off the platform, and it's not ever going to be. That whole thing, you cannot be sued for it. And if you could be sued for it, that means all of a sudden they're taking moral responsibility, and they're going to start kicking people left and right. Yeah, and I do mean literally left and right.
Yeah, they'll kick out anybody. It's pretty much self-evident. The fact that there's people out there who act like that's not the case are fucking retarded.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole big thing that people aren't really talking about, is if we can gravitate some type of ruling to start stripping these guys of their free speech platform designations, these motherfuckers are going to start straightening up.
Yeah.
Because
if they stop getting tax money, tax breaks, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, well, I mean, once they go to a publisher, then yeah, they truly are a private company. So, They can suck my dick.
Oh, I'd like to see a 75% tax on them, considering they basically have been getting scot-free. And I'm against taxes, but those
Oh.
guys can take it.
Dude, I would love to see churches taxed, but that's a completely different subject.
Oh, the mega churches? Yeah, that's a complete rabbit hole.
Yeah, tax the shit out of them. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm hoping for the best. I am really hoping that Parler is able to weather the storm. I don't think it will be, because I mean, good God, what they got like a 2-day notice that Amazon was yanking the server from them.
Well, they only got a 24-hour notice.
Oh, 24-hour? Okay, I thought it was 48. That is just fucking insane, and it's all because people are like, "Oh, they're dangerous," blah blah blah. And it's like, you probably have never even been on Parler. These people that are sending you these texts, and honestly, they should go back to the old days where customer service. When I was in customer service, I was an internet associate as well. And anytime we got in emails, it's like, fuck you. You were lazy. You were in your underwear and typed it. Barely paid attention to those. Because once again, that's basically what they're doing is slacktivism. Doing the least amount of effort as possible, but they think their words are so magical. They're wrong. But if you were to send a letter, if you were to write a physical letter and send it in, that bears more weight. That's like 10 times more important because, oh my God, somebody took the time to write it down on pen and paper. Fill out the address on the envelope, put a stamp on it, put it in the mail. Oh my God, this is important. And literally, that's what corporations think. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Bay. Hold on. I'm dicking around. Okay, I'm gonna bring in. Good morning, Bay. How are you doing? Oh, he's the strong silent type. Okay.
What's going on, guys?
I am having so much fun. Do you have a thought on this?
I do. I didn't know if there was an awkward wall we had to pass at first. It's all
No wall.
it's all good, guys. Don't worry. I'm based bloater.
and that's a good thing. Let's see here.
What's up, Kaz? I missed you.
What's up, dude?
Don't tell me you don't know who this is.
You told me in DMs like a week or two ago.
Okay, good. You're one of the good ones. That's why.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
I have thoughts about it, dude.
But yeah,
I'm the
go ahead. Kid.
I'm the good retarded foxo here. Anyway,
you,
go ahead.
you are. I always stick up for Kaz. I do.
Wait.
It's tough to make me have to defend a furry, so I just want you to know that I really do go out of my way for you. You should feel blessed. It's kind of tough.
Oh, yeah.
So what is your take on this?
Well, I do apologize. I the last 20 minutes I've been in and out because I've been doing Twitter shit and stuff. But so I don't know where exactly you guys are at because there's so many ways to tackle this thing.
Well, we're talking about the viability. Can Parler survive?
Can Parlor survive?
Yeah.
We're about to see in the next. I'd say this is going to be. I'd say this will be resolved in the next 6 months. That's the window I'd give. We're about to see. We're just about to see, plain and simple. And luckily, it doesn't look like they're going to cave. Like one of the things that I've been most surprised about with all of this, when everything first happened, you know, there's a lot of people out there that I hate a lot of these terms that I'm going to use, by the way, but fuck it, I'm going to use them. But like I think a lot of people really did. Half the country pretty much had like a black pill moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the thing I was most surprised about, and it's kind of funny, whose tweet like sort of opened the door for this, as far as I'm concerned. I was very surprised by how quickly that black pill went away for me.
How
It
so?
was pretty quick for me, because I was, as much as like I was just so disappointed in so many people that I like, content creators, like Angry Joe has to be the worst one. Like that one hurt. Yeah, that one hurt a lot, because
No, I know what you mean by that. Fuck.
Yeah, I've been watching his stuff for like 10 plus years, and so there's a lot of like depressing stuff out there. But for every one of those tweets, I would see like 5 tweets from people I really do respect also, that like like Tim Dillon, and a lot of people aren't coming to mind right now. Sorry, I had like a huge fucking migraine today. But anyway, like I saw pushback, and like there was a moment where like, I'm sure for everybody there was like a good 15 minutes where all we saw was just like this. It was like the end of episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
You had the higher ground?
No, sorry, probably. I'll be more
The
specific
Republic
then.
will end due to applause.
Yes, thank you. It was that scene in the beginning of the third act, when the third act starts to really kick in, or the end of the second act, and you have the Senate just applauding the idea of fascism. And some people still, like, to this moment, even you, Doc, I won't speak for anybody here, but at the very least, there was a good 30 minutes to an hour where half of America was like Natalie Portman in that scene. Like we were
What
just
the
all
fuck?
looking at You've never seen Revenge of the Sith?
Oh hell yeah, dude! I own
What
it.
the fuck? Are you following? Like, yeah, it's
Oh,
that scene where.
I've been using that as a meme for this bullshit.
Oh yeah. It's
Which
like
I don't blame you for.
it was so
It's
much
great.
like that. Like so many people were like, they had that experience of like sitting there defeated, like, Amidala, and just being like, this is how, what is her line again? This is how democracy
Ends
dies.
by the sounds of applause.
Thunderous applause.
Thunderous
Yeah.
applause. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what was happening. And so it bummed me out. But then, and just to extend my white pillness, I guess you could say, point of privilege, by the way, but my white pillness. But almost immediately I started to see pushback, and for a good 30 minutes to an hour, I was dead set on like, this is when even the people that have been pro free speech, like this is when we lose them. Like it just felt so defeatist. It was like, oh my God, everyone's been a lie. But no, then I saw like genuine pushback, and then I saw the one tweet that like just changed my course of thinking for the most part. It's still a bummer, guys, what's happening, but for the most part, if you haven't followed him yet on Twitter, go fucking follow Rob Schneider. He probably has the best fucking tweet that exemplifies this entire mess. And I don't remember it verbatim, but it was something to the effect of, like, do you guys not understand? Or no, it was something to the effect of like, I fear the day in the future when all of these Americans that, didn't give in, that are pro free speech, I fear the day that they have enough power because they will never forget like who pretty much celebrated the destruction of free speech.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I don't remember his tweet exactly. It was much more succinct than that, but like fucking Rob Schneider. Like Rob Schneider ignited a white pill in me.
Deuce
And
Bigelow?
when I saw Yes. And when I saw fucking Deuce Bigelow pushing back and being like, no, we're gonna remember who you all are. And like dude, like this guy could say he believes whatever he wants, but he's still a dude who's like sucked up into the LA system.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he was
this
red pill when Obama was in office, when he tried to open his own business.
Yeah, he like him and the Adam Sandler gang, I would say, they definitely probably I get the distinct feeling that they all, like David Spade and all them, that they all have like probably more conservative leanings and just keep quiet about it. But the fact that Rob Schneider, who like still works in the industry to this day, the
Well,
fact that
that's a loose term.
it might be a loose term, but the fucker like just had like his own show recently. Like he still does stuff. He produces, he writes, he does a lot of stuff actually. But the fact that he was like, we're going to remember all of you who, like, someone find the tweet, god damn it. But he was like, we're gonna remember everybody that like danced at the and celebrated an American president being silenced. We're gonna remember you. Like that was powerful enough to me where I was like, okay, we like the purging part has begun, but the you not being alone part just got strengthened. Does that make sense? That's how
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, that's the
Basically, he's basically pointing out that regardless of what they think, there's going to be some form of resistance, and it's going to be pretty ugly. And the people who are going to likely enact their revenge one way or the other are not going to forget the faces who signed away their entire republic.
yeah.
At all. Like there's no going back on this one. If someone's going to be out for blood, there's no stopping it.
Yeah, and I also want to be clear too, because like I think I definitely probably have like when you get into the minutia of it, I have probably some differing views definitely from Doc, and I don't know about the rest of you guys. The central thesis is what fucking matters. Like that's all that matters, and that's the important part. And the important part is I don't think anybody here, like I think everybody here agrees more speech solves the problem, not less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
For anybody, if left-wing people, or you know what, just out of the blue, I'm just mentioning this group of people, if like furries were being silenced, if anybody was being just like mass kicked off the platform. And by the way, when it comes to lefties, and when it comes to which president probably contributed to inciting the most violence, you could probably argue on even a bad day that it's Biden.
Well,
And not in a million.
Well, he's a blatant racist. I mean, people were talking about how Trump was a racist. It's like, if you don't vote, Democrat, you ain't black. Are you fucking kidding me?
That was
he's
to me,
definitely.
and I wasn't even black.
Yeah, he's definitely got his old ways tied up in him. But the point is, I would never in a million years, like, be able to argue with a straight face that it is a brilliant idea to start silencing people that worship him or even the Blue Party. Like, never in a million years could I make that argument and be doing anything but lying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not wrong on that, but now here's an even deeper question on this. Is it going to take violence? I mean, is this is violence the only answer at this point?
Sounds like as you can go first, man. This one's a difficult one to talk about.
As much as I am not a advocate of just blindly like attacking people or doing any of that shit.
Wait, Kaz, can I cut in for a second? Let me just establish this is to save Doc's ass. Let me just establish to everybody here and everybody in the audience and anybody who listens in the future. In no way legally does anybody here condone violence for the sake of violence. Some of us may, however, believe in a revolutionary reaction to authoritarianism there. Now continue.
Yeah. I'm going to be arguing in the context of just what I've noticed from researching history is that what you're dealing with is a contingent of crazy, power-hungry, psychopathic retards who live basically off of the idea of basically jerking themselves off as they basically do anything they want. You're dealing with ambitious monsters of people, and oftentimes throughout history, it's proven that the only thing that stops them is usually killing them outright. Sometimes making them an example.
Well, yeah, and this is and once again, YouTube. This is just historical speculation. We are going by the examples of the past.
Yeah. It's also stuff that people like Machiavelli also mention about how dangerous, disingenuous, powerful people tend to react.
Yeah.
And do things. Much as it's not a good thing to preach anything about Machiavelli, but there's sort of an unfortunate realism to politics and the understanding that you're dealing with literal fucking psychopaths who have nothing better to do than to jerk off to probably child porn and start basically snuff murdering someone on their average Tuesday, thinking that they actually follow rules.
Oh, quit
it. I'm just saying, like, you got crazy people who don't follow rules, and we've been expecting them to follow rules for decades, and somehow it hasn't been lost to us that they're butt fucking the entire republic away. That's probably the real take of it, is like, why are we expecting these people to act like people? They're usually not. They treat human beings like garbage for a fucking paycheck, if not worse. They don't value anybody. How many times have these powerful people been exposed for jerking off to fucking snuff and child porn, for fuck's sakes? That's what these people are into.
You're talking about the powerful people.
No, the whole thing about powerful people throughout history doing really fucked up shit because there's a clear disconnect between themselves and how they, in reality, and how they perceive like humanity and humans in general.
Well, like especially for the United States, 70 million pawns on the chessboard?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. It's you basically just have all these like crazy fucking insane people, and throughout history the only time they've ever been stopped is when people get so fucking angry they're willing to just outright murder them in the streets. That's literally the only time anything has ever been done.
Who was that Roman guy who was playing his violin while
Nero.
burned? What the?
Nero.
That's the one. Yeah. That's exactly like what's going on.
Yeah.
And that also could never be proven, but I kind of like it. I kind of like the example.
I mean, it still fits with modern day, so that's why I still roll with it.
Yeah, but they don't give a fuck. It's just one of those things where, but more and more power. You know, you can never have too much wealth. You can never have too much power.
Absolute power corrupts you. Absolutely. I know it's a cliche, but it's a fact.
Yeah, but that's the supposed to be one of the beautiful things about America is that it is a country that is very transparent about what power does to you, and so takes that into account with its approach to government. And that's why governance is supposed to, at least, be so light.
Yeah.
But as far as violence is concerned, again, YouTube, we're just having a bit of fun here. Just talking about what if scenarios, but we never, ever, 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 ever want violence to occur. So that being said,
well, we're
number
just
one,
following a logical conclusion as based from historical events.
sure, yeah.
with historical
But
context.
Mm-hmm.
as far as the capital thing is concerned, number one, I was disappointed in them because I think I forget who said it on Twitter like immediately, like right after it was done, but some people were making a point that like what happened at the Capitol is it's the equivalent of going for the throat of the king and missing.
Mhm.
And if you're gonna do something like that, go all the fucking way. I mean, let's put it this way, and YouTube would not be against this for 1 second. I was one of the people that was like cheering on BLM. I thought, and let's be clear here about something. One of the criticisms of BLM, which is a deserved criticism, is that it's a foundation. It's a lie. Let's put it that way. Just be blunt. It's a lie. The foundation of BLM is black people are being genocided by cops. That's a lie. That's just on paper, factually not happening. Now, what the thesis of BLM, just like the thesis of the people that ran into the Capitol building, it's a pretty beautiful thesis, and it's one about say what you want about the dirty, nasty foundation, but there's still a movement happening because there is an issue when it comes to the government and the history with the black community. I mean, could you only imagine being a part of a group that just gets a shit start? Again, hashtag not all. Hashtag not all. I'm pulling a Jesse Lee Peterson. But you have a higher chance of just getting such a shit start. And if you get that shit start, it's like this fucking whirlpool that pulls you in when it comes to crime and shootings and gangs and blah 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 blah. There's things to address, is my point.
Yeah.
That haven't been getting addressed and have been getting ignored. And so what did BLM do? BLM said, we're going to burn your fucking country to the ground. And before a lot of these grifting types started to turn around and go, oh, the police aren't your fucking friends because they're the boots of the fucking authoritarians. Before that occurred, I was already like, yeah, BLM, fuck the police. Like, kick their ass. Like, let's fucking scare them. Because it doesn't matter if it comes from a place that I might have issues with or a group I might have issues with. I still want the authoritarians to shake in their fucking boots. And if it takes black women to scare the fucking authoritarians, I mean, black women scare me on a daily basis.
Oh,
Jesus.
Hey, they scared the fuck out of Bernie back in 2016.
Right? Like that's
Seattle,
a whole
of all
nother
places.
that's a whole nother side tangent, but I have like gone on tangents before about how black women are simultaneously like the scariest thing in this country, but also like, I mean, if you think about it, no other country has the kind of black women that America has. And black women do a lot to get shit done in this country by just scaring people.
Yep.
They're unlike it's anyway, that's a whole different tangent. But anyway, so with BLM, I was all for it because I was like, yeah, like, am I supposed to be crying like at that moment that a police station was like burning down when, like, especially like when the lockdowns were really getting heavy and you had police like pulling people out of homes or ruining their lives because they didn't wear a mask? Like, when do I start feeling bad? Right?
I saw that shit in Canada.
Yeah. Like, so anyway, like at that point I was already like, fuck the police. And then you have, so take that group, which the lefties just fucking loved, right? Even though the foundation was built on a lie, I could still be like, yeah, go BLM, like get some fucking change or whatever the fuck you want. And then you look over at, we're gonna call them, what do you want to call them? The Magatards or the Trumpers? Let's call them the Trumpers.
Forever
But either way,
Trumpers.
forever Trumpers, but just Trumpers, whatever. But like, then you have the Trumpers, right? And their foundation is built on, you stole the election from us. Now, the best you can do with the idea of having your election stolen from you, the best you can do is just like, you could just take into account the fact that of course the election would be rigged to some extent if they could rig it, and if they have been able to rig it from the beginning, then it probably has been rigged from the very beginning. So you can probably surmise without any evidence that it possibly was stolen from you, but that's it, because all of the evidence isn't really there. It's just more feelings and intuition.
Oh, come
So
on.
you have this.
Rigga, please.
Don't get me started on that. Anyway, so you have this foundation that is just a foundation of a feeling. We're starting to get kind of close to BLM. Not exactly there, but we're starting to get kind of close to BLM. Well, a lot of people look at the Trumpers, the Trumper movement, and from the left, and they go, well, that's a shitty foundation. Like, look, they attacked a Capitol because they think their election's been stolen, and that's a fucking lie, and blah, blah, blah. But they don't take into account what people should have been taking into account for BLM as well. People like, I don't know, you can call me a centrist or whatever the fuck. I don't know what you want to fucking call it. But like, people who took that into account for BLM, they should have taken into account that it didn't matter what the foundation was of the Trumpers either. It never mattered what the foundation was. What mattered is that whether the foundation was built on a lie or not, what mattered was, at that point, you had half the country like rallied together, that if that half of the country was ever in power, would secure free speech so hard it would be coming out of your fucking nose. Like, they would shove a fistful of free speech up your ass. So it doesn't, just like BLM would shove a fistful of systemic change up your ass and scare the shit out of the police, the Trumpers would bring a fistful of free speech. These are both good things. I'm already starting to care less about the foundation now.
And
Now what I just want to see at that point is, okay, let's start.
You want to see a bunch of fisting?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to see at that point people scaring the shit out of the authoritarians now. We have our groups. Our groups don't have to like each other, although towards the end they were starting to team up a little bit because fuck the police, am I right? But like, it was fine. It was just like, okay, now we have this Capitol thing that we're going to. Like, this is your guys' chance. BLM took their shot. They swung at the king and they knocked him off of a fucking a balcony, and the king was injured, and the king was scared, and the king capitulated. And they might not have gotten exactly what they wanted, but what they did get was fear. Like BLM, black people in general, they're scary. And I don't mean like in the generic racist sense. I just mean they're scary to people. They're scary to corporations.
Like in the
They're
dark.
scary to lawmakers. They're scary in the dark until they smile. Well, that's even scarier.
Yeah.
But so I looked at the Trumpers and I'm like, okay, guys, like you got to take a swing at the king now. You got to put fear. Because this system, like up until the Capitol thing, this system did not fear the Trumpers. So the Capitol thing happens. And within a few seconds, it's revealed to me that something weird is going on here. Like it is not at all what it seems on the surface. With BLM, it was pretty much what it seemed on the surface. There was some bad actors, but there was like 90% black people looting. It was pretty much what it was on the surface. With this situation, you had about, I don't know, what, 300 individuals out of, let me be charitable here. I'll be charitable to lefties and say 100,000 people protesting, 300 people maybe got inside that Capitol.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Wasn't it around 300, I heard?
Yeah. Yeah. Through the front and the back door.
Yeah, so this occurs, and also I'm watching live, and I'm seeing live, not just like, edited shit later. I'm seeing live, especially from Baked Alaska, that like there's scenarios where the protesters, quote unquote protesters, the ones that want to get inside the Capitol building, they're literally pointing to like the door handles on the inside, like looking at the police, like, can you please open up? Could you ever imagine BLM doing that?
Yeah. Well,
Like
and then
if
again,
BLM,
they just want
sorry,
to. BLM just wants to tear up shit. Where it's like, listen,
yes,
the Capitol people were like, listen, we have every right to be in here. This is a public thing. We have every right to be in here. So open the door.
right, but pussy move. Like BLM would have broken that fucking door in if they wanted to, because they're gonna take what's theirs whether you like it or not. They're gonna go down swinging.
Well, but here's the
What do you
difference: the cops would have not used the lethal ammunition on BLM because of not the fear of the black person, but the recrimination socially. That's a sad
right? So in other
fact.
words, like, well, I know, like this is the point I'm getting at here.
Now,
Whether like however you want to phrase it, they would be terrified. And they'd be terrified because they're dealing with black people. And dealing with black people, especially large groups of them like that want something and are going to take it whether you like it or not, and have like victim cards and this and that, and they have so many things they can utilize. Like, they're scary. Well, when it comes to the Trumpers, if they're going to swing, like I said, you have to put the fear in, or you're going to get what we have now. But anyway, so they pretty much asked nicely to get into the building. Now, don't get me wrong. There was also like some fighting going on. There was pushback, this and that. But it just felt so coordinated and staged. And then the memes started coming out. And you have Baked Alaska in Nancy Pelosi's office holding a phone to his ear. And I'm like, it was a weird feeling because I'm like, deep down I knew that is unironically hilarious. That is brilliant. That is hilarious. That is like the content king. That is like awesome. Baked Alaska is going to go down as a meme forever. But then I simultaneously felt like unlike BLM, I was like, oh my God, they swung at the king and they missed. And because of that, Baked Alaska is going away for 10 years.
That's okay. I'm good with that. Biggest fucking internet pussy in the world. Going for photo ops. He deserved to go to jail for that rap video.
Oh, I was gonna bring that
Come,
up. You stole it.
hey, look. I know you're probably joking, but still,
No,
like, you can't
no,
be like
no,
the
I'm not.
lefties on this one. You can't be like the lefties on this one and then complain. You
Complain about
can't.
what?
This fucker went into an office and picked up a goddamn phone, and you want him locked up for 10 years.
No,
Well, then
no.
what are your principles?
It's proving the point that rules for thee and not for me.
What do you mean?
Basically, if a black person would have gone in there with BLM, there's no chance that they would have been locked up for 10 years.
There would have been some chance, but very little.
Maybe
Very little.
Maybe parole, house arrest kind of deal. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
They did not drop the hammer on BLM when they should have, but automatically they're dropping the hammer on these forever Trumpers.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the standards are completely fucking different. Now, if
why would you want him to go to jail for 10 years?
If in fact they would have done a 10-year stint on the BLM people, you sure as shit would have had the Never Trumpers thinking twice about doing what they did, because they have seen the consequences. But they're rolling off of the thought, well, this group didn't have any consequences, we shouldn't have any. So rules for thee, not for me.
I don't know if they were thinking about it like that, but let me I'll grant you that. I'll say that maybe they were thinking like that. Number one, again, like when it comes to the BLM rioters, okay, for the most part, I mean, as long as they're not hurting people, like I would be 100% solid with none of those people being arrested, because what the fuck else do you like? Here's the thing that I hate. I hate when people come back with an argument of like, and I've heard this a million times already by some great content creators that I used to look up to. They're always like, hey, we're all for protesting and making change and this and that, but I'm just like, once you get violent, I'm not down with, like, Tim Pool. Tim Pool will be like, I'm not cool with the violence though, and this and that. And it's like you have these. It's weird because you have these people that are like, as long as you just do the things that are a little bit, yeah. But as long as you do the things,
I would say completely.
As long as
he flip-flops a lot just over this, dude. Holy shit.
he pisses me off a lot, but like there's a lot of people that piss me off more. He's milk toast, but there's so many people that just like keep reporting this philosophy of like, just do the things that ensure that you won't get change, or at least the change that you need to sustain freedom. Like, do the things that ensure that you don't like get the freedom we deserve. But as soon as you do the things that actually really could change things and like reinstall freedom, as soon as you do those things, we're against that. Also, let's totally forget how this fucking country was built in the first place. Like, can we just forget about that and not talk about that? Because that'll make us look really fucking retarded. Like, that's the one thing that pisses me off is like, you know, if someone was like, you don't want all those BLM rioters locked up? Why would I want them locked up? Are you saying that what they should have done is stand in the streets, peacefully protest, and not scare the shit out of an authoritarian government that's already stripped us of any freedoms? Because that's not going to change and help us like get back our freedoms if they're not scared of us. So the same thing goes with the Trumpers. Like, there's so many people that it was so weird to me. So many people that were like either Trumpers or on the right. I didn't buy this for a second, by the way. Tell me if I'm wrong here.
Okay.
What happened at the Capitol, like the whole, rushing into the Capitol building, whatever, I just completely expected that. Like, I already just assumed, like, yeah, that's what's going to happen on the 6th or whatever. But I personally thought it was going to be worse because I thought, like, I just assumed, like, yeah, here's the Trumpers' turn to take a swing at the king, at authoritarianism. I just assumed it's going to be worse. So when it all, like, started to go down, quote unquote, I was just personally disappointed because I was like, you guys are memeing. You're just walking around memeing while you're taking a shot at the king that wants your throats, and now you're missing.
I don't know. I don't honestly see it that way. I think what they did.
Go ahead. I know this is difficult.
Yeah, I think what they did was literally say, okay, we're going to do the same thing that BLM did. We're going to do it with a modicum of physical force and violence. But when we get to that specific place, we're not going to start busting shit up. We're not going to start looting. We're going to show this is actually a peaceful protest. We might have to force our way in, but once we get in, we can show you that we can make an impact and not have to use physical violence and hurt people and cause damage. I think that's more of what their point was. It wasn't the fact that they pussied out. It's like, this is what we want to do. We want to show that we can get to you and we don't have to hurt anybody to actually do it. I think that's what the point of the Forever Trumpers were. And here's another big difference. Huge difference. Okay. The BLM, when they marched.
By the way, yeah. I don't know who Ioik is, but
Ioik?
Good night.
Oh.
Yeah, just saying good night to them, I guess.
Oh, okay. You have a great day too, Ioik.
Sorry, go ahead, Doc.
Here's the thing. When BLM did their rioting and shit, what were the police told? They were told stand down, back away, leave them alone, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, until they got deputized federally. Once the not the military, but the local police got deputized federally, then they had the availability to fight back. But the major difference was the DC police were already keyed up to be violent and aggressive because they said they were given carte blanche to take whatever measures that they wanted to. So automatically they had an enemy combatant. They automatically were ramped up, amped up, and ready to fight because they were allowed to fight. They were given the green light to be aggressive. So once
with
again, with the Forever Trumpers.
I'll disagree there. Go ahead.
You would be wrong, but you can disagree because they were
evidence.
Because they were told immediately. They started shield bashing people. They started pepper spraying, CS gas, or whatever. You guys know what I mean. Bear mace. They were using all this shit on them almost immediately once they started shaking on the barricades. They did not on BLM. Don't even try to tell me that they did. They backed away. They left. They backed up. They retreated.
No, it's super easy to find clips of them bear macing BLM.
It's super easy. It's super easy to find it at the end, but not at the beginning. When they started all their bullshit.
Even incredibly conservative people and like super Forever Trumper people that were on the ground. Elijah Schaefer is a pretty good source on this, even though I think he's fucking annoying as hell. He even has like video evidence of it was kind of the opposite. It was that like almost right away a very small faction, very small, mind you. And again, it's very important to be honest about this stuff if we don't want to be like the people that we say we're in contrast with. It was a very small faction of people, but still a faction of the whatever you want to call them, Trumpers, Antifa, fucking sleeper cells, whatever the fuck you want to call them. But there was people there that like almost instantly got aggressive with the police. There's plenty of footage, I've already seen it, of when they went into the Capitol building, they just started shaking the fucking gated wall thing, the barricade, the gate, like the metal barricade, and like literally, like there's video of like they just trample a cop, and the cops are like not doing anything to them. They're just like trying to hold them back. They're like, stay back, and it's just like 3 cops, and it's like fucking 30 Trumpers, and they just trample one of them.
But here's the thing.
Which again,
they were
I'm
told.
not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, what the fuck, guys? Why didn't they get more? Like, I'm in the weird camp of like, they should have gotten more aggressive. They should have taken the fucking city. But anyway, that's me. Anyway, go ahead.
The whole point is tactics, both on law enforcement side and on protester side. They were completely flipped. And yeah, I've seen the ones where they started shaking the barricades, and all of a sudden they just started macing them down. But then again, these cops were given the authorization. They weren't told to retreat. They weren't told to step back from the lines. They said,
well, they did retreat, and also like, how do you know that they got that authorization?
Stop. Because they were told by the police chief. It was a report that I read online that the police chief sanctioned it.
Sanctioned that they use force?
That yes, that they could meet force with force. Which is completely...
Well, again, they did that with BLM.
Which is completely unlike BLM. Dude, you're living in a dream world. Until it got to the very end of it, when they started federalizing and they started deputizing, that's when they allowed force to be met with force. The majority of the time that BLM was rioting and looting and all this shit, they were given stand-down orders. They were given form a perimeter. That was it.
Am I supposed to just agree with you and pretend that I didn't see the live streams that I saw? Just take one live stream. This is at the latest. This is day 3 of when the entire thing broke out for George Floyd. But it easily could have been day 1 or 2. I don't remember, but at the latest it was day 3. Dick Masterson was on the kill stream doing a live feed from the BLM protests, and Dick Masterson himself, from far away from where all the action was happening, just from far away, was being pelted with beanbag guns, and there was tear gas eventually being launched into the crowds, and he almost got maced live on camera. And he was having a blast doing it, by the way. He was having a good old time, but still. So they met with force. Now,
no. Tear gas is more of a defensive measure than it actually is. And
tear gas can kill you.
Dude, a fucking stapler can kill you.
Yeah, but tear gas has a better chance of killing you, especially in a room. They weren't in a room. But what I'm saying is, there was force met. Now, what I won't disagree with you about is they had to approach it differently than Trumpers. And that's the point I'm getting at. Why did they have to approach it differently than Trumpers overall? They still did a lot of this, similar things, but they had to approach it differently overall. Why? Well, because public perception. Well, what does public perception have to do with any of it? It has to do with, at the end of the day, they fear BLM. Whereas Trumpers, overall, hashtag not all, overall Trumpers are a joke to them. Wow. And that's why I was disappointed on the Capitol Day, because that was the day to like for all the people that were saying like, ooh, boogaloo this and oh this and that and like, oh, it's so tough and we're going to show them. They don't give a fuck until you make them. You didn't make them scared.
Okay, well,
and I don't mean you. I'm just
okay,
saying,
well,
sorry, go
babe,
ahead.
pause for me for just a second. Ty Man, thank you, sir. Donated $2 and a penny and said the distinguished gentleman, irate prostate, and the always truthful Doc Griffin, 2024. Pup, prost. Everybody is. But the one thing I have to say is there were two different frames of mind. There were two different tactics going on. BLM, in my opinion, everything that I've seen, I've only ever seen like two protests where there was no violence and nothing going on, and it was like old crusty black people, people that have been through life who've seen shit. There was only two protests that I ever saw for BLM that was peaceful. Everything else violent. Now flip it. Most every single protest that you saw with these Trump supporters were peaceful. And guess what? There was like two that were violent. So once again, it's a flip. Their whole thing was, and the media played it up too. They were expecting violence. They were watering at the mouth to see violence happen. So that's why the police chief of DC said, meet force with force. And that's why they took the political route with BLM and said, well, this is a political minority movement. Clear it out, get away, do not engage. The worst that they ever did was crowd dispersal. You're right. They were firing. CS gas into the crowd, dispersing them. Now, rubber bullets are also more of a defensive measure than it is an aggressive measure. You do realize that they had live fire ammunition on the Trump people, right?
Yeah, they did with BLM too.
No, they were not authorized live fire ammunition with BLM the majority of the time.
You are telling me that not one single BLM rioter got killed?
No, I'm not saying that. Okay. What I am saying is for the majority of the time for the riots, they were not in any way authorized to use live fire ammunition on BLM. That rule was not in effect for the Trump people. All of them had live fire ammunition. Somebody got shot and killed. You did not see you did not see them, well, except for the one where they were trying to walk into the Capitol and they were using pepper guns. They were using pepper guns on them, but all the ammunition that was in their weapons at that time was live fire.
Well, do you know how the protesters that got killed got killed?
Which ones?
Do you know how every single one of them got killed?
Which side?
The protesters. Trumpers.
Okay, Trumpers. There was only 4 that died in the whole thing. One of them was a cop, and the only other one I saw was the one who got shot in the neck with a pistol.
And that's my point. Is like, of course you're like, if you look at the BLM riots, you're always going to see the cops like armed, just like at the Trumper thing at the Capitol. You're always going to see the cops armed,
but not pulling their weapons. That's the point I'm trying to get across. That they were told to keep it holstered.
Where's the footage? First off, there's plenty of BLM riot footage where I don't know what you mean by holstered. You got to be clear with this stuff. I don't know what you mean by holstered, but there's plenty of BLM riot footage with cops with either their M4s ready to go, not aimed, but ready to go. Or they have all kinds of other firearms equipped. And if you look at the Trumper protest, have you actually seen, because I've watched the footage myself, have you actually seen what occurred with the woman who got shot and killed?
Yeah, I watched it a couple times. She was trying to climb over...
What happened?
She was trying to climb over a barricade.
No.
Yes, that was in the hallway because they barricaded the fucking hallway.
I have the video footage of that on my phone.
Yeah. So what occurred, and we could watch the footage again if you'd like to, but what occurred is there's a doorway and it is barricaded, and it's barricaded very tightly, obviously, because they can't get through it.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to, and it's like it's where the officials were, and it's supposed to kind of signify like definitely please don't go the fuck in here. And what they did is there's two windows on each side. There's a window on each side of the doorway. Well, I don't know if it was the girl herself, but they smashed open the window on the right side.
Uh-huh.
And then without missing a beat, the girl just goes for like climbing through the window.
Yeah.
And she's halfway through the window, and then a Secret Service agent from inside where the officials are doesn't even aim his weapon, literally puts his arm out, blasts what he probably is hoping is like, this is a warning shot, it's just going to scare people, hits her right in the fucking neck, and his arm goes right back into the office where the officials are.
Hey,
so his arm just comes out and he goes bam and he goes back in.
Hey, Zell?
Yeah.
Was that a live round?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about it?
That's live fire ammunition.
Yeah, I know, but you're trying to prove a point that didn't happen at
bullets.
BLM riots?
No, they had rubber bullets. That's why that one guy got put into the hospital, because he got shot with a rubber bullet and killed him 4 days later because he was antagonizing him.
No, they had live fire at BLM riots.
Those were rubber
They
bullets.
did. They had rubber bullets too, but yes, there was shots fired at BLM riots from police.
Yeah, it was within.
Go ahead, JJ.
It was within their own. It was within BLM and Antifa. They brought their own guns from outside.
That happened
of
too.
state.
Yeah, that happened too. Like that David Dorn, was that the gentleman's name?
The police officer who died by
BLM. Yeah. That happened
he was
too.
killed by BLM. Yes.
Yeah, and this is disgusting. But
And,
I think the issue is you're getting sidetracked by just wanting to have to believe a certain thing when you don't have to stick in that road to still understand or criticize either side. You could still criticize either side for the disgusting things that happened and the disgusting things people did, but you don't achieve anything by just going like, yeah, there was live fire there, so I proved a point of like what?
No,
There's live fire at the BLM riots too.
Dude, you're just not getting it, and you're not going to see it. By the way, good morning to Stone Mexican Guy and Aiden is best girl.
I don't know what's been wrong so far about just correcting you.
The tactics were different. You cannot correct something that you're saying incorrectly.
Okay, so the tactics you said are that they were told to meet force with force.
Yes.
Now I'm trying to get from you what exactly that means. And so far what we've deduced is the cops had guns on them, which they did at the BLM riots too, and that some Secret Service agent popped his arm out, fired around, and shot a girl in the neck, and you're saying that's proof of different tactics.
He didn't need to fucking kill her. He had live rounds when they have the ability.
What he did was disgustingly stupid.
I'm trying to get, with the police officers and the government, they have the ability, when they suit up and all that shit, they have the ability to pick the rounds that they want. Live rounds, which will kill you, obvious. And
but they have to be authorized for it.
Yeah. They have to get it from their higher ups. But so clearly they were authorized to have lethal rounds because of the media and everybody believing that people who are on the Trump side are demonized as villains in a fucking movie.
Wait, I have to pause you there, because are you telling me that the cops at the BLM riots didn't have lethal rounds on them?
I gotta further explain. I've been watching this from the beginning of the year. I don't pick on either side. I just want the fucking truth. I don't care how I get there.
Yeah.
And I've been watching it, and I've been seeing that the cops, since I'm on the West Coast and we all are, they're going to support Antifa. We already know that they are supported by the local government itself. They're not going to use lethal rounds on Antifa. If it's anything, it's going to be within their own group of themselves killing each other off, which is why they got up to 41 deaths on their side, and them killing each
but they
other because they
have.
can't. Yeah, but they're doing it within their own party of themselves, of BLM and Antifa, because that's what
No,
I've been seeing over the time.
okay. Where are you getting this? Like, okay, first off, you're
I've been
confusing me.
watching the whole live streams.
That's fine. So have I. Where have you gotten information? Like, are you? I guess what I'm getting at is, what are you saying? Are you saying that the cops
I'm
at
saying
BL? Hold on. No, we're gonna clear this up. Are you saying that the cops at the BLM and Antifa riots do not carry lethal rounds? Because number one, we need to get this out of the way. That is not true. Number two,
uh,
are you saying
God.
number two? Okay, like cops can carry, I don't know if you guys know this, they can have rubber bullets, this and that, whatever, all kinds of non-lethal shit, but they will at the end of the day have a service weapon that is ready to kill. They will, because they're not
they don't.
retarded. They will.
Once again, you're
Number
completely
two,
missing the point, but continue.
no, hold on.
No,
We can get back to
I'm
the
saying,
point, but we
go
just
ahead.
we can get back to the point, but I just need to clear up those points. So number one, at all of these riots, the cops had lethal rounds on them. They had a gun on them that could fucking kill a person, because at the end of the day, they need to be ready for that. Number two, people that are part of Antifa and people that are part of BLM have gotten shot by cops and died. We need to get that out of the way too. That has happened. I don't know what we achieved by pretending it didn't happen. Those out of the way.
Once
Now
again,
what are you saying?
you gotta cut that shit out.
What?
Doing I don't see how you guys do it. Don't play that bullshit.
Okay, good. So you guys aren't saying that, because that's what I'm getting confused by. So you're not saying that.
Where do you? Well, you know what? I'll let JJ start. By the way, good morning to DJ in
Okay.
the UK. But you're making suppositions at this point, and I'll say this.
I'm just clarifying.
I'll say this before JJ starts. Now, I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I did go to Citizens Police Academy, where they showed me all the way through how cops are trained, how they're supposed to deal with things. So with that out of the way, let's let JJ talk.
Okay, so the police chief, who is run by the mayor of each city, he is the one who finalizes and tells them what rounds they can and cannot have when they go into a conflict. And that they were given the order to only use non-lethal rounds, only tear gas, stun grenades, and rubber bullets. And with this, they were given the authorization to use deadly force because they were in the capital. You see what I mean? And it's been like that through the whole way, because Trump supporters have been
Is that the only
demonized every
difference?
which way till Thursday.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. But
Yeah, I'm just
here's my
using that as to get to my point.
sure. So with that
No,
out of the way,
not Zal. Let him continue, please.
oh,
Because
okay, go ahead.
you put quite a few things on the table. I'm sure he has a response for him.
Sure, but so far I just want to clarify. What we have, the difference that we have now so far is different orders, but we still have at the end of the day, they carry lethal rounds, and on both sides, people have been killed by cops.
Once
Go
again,
ahead.
Once again, you're feeding supposition. Let him
Okay, that's fine.
let him go as we
Okay.
let you go.
Okay.
Like the mayor, Ted Wheeler, who was a supporter, right?
Are you waiting for me to? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk you through this because that's the one that was focused on the most.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. The one that recently finally said like "fuck you, Antifa," and now they
Yeah.
really hate him. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So he's a supporter of them. He is the police. He tells the police chief what they can and cannot have when they go to stop the riots with Antifa. And
Mm.
he is the one who told them that they cannot use lethal rounds. That's why they were only using rubber bullets and gas. It's until they started attacking the federal buildings. Well, Antifa over here, when they started attacking them, they were getting pushback, and then they were getting picked up by the feds. And then Ted
Mm.
Wheeler who also is with the um God damn it. The what is his name? The lead lawyer. Lieu- no, not lieutenant governor. Um he was also letting them out. And those people were not harmed when they got it, considering by Antifa. And they were only getting hit with gas grenades and rubber bullets at that time.
At
And there
which
was
time?
only the one kid who got hit, and he died from the rubber bullet shot because the guy was a complete asshole, and he no longer works for, or he is no longer a police officer who killed that kid with the rubber bullet, and he's actually in jail for murder.
Okay, so they are you saying again they were authorized to only use non-lethal rounds, but they do have lethal rounds on them
Okay.
No,
Let
no,
me
the lethal.
hold on, guys. Let me set this
because
straight.
they.
Zell,
Okay.
I'm sorry, babe. Pull this out of your ass now. Cops
What?
will always have a sidearm that
Thank
does
you.
carry lethal response. Now,
Yeah.
here's the deal. In like the Ted Wheeler situation, only if their life was immediately threatened were they allowed to pull that sidearm. That's why when they have their actual weapons, like their rifles, they carry rubber bullets in it. Until the point where they feel that their life is completely in danger and they have to defend themselves, yes, they can pull their fucking sidearms. Here's the difference. And listen to me closely. The difference between BLM is they were told specifically over and over and over again non-lethal. Rubber bullets, CS gas, shock grenades. Yes, that was the meal. When you get to DC, they were authorized that they could use lethal force. They didn't
Where is
necessarily.
that source?
It was
That they were just told to use lethal force if they get pushed, or what?
Yeah, they were told that if it gets hot, that they were authorized to use live fire.
I would need to see that source because that's
Okay, well,
yeah.
I will try to find it again. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was not only watching, but I went back and started reading all this stuff too.
Okay.
I was picking articles, so I'll try to find those for
Yeah.
you. But the rules were different. The rules of engagement were different for both of them. Now, I'm sure the cops didn't want anything bad to happen in Washington, but they were
Yeah.
already given authorization. Oh, shit's going to go bad. So, yeah, they were authorized to use lethal force right up front. They wanted them to use, like, the pepper guns, which they did. They wanted them to use the bear mace, which they did. But they also had that option in their pocket that they could take a live fire pistol and use it if they thought it necessary. It wasn't okay, if your life is completely threatened at this point, then yes, you have to do it. Literally, it was authorized for crowd control. So
Yeah, those are very specific claims I'd need a source on because like that sounds weird.
And like I said, I will get to it. Everything about Washington was weird. The fact that they said, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna have the protesters in this certain place, and we'll go ahead and set up barricades for it," but they already had the barricades set up.
Where did they use lethal force though for just being in a situation that was hot? Like, where is there an example? Is my point. Like you say, like the rules are different, and I go, okay, that's fine. The rules are
Okay.
different, and I pretty much believe you on that. Like, I don't think we disagree much on like these groups get treated differently. They absolutely do. But you say the rules are different. I go, okay, but the application of the rule, did it happen? So, for example, at the Trumper protest, where's the event where only because things got hot, not because someone felt like their life was threatened, only because things got hot, they just started firing?
Dude,
Where did that happen?
the normal human response, and I learned this when I went through Citizens Police Academy training. They will try every method whatsoever to not have to draw their gun.
Then it sounds like a BLM right at the end of the day.
No. Once again, you're making
Okay.
supposition.
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not sure if you're misusing it or not.
You are making a conclusion of something that I have not said.
I'm taking premises and making conclusion, which is what you're supposed to do.
No,
and when you say
it's a supposition.
When you tell me that at the end of the day, how a cop is going to react is pretty universal, then I say, well, that sounds very much like it applies then to the BLM riots.
But it doesn't.
I just make a conclusion.
But it doesn't, because you didn't let me finish.
Okay.
The cops in DC, and this is my supposition because of watching all the footage and everything. Instead of falling back to the live fire option, which good cops do, they ran. They fled. They opened up the barricades and let them through. Because they didn't want to come to the point where they would have to use lethal fire on them.
Sounds like BLM riots.
No, because... oh, God, you're exhaustive. You really are.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of things, Doc. I'm not...
Well... you once again, you're fucking straw manning. But go ahead. I'm almost done with this. By the way, good morning to Orla Sarah, because I don't want to talk in circles. I'm speaking plainly. I am speaking completely plainly. The orders given for BLM were not the same orders that were given in Washington for the Capitol riots. Once again, I'm not going to find it tonight, but I will find the articles, and I will send them to you. So you can, because I've always said due diligence, read it on your own. But that's what I read, and mm-hmm. Wait, who manufactured an evil entity? What are you talking? Are you talking like shadow government? You talking shadow government or New World Order or something like that? Okay. Okay. Dude, I've seen puppet masters in politics for like the entire time. Wait a minute, hold on. Are you talking? Oh, well, go ahead and talk for a second. Oh, fucking. Okay, hold on. Tech. It's tech. Tech is fucking about. Yeah, hold on just a sec. Yeah, JJ, talk for me. It's not. Okay, try it one more time. That's Kaz. For some reason, the desktop audio is not coming through now. I have no idea why. Hold on for just a second. Do this. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, but you guys aren't being heard. I'm working it. Hold on. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try that.
I see what you mean now.
Okay, go ahead and talk.
La di da 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 da.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're back.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are back. They've been hearing my droning ass the whole time.
Well, I was just talking about what the CIA is capable of, and then I forget. JJ seems like a pretty educated dude, so maybe he remembers like there was like this Cuban fake terrorist plot that the CIA was like.
You mean
The CIA was like literally
Bay of Pigs.
That might have been it.
Where it was the Castro overthrow in like '62.
Yes, correct. And they were like literally they were like, if you imagine like a chessboard, they were like 2 moves away from like pulling off. They were gonna do a. This might sound a little familiar to some people. They were gonna do like a staged plane jet hijacking. Do you know anything about the stock?
Well, for Bay of Pigs, initially what they wanted to do, they gathered all the people that were Batista loyalists and got them all together, and they promised them support. The CIA promised them the support, so all these guys showed up in one place. The CIA didn't bother to show up, so it allowed Castro's forces just to arrest all these guys. And
that's right, yeah.
And completely got rid of the other side in one fell swoop, and it was all the fault of the CIA because they had to orchestrate it. They said, "Yeah, we'll give you guns and we'll give you support and air support and all this shit," and nothing ever came. They just basically had them show up on a beach all together, and the Castro forces just swept in and put them in Cuban jail forever. No, the ones they didn't.
Yeah, they're too good at this. But I forget what the operation was called. But like it was finally like opened up to the public. Like, you know how they opened up like a lot of their files to the public, and
Yeah.
I think it was like the 90s or early 2000s. I forget when the fuck that happened.
Yeah,
But
probably somebody hit him with a FOIA request.
yeah, it was something to that effect. But either way, like one of the things that came out was like, I think it was during the Bay of Pigs thing, they were going to do something that had to do with like a hijacking of a plane. And especially when like this FOIA request went through, it seemed a little familiar to people because I think like they got a hold of this information like right before or shortly after 9/11. And yeah, the CIA like had already like trained some Cubans in flying certain planes. They were like a couple steps away from pulling off some kind of, it was going to be a plane hijacking and then crash the plane somewhere with some important people inside to transfer power. And they I forget how it got fucked up, but it got fucked up somehow.
Well, a think tank wrote a complete breakdown for a year before what happened with 9/11. I mean, almost down to the letter about having military exercises to cover it up and all that shit. It's some amazing shit and very frightening.
It's very creepy. It's
Yeah.
very creepy, but there's and I know it's a sensitive subject because there's so many people that are like, they don't want to fathom that. And again, just speak it. We're getting into Alex Jones territory, but I like to do that sometimes. It's fun. But there's people that like they have a real issue with imagining that their government would just take 3,000 lives like that. But what if everything is like a is that JJ?
Yeah, I got him back.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. But like I want to ask him about this, by the way. But what if, like, let's say you're, at the top of the CIA. What if, when you have that much control, the world becomes a very different chessboard? And what if you had to do something to save, I don't know, 20, 30,000 lives? Maybe that's your estimate. But in order to save that many lives or to keep an economy going and feed people so that you don't lose, 500,000 lives or whatever the fuck, what if you concoct a zany plot to, I don't know, murder 3,000 people? Well, suddenly, suddenly you're Spock. And you have to, like, seriously, legitimately, like, contemplate, I don't know, Doc, would you... Again, very sensitive subject for some people, but would you have chosen to go through with a plan to fly planes into buildings, kill thousands of people, and save possibly tens of thousands and the security of your nation?
Well, my thought
Would you do it?
My thought always comes to cui bono. Who benefits? And when it comes to 9/11, my honest opinion of it, because everything gets into kooky territory where everybody's like, oh, it's just terrorists. Well, cui bono, which the American government really benefited because of the fact they've been trying for years to pass this little thing called the Patriot Act. And that caused enough terror and fear to where no one said, oh no, this is still a bad idea. Because they had been given an example to say, oh, this is bad stuff. Yeah, we definitely need that Patriot Act. And that thing didn't even have dust in the drawer before they whipped it right back out and people nodded. I'll be honest. At the beginning, I was like, yeah, I kind of like the idea of the Patriot Act. I did not read it all the way through where they said that Congress could renew it. If it was a one shot, then I would have felt pretty good and pretty smart about it. But later, when it came back up, it's like, oh yeah, in the news, They recertified the Patriot Act, and I'm like, what? Are you fucking? Oh my god! They can keep redoing this over and over and over again, and now we can't stop them.
They also renewed that thing in the dead of night. Was it something in November? I don't remember the exact date. But it was a Friday night.
Yeah, it was one of those late session bullshit things.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I was like,
they
oh my god.
They got around and like, got drunk and shit, and they're like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we renewed this? But no, like
No, not drunk. They were doing lines of cocaine.
Yeah.
lines of cocaine off children's backs. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to get so dark, but I'm just saying. No. I wanted to get back to the Cuban thing because I feel like JJ would probably know something about it. But real quick, you just described that whole operation to get something like the Patriot Act passed, which, from, let's say, the CIA's point of view, if you were in the CIA, you might have a point of view of like, this thing needs to get passed because we need to be more authoritarian to save lives, blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah.
Well, what if you're the CIA and you concoct an even more brilliant idea of, like, what if you're just like, oh, hey, Tim, what if we do what we did with 9/11, but we don't, like, kill 3,000 people? Oh, well, let me hear more about that, Mr. Doc. Okay, well, what if we stretch it out? It's got to be a few years. But what if, without firing a single shot, and I mean that, like, overall, generally, of course there were shots fired, but whatever. But what if, like, without firing a single shot, what if we can convince half of our own country that the other half is evil, that they're Nazis, that they're like Hitler? If we can do that, then all we need to do is get those people, even if it's just a few dozen of them, we just need to get those people doing something that we can make look terrifying. It doesn't need to be terrifying, but we need to be able to make it look terrifying. What if we do that? Then they will welcome censorship. It's not a terrible idea, right?
I'm not disagreeing at this point, because literally for the past
That's what it felt like.
For the past 4 years, they have been building up such hatred that it did not make a difference that they created a fraudulent election and nullified any actual real voting. I mean, they let a little bit of it slide by, but they built up such an amount of hatred that all they needed to do was do a little election fraud, and bang, they've got the person back into the office that they need, that they can puppet, so they can do whatever the fuck they want. And that's what they're going to do. But yeah, I believe in, whatever the shadow government or whatever the hell it is. There are people that are very rich and very powerful that are pulling strings for their own purposes, and we will be in a war during this presidency, no doubt.
Yeah, we have factual evidence on paper that at least since the 40s, the CIA has not been above the idea of psyops, number one. And number two, we have factual evidence that they've accomplished some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. So it's not that insane of an idea. Anyway, JJ, do you know anything about the Bay of Pigs?
I've heard of it, but I have not actually seen or read any documentaries. But I do know of it.
Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to remember this. It's a very public thing, I guess, now. But the CIA, like, years, obviously, I think it was like a few decades before 9/11, they, like, it's public that they were caught trying to pull off with the Cubans, training some dudes to fly planes and do a hijacking of sorts and crash a plane with important people on it.
Sounds familiar. I just don't remember details.
See, the only one that I remember was the one that think tank came out with, which was almost chapter and verse. What happened with 9/11?
Well,
Yeah,
and
it's so
they allowed it to happen too with 9/11. Fucking Clinton just let them fucking walk. He could have picked their asses up with the files that came out, but they just allowed it to happen.
Yeah,
And they were here for 20 years.
Yeah, they literally.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it Pakistan or somebody said, "Listen, we've got Osama bin Laden here. Do you want him?" And Clinton's like, "No, we don't need him. I'm too busy getting my dick sucked."
For real.
Oh, are you and I'm not saying that this is crazy to believe, by the way, because this could be totally plausible. But are you one of those people that thinks like that wasn't fucking bin Laden that the Navy went in and assassinated? That wasn't bin Laden sitting up there in them caves on the one night where they happened to bring a camera crew with a beautiful camera and a beautiful lens. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you one of those people that's like, that wasn't bin Laden?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, you did know that bin Laden had a medical condition where he had to have dialysis twice a week.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes. That was one of the big reasons why they were hanging out in the U.S. because medical care, right? You can't tell me that they brought a kidney dialysis machine into every fucking foxhole that he was in. No, they knew where he was, and he was the villain du jour. And once they were done with him, whack, done and gone.
Although I don't think they killed him because one, we never got to see the body, and they supposedly buried his ass at sea. That just smells of propaganda right there.
No, I think they accidentally killed him early, or he died from his health condition.
That would make more sense.
And then they went ahead and just kind of made shit up as they went along. It's like, oh well, shit, we need to give some clout to the Pusa. So okay, Bin Laden's dead. We got him.
Or it's one of those like this is how I think, for example, the Jeffrey Epstein thing happened. It's one of those like.
Oh wait, just a second. Good morning, Michael Hatfield. Good morning, Brad Young. Please continue.
What's up, guys? But
although I don't think Epstein is dead, I'm just gonna put that shit on the record.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I guess I'll say one of my more favorable theories because we're never really gonna know 80% of what the fuck the government and the CIA does. We're just not. But one of the more favorable theories is that it's simply like one of those deaths or killings that is just like, like in the mafia where it's like it's like one of those, it's no hard feelings, but unfortunately we now have to end your life because either politics or it's like the name of the game kind of thing. It's like all these guys, all these major players.
Business. That's it. It's just business.
Thank you. Yeah. And that's what I feel like would happen with probably with Jeffrey Epstein and with Osama bin Laden is like, they have these agreements, they have these secrets, they have these partnerships, but when you're that high up and you're dealing with that much like insanity and crime, there's like this understanding of like, look, dude, if this goes south, you're not taking us with you. We're gonna have to get rid of you, but we don't hate you. That's one of like my more favorable. I don't know. It sounds like JJ probably has his own What's your theory on that?
About the propaganda of all this shit. I was actually going to mention this earlier.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
The FBI and the CIA actually got their propaganda first started in the 50s is when they really started pumping that shit out. I remember that there was a book that a reporter dropped, and it got like zero fucking coverage, and it was all the propaganda through the 50s and 60s that was done by the government to divide the populace as an experiment, like the Jew propaganda from FBI or from World War II and all that shit.
Oh yeah, but that's true.
All the way up to blacks.
Yeah,
I was like, Jesus
that's all true.
Christ.
Yeah.
I was like, that's where they really got the divide. That's where we get the identity politics from, is from that bullshit era, which is why
that's
I've never latched on to.
Yeah, well, you could argue that, like you said, as early as the 50s, probably even before that, but the point is not that they've been trying to fuck with us since the 50s. The point is that they have successfully, like, implemented what are accurately called psyops since the 50s. Like, some of them have been extremely effective, and you just pointed one out. I think it's a good point, and there's probably a lot to it if it's not just absolutely true, which is the divide between, for example, blacks and whites, and this identity. Like, I don't hear a lot of people talk about this really. There's been some, but I don't hear a lot of people really talk about this. I've always thought that the white identity was very strange, because the people that get lumped into the category that I'm supposed to be a part of, there's a lot of people that are clumped into the white category that, if we're just talking about race, okay, if we're just talking about instinct and we're just talking about being primal, beings, there are people that are supposed to be in my quote unquote group that I don't even identify with. That I'm like, you're so different from me, because like my blood is mainly Norwegian, and then there's a bunch of other things, but it's like very Norse. My name was influenced by Norse terms, and then I see what's a good example? And then I see somebody who's like Irish American, and they're supposed to be the same race as me, and I'm like, I don't want anything to do with your Catholic shit. Like, I don't identify with you at all. And in fact, like, I could, like, you physically look different than me. It's just that we have the same pigmentation. What is your guys' thoughts on that? I don't know. Like, that feels like another one of those, like, totally manufactured to just, like, create, because they want to maximize a divide, and you maximize it by creating two big opposing forces instead of 15,000 opposing forces, which will eventually learn to get along. Two giant opposing forces have more difficult time getting along.
Well,
yeah.
I hope I made sense there. I don't know. It weirded me out always.
I hate to say this, but in order to dumb down the populace, it would not have been smart to try to split it up with Irish and Italian and all that shit. Make it more visually easier on them. Hey, here's a black person. Here's a white person. That's easy, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, some of the dumbest answers are the easiest and most obvious. That's like, well, yeah, it'd be really easy to racially divide a negroid as compared to a caucasoid.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're like, hey, let's start that racial divide between the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and the Irish. No, that's not going to happen. So yeah, it's my biggest issue, and this dovetails for this, is the fact that I still have the belief that generations, and they've been spending a long journey of dumbing down each and every generation a little bit more each time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
social media helped.
Oh God, exponentially
accelerated it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I agree.
It's brutally amazing for somebody like me who's been around for such a long time, to where I hate to pull the basketball reference, but now kids today, their attention span can be measured in nanoseconds. That there's no want for anything, so there's
no
no
exaggeration.
So there's no want for anything, so there's no patience for anything. Mm-hmm. It has to be delivered hot, fresh, and fast right now.
Yeah, give me Amazon. Give me my dopamine hits Twitter. Yeah.
And of course, people who have smaller attention spans are easier to manipulate.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
Yeah, because it takes time to think about whether or not you're being manipulated or gaslighted.
Yep.
Also, it's about dissecting the information, and someone who doesn't have the attention span of a fucking gnat probably just sit there and go, "What?" Goose said, "What about the fucking price sales of my fucking popcorn shit?"
No, but that's a really good point, actually, Kaz. Like, it takes, I mean, especially depending on intelligence of said person, it takes time. Like, you need to be able to, like, anytime you're confronted with something, you need to be able to put on the brakes and go, like, what are you trying to do to me right now? And is it something? Like,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, you're right. It does. It takes time to stop and go, what are you doing to me right now? And is it sinister? And
it's like when you're having a work ethic. Yeah, it's when you're having like a work ethic like everyone else. You're busy the day, you're doing stuff, you're on autopilot. The first minute you like maybe 30 minutes to an hour, you're in a hot shower, and then you have an existential crisis because you're now calculating where the fuck your life has gone. Now because you have time to think about something. Or God forbid you become a jobless NEET and you have to focus on your life and trying to get to a new job. And you ever notice how the time you start thinking about something is the time you realized how truly fucked you are because you had the time to think about it.
Well, yeah, I want to hear Doc's opinion on this real quick. Yeah, like, am I off by saying like that totally explains when people have given their testimonials, if you will, about when they've quit, like, for example, Twitter, and they legitimately describe the experience as somebody like coming out of a brainwash or coming off of drugs, straight up. Now go ahead, Doc. Sorry.
Here's an interesting thing.
Hi, Lo-Fi.
And good morning, Lo. People were actually back in post World War II, taught to put energy and effort and pride into their jobs. That basically the completion, a job well done is a life well lived, is one of the old sayings. And more and more that started to change and gravitate to where society started teaching them to hate the job, to become more of the drone, to become more of the worker bee. And now we have trained the generations that jobs are inconsequential. You have to chase the pleasure, like you're saying, the dopamine hit. And now no longer, and people get laughed at for this, for having job pride, for having satisfaction in doing having work well done.
Mhm.
Because you're not well lived unless you're following more of those hedonistic things. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I thought it kind of.
No,
No,
it definitely does. I just wanted to mention. Kaz, have you seen the show Mad Men?
I don't think I have, or at least maybe I forgot about it. I don't know.
It takes place in the 50s, going into the 60s, I believe, and it covers like the advertising, just the advertising world of America. And it follows this guy Don Draper, who like pitches ideas and creates ideas for companies and how they should advertise their products. Everything from cigarettes to fucking airplanes. But they eventually in that show they eventually tackle like exactly pretty much this. Like actually get into like the whole CIA aspect of it too. It's pretty wild stuff, but yeah.
The funny thing you have to understand about things like running governments or what we do with ourselves is that our entire perception of reality is that it's perception. Like the reason why things fail and the reason why we have these issues is because despite the fact we're human and we can also address things logically, we're also essentially still animals who have baser instincts that are warped by interpretation. We simply cannot say that something is a spade is a spade without eventually arguing semantics and definitions and what a spade actually means, and we start killing each other because we can't agree what an actual spade is. This is a good way authoritarians know how to twist things by essentially manipulating information and making you think something else isn't real, or in George Orwell's terms, that war is peace and slavery is freedom, so to speak. We humans are hardwired to warp our mindsets around something, especially if we're told a certain way and we're not given an alternative.
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah,
because you look at like they have finally convinced like half of America that hate speech isn't free speech, and so it's one of those ideas of like slavery is freedom. It's like stripping away some of your some of the speech in this world is actually like their argument. Like you guys have seen this before, the literal lefty argument, and I'm generalizing a lot here, but the literal lefty argument is like by stripping away more speech becomes more free.
And see the ass backwardsness of that entire statement. Yeah.
It's easier to swallow.
Yeah. But it's also about how humans think and how much time we put into something. The reason why the quote normies, I'm sorry, I really hate using this fucking word. The reason why
we use a lot of terms that have been overplayed. It's okay. The internet ruined these terms.
Yeah, like the reason why the quote normies are quote stupid is they're only stupid because politics is very autistic and it takes quite a bit of time to understand it. Let alone the different philosophies, different groups, yada yada yada, distinctions, and all this other bullshit to understand all the reasons why politics is politics. The average person who's trying to live their life usually does not have the willpower or the want to hear out this shit. So of course they're going to go with anything they've been told by a quote trusted source. What else are they going to do? It's the sad reality that if you want to be independent minded as a person, you do have to really think about everything you do, everything you say, everything you're hearing. Otherwise, how are you going to know what you're saying is true? it's the truth, or you're just being lied to, or yada yada yada. Being free has a lot of interesting issues if you're not for someone, because like you're questioning everything, you can't trust anything, nor should you, realistically speaking. But most people don't want that because it's easier just to gobble up whatever's been told because people agree with it. If a million, or if your country said our institution believes in this philosophy A and philosophies B is bad because we say so, most people will just fall through with it because it's just easier. It's just easier not to think.
Well, and the media, which your parents and their parents and their parents before them always trusted, they would never lie to you.
Good old fashioned.
I noticed that.
CNN.
Yeah, I noticed that with my grandma. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. I love my grandma, but I think on both sides of my family, my grandparents are like this, where I don't know if anyone else could relate, but when it comes to like what is said on TV, whether it's on my dad's side where they are like Christian Republicans, so they just listen to Fox all the time, or on my mom's side where my grandparents are like pretty Democrat.
Yeah.
They just like, my grandma will watch something on TV, like a report, and earlier in the day, I will have, I'll have my tendrils like everywhere on the internet. So I'll have already figured out that that's a lie. So I'll try and inform my grandma, and she won't hear any of it from me because it came from the television, and she's a Democrat. So that's the truth. It just is. And it's like, I think it's a very, I don't know, it gets into some weird spaces because it's like, on one hand, you could be like, yeah, the internet freed us up. But on the other hand, you still look at something like the Capitol incident and you go, yeah, but the CIA probably really loves what they can do with the internet and how they can fuck with us.
Yeah.
It's a
despite
total
what people,
catch-22.
yeah, despite what people say,
Yeah.
technology is not an inherently benevolent or malevolent force. It's always been a neutral force. It's a tool that could be used by anyone, even disingenuous agents, which is why you'd be surprised how many government agencies around data are literally hiring just hiring anyone with any amount of hacking skills or any of that shit, because let's be honest, that's a skill set that it's a skill set that's important, but it's kind of like why having a lot of scientists in an institution's hard. It's very particular type of skill sets and situations that creates really someone who's really talented on that field. So it's it's not like you can just reproduce it like a goddamn AK-47 in a factory. It just doesn't work like that.
Well,
so you got these different ideological forces right now. This is the reason I think the next 4 years will be a really great argument from everyone from all sides of cyberspace, if you can call it that. I would like to see where the chips fall.
The white pill part of me says,
wait,
that
there's a white pill now? Fuck.
I know Doc's just been like overdosing on gray and black pills.
Yeah.
Even just inventing his own pills. Yeah. Yes, Doc. There is some kind of, I don't know. I guess I'd call it like a light gray. But either way, the white pill part of me wants to say that, like, because of the pushback that I have seen, the genuine pushback, like lines have been drawn in the sand to a greater degree than I thought would happen. The white pill part of me says the next 4 years is going to be like, things are going to get nastier. They are going to get nastier. But I don't think, at least as far as the culture in our country is concerned, I don't think free speech is going away anytime soon, as far as the culture is concerned. In fact, I see a pendulum swing the other way coming up. Is that too optimistic? Maybe we should get Dog Griffin in here to make me feel bad again.
No, I think unfortunately, I do think it's too optimistic. They've spent a lot of time with this plan, and right now it's the perfect time to go ahead and force that manipulation they would not have gotten away with many years ago. But now,
let's just
we're all
nuke
tender.
everything.
Yeah, nuke it from orbit just to be safe.
Yeah, I'm tired of all this. Let's just kill everything.
No.
Now,
Now,
let me roll back about almost about 100 years, and there's something that I found very, very relevant. Do you guys know the name William Randolph Hearst?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, he was the for those who don't know, he was a newspaper magnate, and he at one time said, "I have more power than the president because I own the ear of the people." And he did. He owned the majority of the major newspapers. So if there's a point that he wanted to get across, the only thing he did was he told them, "Hey, write this story." And
sounds like Jeffrey Zucker. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, this is essentially exactly what we're looking at. There is somebody who has brought the media all together, and even Fox is sold out. And they're all running the party line. So I'd be interested to see who's telling them what to say. But yes, they're all saying the same thing.
The puppet master, we find.
Yeah, they're. I've always thought there was a puppet master. I mean, because there's
don't get it crossed. Don't get it crossed. The Republican Party and the Democrat Party, both of them, are incredibly ecstatic about what just happened in this country.
Oh yeah, They they all sold out. And although, did you guys see the one thing that they keep the meme they keep repeating about Nancy Pelosi and Pence rubbing elbows after the vote?
Oh yes.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they were doing the elbow high five. She kept elbowing him, and then he was smiling at her and elbowed back. And everybody's like, "Oh, he's a Judas." It's like he was already bought and paid for, dude. It wasn't like he was turning on Trump. He was obeying his master.
Yeah, he was establishment, which I don't know why Trump took him.
Yeah.
Well, that's again, like when it comes to Trump, a lot of people do get touchy-feely about it because there's a lot of people that like they just want to swear up and down that they could like, for the most part, trust this guy or that he's infallible to at least some degree. So I won't get into those specifics. What I will say is a common criticism I hear a lot about him is just how stupid how stupid it was of him to just constantly surround himself with like the antithesis of what he was supposed to be about, at least to the people. He would surround himself with like just the most blood-sucking, like elitist types, from my understanding.
Yep. Well, and I mean, the Biden tried to bring up the fact, well, he's fired more people from his cabinet. I don't give a fuck. That's just
That's just when you respond. That's when you respond to Biden with like, yeah, haven't you watched this fucking show? Like spoilers. It's like, wow, we gotta catch up. Yeah, motherfucker. This is season 11. Get your shit together.
Well,
Everything gets crazier in the last season.
Yeah, I think the issue with Trump here, though, is that it isn't until later that he makes statements like, well, the swamp was a lot more deep and fucked up than I realized. And I, at that point, when I saw that opinion of his, I think I came to an epiphany what the problem with Trump is. He is someone who isn't really a rebel, as people have touted him to be. He's someone who's foolishly thinking he can change a corrupted system by working with the very people with no intention, who have no other intentions of being corrupt. They don't want to rat themselves out. They're not going to. Obviously, that's the problem. Is that if he's really being as altruistic as he claims he is, then you got two things: either he's a fucking retard, or he is an optimistic dumb fuck who thought he can just change things just because he tried really fucking hard with the system that didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I go with the latter.
If you ever watched the anime Code Geass, he's essentially that one fucking brown hair character that everyone fucking hates because he works with this like demented system and shit. And it's just like, well, I'm rooting for the angry terrorist other guy who's the main character because despite how fucked up he is, he's the only one with any real solutions. This other guy working for the system is just retarded. He never gets anything done.
Oh, here comes Lo-Fi to be like, yeah, I saw that. It was a pretty good anime.
Which one? Sorry, what?
Code Geass?
Code Geass.
Oh, Code Geass is good. What the fuck? Yeah,
Fucking called it. Fucking called it.
But no, you get my point. Like the secondary character of that, the kid with the brown hair, is the useless fucker that everyone hates because he wants to work with the system, and nothing gets done.
Nope. I haven't talked to Cass for a long time. It's good.
What's up?
It's good.
Don't worry,
feedback.
Lo-Fi. We'll wake you back up when another anime reference happens.
That's good. Just speak an anime reference, and I understand what's going on. I just
Lo-Fi is like the best. Lo-Fi is like the best friend ever in DMs or when you just VC with her on streams. I hate to say this, Lo-Fi. This is gonna sound like the worst thing ever. On streams, Lo-Fi has never ever been a useful friend to me. You always, on every stream, you always show up and you sound exactly like you do now. Dead tired. And then when someone's like, blah, 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 anime titties, you're like, oh, I know that one. It's pretty good. And then you go back to sleep.
Well, when do you ever write me to join stream while I'm sleeping?
Hey, this is like officially my first stream since I came back. So
yeah, that's why I'm on. But I'm tired because I literally just woke up. When I joined, it was the first thing. I opened my eyes, saw your message, went and pressed docs, and was still sleeping basically for the first part. Then I heard an anime, and then I was like, okay, that's me.
Can you just go moving with Tyro already so that we like get closer to time zones?
I wish I just could do that, but it's not that easy to just move to the States, especially now. Holy shit.
That's true. That's true.
One already, so we can get over this COVID bullshit.
Yeah, guys, I would not recommend if you're ever thinking of like, wow, I would love a Swedish friend. I wouldn't recommend it. I kind of regret it. There's nothing I can do now.
Did you call me Swedish, you monster? How dare you? How dare you call me sweet?
The Danes will have revenge.
I will. Yeah. I will report your Twitter for hate crimes.
I'm so sorry. You're not.
I will.
Pootie pie. You're a thing I buy at a Stater Brothers when I'm feeling like I want to be fat.
So if you're not sweeter, I will become a titty streamer, get an audience just to report you.
Okay. I'll be nice, but I'm just saying.
So
I'm stuck with you now, but yeah, I'm stuck with you now. But if I could help anybody else in the future to avoid getting a Danish friend, then I've done my job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, I am curious. Now that the reports are starting to come out that. I forget the other one, not the Pfizer company, but the other one. That they're talking about that the dosages that are going to come out for the COVID vaccine, they've gone to half because there's been like 3 or 4 people die so far after taking it. And
oh boy.
So,
God.
if it's offered, are you guys going to take it?
No. There's my answer. No.
What is it? Lead vitamin.
It's a lead vitamin.
I'll take it. I'll take it if I have to.
It's like all the paint chips I ate back in the bus in my school days.
Look, what if
I'll,
you,
been
I'll
here,
take it if I
Jeff.
have to.
wait,
I'll take it if I have to, or I'll take it like optional. Like I'll take it voluntarily, maybe in like 2 years.
well, what if you had to boof it?
What?
I'll pay the sumbitch off.
Boof it.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
You know
What
how
is
like
boof it?
oh god, boofing is like when people will take a drug and stick it up their ass because it's more
Oh
effective.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Or it's quicker effective. There you go.
Yeah, it's the same. If you drink through your rectum, it's quicker.
Yeah. I remember a bar I went to where I watched a girl drink a pint of vodka through her asshole.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she
Nice.
stood. Yeah. She stood on her head, but she would hop up and down to shake it so it would go in faster.
Wouldn't that murder you?
I don't know. I mean, she
It would
was
hit
still
you
alive.
so fast.
It can. But yeah, I don't know what the limit is. Maybe she has done it before, so she has a tolerance to ass alcohol.
Oh.
Alcohol.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh god, no.
That hit the spot.
Oh my god. It's gonna be like that South Park episode where people eat through their ass. It's gonna start being advertised everywhere.
Yeah, for the scientific reason of absolutely no reason.
Well, with how with how raggedy that her body looked, I was pretty sure she had nothing to lose. Although,
Oh, well,
although the C-section scar did kind of look like an upside down frowny face.
Oh,
What
gross.
the
Okay.
thank you. That's delightful.
I hope you got a picture.
No,
Oh,
no.
That's,
That would be interesting to look
What's the matter with you, JJ? Come on.
I have curiosity.
well, JJ. Okay, if you want it fully fleshed out, she did stand on her head and she balanced herself on the stripper pole. So she had the stripper pole kind of like on her butt crack, and that's kind of how the pint leaned into her butthole.
Oh my
Oh,
god. Okay.
shit.
Okay, do you guys got the visual on that now?
Yes.
Yeah,
the
but
visual now.
yeah, but that's not the issue. The issue is I didn't ask for the visual. Now you're putting it in my head. It's like somebody
Doc,
said
continue.
N-word. They've put the word nigger in my head.
Doc, continue.
JJ needed some help.
Go more in detail so Sel can't get it out.
Now here's the weird thing.
Wow.
She didn't have tattoos.
Whoa.
You would think
Why is that weird?
You would think a raggedy ass bitch like that. I mean, she was trailer park. Would at least have
but what if
one
she's classy
unfortunate
trailer
tattoo.
park?
There's no such thing.
California. Trashy trailer park. There you go.
Classy park.
Hollywood trailer park.
Yeah. You never know. Like, what if she's like, I don't know. Like, what if she's like Donga levels of trailer park?
Oh god.
Where they still have some
Thank
class
you,
to them.
Jess. You said
Well, technically, he's not even in a trailer park. Have you ever seen his house? Well, it's his, grandma's house, but
That was totally intentional, by the way. We can move past him, but I thought it'd be funny to bring him up.
we lost.
It's funny. It's funny to
love
bring up
seeing-
the past sometimes because it's good. It's good thinking of the old times.
Oh, dude.
It is. It is lo-fi. So then, can
Yes.
I bring up the fact that we used to have a good friendship? Can I bring up that?
Hey, who ruined it, Mr. Bitch, by saying don't ever get a Danish friend?
Okay, that was
Oh,
that was
foot
me,
insert
guys.
Mouth.
That was me, guys.
Yeah, it was.
I did that.
I thought so. We were friends yesterday when we VC'd, but now you're apparently not my friend because I woke up and I was tired. Boo-hoo.
Whoa! I said you're my friend. I just said
That's good.
I'm kind of stuck, and I wanted to help others avoid that.
That's so mean.
It is really mean. That's really
If
cool.
you ever need a date, if you ever want a dating friend, only goes for the ones with tits and a dick.
Yeah, I mean, it does help me. Like, it extends to me a little bit of victim points because I could always pull the "I'm an ally" card.
Exactly. It's good to
Yeah.
have an. It's good to be an ally in this world where you need. Yeah.
What's that background noise? Who's watching TV?
But
Oh, I'm playing Star Wars Battlefront. So you're probably.
Oh,
listening
which
to that.
one?
2.
Okay. Have
Oh,
you
no,
played the Have you played the Rogue? The Rogue. What is it called? The new one that the one that's only starfighter ships.
Rogue Squadron.
No,
Is
I
it?
have not.
No,
played
it's
that
not
one.
called that. Is it?
Yeah, it's the.
Oh,
the
no,
remake
it's called-
of-
It's just called Squadrons. That's right. Okay.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
the
called
old one was.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing a Rogue Squadron movie though, directed by Patty Jenkins, but the game is just called Squadrons.
I don't want to play that piece of. It's probably decent. Who cares? I don't want to play it.
Wait a minute.
By the
what-
way,
what-
JJ, you're barely coming through. You got like
What the?
Wait a minute.
it's like a low volume.
Okay. So, are you saying that you finally watched Wonder Woman 84?
Oh hell no!
Oh,
that-
who, me?
Yeah, because that's the last Patty Jenkins movie.
Oh, dude. By the way, real quick,
Yeah.
what is up, Octane Gamer? I hope you're doing all right, dude.
Hey Octane.
Um,
Hey, welcome back.
Wait a minute,
This is
wait.
exactly who you think it is. But yeah, I have seen Wonder Woman 84. If that's what you want to shift gears to, who else has seen it?
Oh God, no! What have you started?
By the way, good morning, Octane.
What's up, not niggas?
Are you
Oh
drinking
my
again?
god, Octane's in here?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck!
Octane is here.
What's
Oh
up?
my god.
Nice to see you, man, again, man. Woo! Sorry, even though I probably woke up my mom, but worth it.
I am so
Oh
turning
my
your,
God.
your ass down. You're a way too excitable boy.
When did Octane get all this energy? He's always been like a
Because I want to,
He's,
kind of want to bring it back, honestly, a little bit with you here.
he's studying to be
oh,
an
you
alcoholic.
fucker.
He
Well,
started
if
getting
you
energy
didn't-
after the left started considering him white because he's Asian. So he's like, yeah,
Well,
I have
if you-
privilege now.
If you didn't know Mr. Octane, I was targeted on Twitter by an e-thought, so I had to lay low for a while and then come back.
In a good way. Wait. In a good thing, in a good way or a bad way?
In a bad
Bad-
way, I was deleted
Bad
off
way.
Twitter.
All of us were targeted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Hashtag get canceled. All right.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
so-
got this. I think I told you about it yet. Wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. It was today.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
told you about
or-
it earlier.
Yeah.
So you can still call me Zell, of course, but I just don't use that in any of my names anymore because I'm
Right.
totally not Zell. So,
He's not.
anyway.
You can hear it on his voice, and he barely talks about raping kids anymore. So it's barely Cell.
I know I did drop
Uh,
a lot of like the character. I really kind of did a little bit.
Yeah, you stopped with the like awful
So-
amounts of pedo
so-
jokes.
So in other words, he got into rehab and basically rehabilitated himself.
I
he's
guess
not-
so. Yeah.
So,
Relapse.
so your name's not Zell. It would be called Zen now.
Oh, you fucker! you need to get cancer for that one. You fuck. That was so.
It fits
my
with the
stomach hurts from that.
Oof.
It fits with the rehab thing because after he stopped doing those types of jokes, he's become meaner. So yeah, so that fits.
I'm not. No. Okay. I don't like where this is going. I don't appreciate it. I'm now understanding how lo-fi feels being a friend to me. Okay. Price feels like crap.
Guys, I'm having a senior
A
moment
seizure.
here.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm having a senior moment, so I'm going to have to put this into the general. I'll also put it in because I am no context tweeting again. But can somebody please explain this meme to me?
Kaz is on it.
What?
Kaz is gonna be eating chips and getting right on it.
Fuck is
Oh,
that?
Go
The
eat
White
chips.
Cracker Siege.
Just gonna sit here and drink some
Waiter.
Hardo soda and eat some paint chips over here.
Oh God, is that what those
Save
are?
some
Fake
for me.
chips.
No wonder you're so good at the internet. No wonder you're so good at the internet.
I can see 5D dimensions.
I like how after every sentence of his, you hear the crackling of the chip. It's like you're eating more. Stop. That's so much lead.
I was gonna say, hey, do you have a Patreon so we can fund your ASMR account?
Who Kaz's?
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cass's
Just be
chips
like-
crunching.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the yeah. I'm just gonna see about making a fucking Patreon just so I could be like, here's my paint chip fund.
Yeah, I would
It's
just imagine
OnlyFans.
like Kaz's ASMR Patreon. Like his videos wouldn't be like soothing or anything. It would be more like a passive aggressive ASMR where it's like, I'm gonna eat fucking chips, and if you get something out of it, then that's what fucking happens right now. Like that's his videos every time. Like, look, I'm just gonna do a thing.
Content.
Yeah. If you get an effect out of it, that's on you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see Octane.
Don't mind me. I just felt like I want to do it because it's been a while.
He's back and he's introducing us to himself and his guitar.
I'm trying not to smile and feel all giddy about the past, but I look at Octane here and like, especially because Octane was like one of like the younger ones in our community. I just look at him and I'm like, oh,
He is
it's like
grown.
it's my son has grown. Yeah.
Exactly.
You look great though, dude. How's school going?
Oh, good. Everything's fine. I'm trying my best to deal with the shit in home. But yeah. I also picked up another hobby. Well, I was kind of gone. I haven't interacted with you guys in a while, as you can see.
What's the
But yeah.
hobby?
He has like
Oh,
7,000
I see.
guitars now.
Holy shit.
I've been playing for like almost like 2 years, on and off.
Dude, can you play something for the stream?
I feel
while
like
Doc
we
figures out the internet.
I'm kind of worried that since for the new DMCA law, I don't think that would be a good idea.
Well, just
What? Fuck him.
You play something original.
Dude,
Oh.
dude, I
Alright.
try to purposely pick out songs that will get this stream blocked in like
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Italy and Iran and Germany. I'm completely cool with that.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the Disturbed one did it.
Dude, if the Killing Joke could still be on YouTube, anyone can.
Oh no, he buys that service.
Oh, fair enough then. Fair enough.
Yeah, he buys from either WMG or UMG or BMG or.
Okay, I got to give it to Bruni. How are you doing, Mr. Nigger, sir?
Look at that. Actually, no. I think anyone
Fuck
who
yeah.
anyone who knows that from the early 2000s.
Is that Gilbert and Sullivan?
No, I'm not sure
Play
about
it
that
again.
one.
Play it again.
Hold up.
If you want to know who we
Sounds
are.
familiar.
It's the early 2000s. Should be like millennial stuff.
Yeah.
Let me put this microphone closer to the speaker.
Because it sounded a little familiar. It's what is it? Pop punk? Is that?
Hold up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sorry. It's hard to play in front of people.
Oh,
Oh,
you're
dude, you're
fine,
fine.
dude. You're fine, dude.
Yeah,
Have a good
It's just
time.
like
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
mean-
of friends.
I
You're
mean,
good.
if you can play with
Yeah.
yourself in front of people, you probably got a great chatterbait
All
career.
right, Doc.
All right,
Okay,
Doc. All right, come
Yeah.
on, man. Wait.
God damn it! I know it. I know
I
it.
don't
Right.
remember the name, but I know the song.
I know what you're playing. God damn it! It's a pop punk. It's a pop punk band, isn't it?
Do the thing.
I can do. Yeah, dude. Is this like the first part? All right. I'll give
Okay,
you
I'm just gonna guess. Last
ahead.
resort.
Boom. Got it.
Oh,
Fucking
that's where
asshole.
it came. God damn it.
Oh, you fucking asshole.
The
What did we
ancient
used to
one
call-
knew it.
Yeah, what did we used to call that style of music in the early 2000s? Because
New metal. It's new metal.
Cut
That's-
my couch into pieces. This is my pillow fort.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I can play some other stuff. I've been trying to learn like stuff like this one.
Can you?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was
Can
just
you
gonna
play
say,
some Middle Eastern music?
Can you believe
to
we
appeal?
called that kind of music metal? Like in the early 2000s, we had the
It was
audacity
cheesy.
to call that new metal.
No, we
when,
just
like.
we just called it angry white boy.
Well, now it's like in the last 10 years, it got classified more as like a pop hardcore, I believe.
Alternative?
I just call it alternative.
No, I wouldn't call Last Resort or what the fuck is the band's
It's
name?
I
I wouldn't call.
Roach.
Yeah, I would not. That is not alternative.
You can just say hard rock at this point.
It just like, but that's the thing about the early 2000s. Everything was poppy.
That's fair. Okay, so it's fuck. It's kind of hard to fucking play with front of people.
Yeah, it's
You're
sounding
making
familiar
me
now.
envious.
It's sounding familiar now. God damn it, Doc's gonna get it again, isn't he?
No,
Yeah, because
I'm
Doug
going.
is old. He has lived through multiple lives. He knows
Yeah.
exactly everything.
He's seen wars and shit, man.
No. I'm
Like-
gonna be a good guy and I'll let somebody else take the guess.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular one.
Can I
See,
get a
unless
hint?
unless the band I directly know, I am the worst. Like, I'm really great at like being able to call directors of movies or actors. I cannot tell you like what a song's name is.
Now, if Pickle was here, he would probably get in an instant.
Oh yeah, Pickles music dude. Yeah.
Let me just warm my fingers up since it's so cold. It's not good to practice like just.
Hey,
straight ahead.
maybe I mean, turn off your camera if you're feeling a little nervous.
No. Even then, still the idea in my mind I'm playing in front of people still scares me.
Octane, you've probably already at this point played better than anybody in this call has ever played on the guitar.
Yes.
I need to get my
Probably.
rhythm.
Fuck yes.
I think I do better if it's my own stuff. If I
Fuck
do this.
Bro,
That was a cool little riff. Oh hell yeah! Wait, was
Yeah.
that the chorus of something, or was that
No.
original?
Original, all original.
Okay,
that was
still fucking.
savage.
Yeah, that was fucking badass, dude. That was
Yeah, I
fucking
think
badass.
I think it's because when you try to memorize something, you think too hard. I think that's why. I think
Yeah,
that's why I
yeah.
was struggling.
Yeah, because
That's-
when you improv, you just flow.
Right.
Well, if that was just flowing, dude, that was some like, that was like on
Savage?
like, yeah, like I'm not good. Like I can't play instruments or any of that shit. But what do you call it? I have fuck, what's that thing where you like you're really good at knowing when something's on key, and you can you can sort of like perfect
the note?
pitch.
Yeah, it's perfect pitch.
It's like perfect pitch, but like the version of like, but not the singing version of that. It's the part where, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like if something is slightly off key, like I know it immediately. And your little riff right there was pretty fucking on point. Like that did not sound awful at all.
I try. Yeah, that's why I try to. I don't like. I mostly self-taught myself also through internet, and I also try to hear if it sounds good and it sounds in key to me. Then okay, it should be fine. Like I can easily like tell if I'm like not in key or be like to me that sounds weird right here. Like,
That sounded weird.
Yeah.
That sounded weird, but that was perfectly fine. That did not sound like. It didn't sound wrong. It just sounded weird.
Yeah, it sounded weird.
Yeah. Dude, I forget like all the terms and shit because I took music theory and I was able to write music for a little bit. I just still could never play it. I could never play an instrument. Like,
No.
not to save my fucking life. But yeah, like like what are those notes that like they make you feel like they leave you hanging on the edge and they make you feel like there needs to be a crescendo, but there isn't one. It leaves you on the edge. That's kind of the notes that you just played.
Right.
That's not like the kind of edging that I'm familiar with.
Doc, god damn it, Doc.
By the way,
Sel?
good morning, Bruni.
Sel,
What's up?
if you were able to play music and I used to be able to, if you were able to write music and I used to be able to play music, do you want to make Drive-By into a band?
No, because I forgot like everything about music theory. I mean, I'm sure I could pick back up on it pretty quickly, but
Yeah, and I forgot how
most
to
of it.
play, so it'll be perfect. It'll
That's
be a growing
terrible-
stream.
No, it's a
It'll be us
terrible-
getting better
no.
month for month.
That is an awful idea. Because I would like, okay, I'll put it this way, like, because my major was mathematics in college. Like, as far
Nerd,
as
fat
Shut up.
nerd, what a nerd.
As far as the mathematics go in music, that part I get it immediately. Like I could probably refresh myself on it in a few days if I wanted to. And music is a lot of math. Once you leave the instrument behind and the artistic drive behind, it's everything remaining is just math. That's all it is. So,
I studied music for 5 years as well.
oh fuck, dude! Then you know way more than me. Why would you ever?
I also know how to write music.
Yeah, there
Hey!
you go. Why don't you?
I had music theory and I had also singing and instrumentation. So I
Then
can
you
play
know
the
what-
accordion and the banjo and write a little song.
Then you know what I was trying to describe with his notes there, the ones that he played where it was like, "Brr, dur, dur." It's like,
yeah, but
it's
fuck,
not,
I can't remember fucking names at all.
yeah. See, that's the most difficult part. It's not.
Yeah,
it
that's the
doesn't sound
shitty part.
wrong,
The
but it
second you
sounds
drop
pretty
out of it, I forget all the terms for it because now I do
Pretty
art
much.
instead. Like drawing instead.
That's pretty much school in general. That's like one of the things that's always bothered me about school is very early on you should be able to just choose your path in public education and just go with that because most everything else you just seem to forget.
Oh,
Like why the fuck was I supposed to take fucking 3 months out of my life to learn about the American Revolution when I remember almost nothing about it except that there were bad guys and good guys and
Well-
I'm a good guy.
Well, technically, we won.
Yeah, like that's all I remember is like we won, right? Like I have
Oh.
Jack in the Box and McDonald's
I need to
and video
get
games,
going.
right?
I need to get going. I need to go buy groceries.
Of course you do.
I did that today.
Sel, you cannot get all the time.
Get all the time what?
You said, of course you do, because you always. I was waiting for you to complain that every time we're on stream together, I come say hi and leave.
Well, you pretty much do that, but I'm just teasing you. I don't care. Go get your groceries. I know you live in like some mystical made up fucking land. I swear to God, if I ever find out that you just like live in Wyoming or some shit, I'm beating the shit out of you. I'm kicking your ass, dude. I'm
That's
gonna
a Wyoming
commit a hate
accent.
crime.
Zell.
Yeah.
That's a Wyoming accent. 100%.
There you go. See, that's a Wyoming accent. If JJ's ever heard one,
I live in Denmark,
you
part of
fucking
Wyoming.
Denmark. Does anybody even believe there's such thing as a Denmark? Okay, go get your Denny groceries in your made-up land.
It's a Denny groceries.
Do you guys have Denny's instead of pennies? Get the fuck out of here.
No, we use krona, which means crowns.
You made
We
that
pay in
up.
crowns.
See, that's
We
literally.
made we paid royal headwear, Danish crowns.
I mean, like, obviously, I'm joking, but like, if this was literally the first time I ever heard you describe your denomination, I would have seriously
It's a
thought you just made it
religion?
up.
It sounds
It's a
made up.
religion.
That's true. It does sound. It's like we pay in crowns. Okay, that's bullshit.
Well, no, your denomination also can refer to your currency. You didn't know that,
So,
JJ?
so what?
Oh yeah, I knew I was being facetious.
So wait, you
Okay.
you
I'm
moved.
sorry.
You're
fine.
doing crowns now. You moved away from like what tiaras, headbands.
Yeah. Are your banks called headbands? You're just making shit up on the fly, Lo.
I think we had crowns for fucking since the Middle Ages, and they try to force the euro on us, but Denmark says no every time.
So wise.
Yeah, fuck
because
them.
because they know that you're a bunch of people in Wyoming calling and making up a country.
I've got to run with that. That's my new. Yeah, I'm from
I'm so-
Denmark, Wyoming.
Yeah, JJ cemented it. That's the new lore for lo-fi. JJ cemented that.
Thank
It's
you,
Wyoming.
JJ. You have contributed greatly. That'll be the new law now.
I'm glad I could help.
Oh god.
I can't breathe.
I killed myself with that last part. Oh man, I can just
I
imagine
pulled a
you like
George Floyd.
just huddling up like with other people that talk like you, lo-fi, like with your accent, and just calling like the European like nation, and then just being like, yeah, why won't you accept our money? And they're like, please stop calling, please. This is like the 15th time this week.
I need change for the bus. God damn you.
Okay, we won't call it Krona. We'll call it Birdie Poo Poo. Okay, that's worse. That's worse.
Bird poo poo? Why don't we? We should have called it something to do with Vikings.
Oh,
For what?
man.
For what? Sorry,
For the
I
bud.
just, for a band.
Your
We're,
money.
we're talking about how I come from a country that doesn't exist. I'm actually just in Wyoming.
Yeah. Hey, can you? Well, if you go with Viking, how about something like, well, can you make change for a pillager? Yeah. I think
Oh yeah,
that
and a thousand. Our biggest our biggest amount of money could be a long ship, and great, we have it all.
Hey guys, just a tip for everybody out there. If you're ever approached by anybody and they describe their currency as sounding like anything that you could collect in a Sonic the Hedgehog video game, they're lying to you.
I was gonna say if they have money names that name currency, that sounds very funky and funny, like the Vietnamese dong, for an example.
Oh god.
Okay.
I thought that was an April Fool's joke.
Oh
when I
my
first heard that.
God.
I'm like,
Nope,
what the fuck?
it's an actual currency.
Yeah, the Vietnamese dong. It's great. It's
All right,
It's,
all right, Lo-Fi. Yours is not the weirdest now. You're not the silliest anymore.
No,
Well, actually, no.
It's
There's the
elliptical.
loony. Who has the loony?
Canada.
Yeah.
no.
yeah,
Wait,
you're-
isn't that the nickname? But they're just called Canadian dollars.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It's really called It's really called a loony, isn't it?
Well, technically, no. It's just because it has the bird on it. It's their kind of dollar coin, like the
Okay.
stupid dollar coins that we always come up with and nobody ever uses, except for me at strip clubs because I like to see where they want to put that dollar.
So
Nice.
it's like when we refer to $100 bill as a Benjamin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing with the British. Like I think fiver means £5, right? And 10 pounds is a tenner.
I find it really interesting that I'm not dissing on you, by the way, but I find it really interesting that when you were trying to describe the slang of like British or UK money, you decided to also use the accent.
I don't know. That's
See,
just me automatically for some reason.
That was very weird. I was like, is he doing the accent too? Is that part of the word?
we have some good money slang in Denmark. We have a dog that's 100.
Wait. Okay, so we already have to plot. God damn it.
Wait a
dude.
minute.
Yeah, so
God damn it.
Did you say Doc?
dog like a woof woof.
No,
Oh.
your silly arcade Xbox 360 video game currency wasn't supposed to have DLC. Put the
It
pause
has
button
it
on.
has so
So
a
it's called
dog.
a dark?
A duck, like a duck,
Duck.
dog, like a doggo, a dog.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Because
kidding me. God damn it.
Yeah,
Duck. Okay.
so a dog that's a 100,
Mhm.
and we have a farmer that's 1,000.
God damn it.
No,
Get
a
the fuck
500,
outta
a 500 that's a farmer, and a 1,000 that's a toad. A
Okay,
50,
go back to
a
Wyoming.
50,
You're lying.
a 50 is a squirrel or a moth. I don't remember.
No.
What the fuck?
Wait. So far we have a dog farmer that fucks frogs and squirrels. Is that what
Sounds-
you're telling me?
sounds like should be
Yes.
part of my fucking race.
What can I guess the next one?
Oh, the toad is also known as a squirrel, so it's either squirrel or toad.
Oh my god. Are we in the Matrix? Because I'm now questioning.
You guys
everything
believe me yet that she
anymore.
just makes this stuff up? What's the next one, Lo?
I would be skeptical because
I'm trying to remember. There's one left.
Dog, farmer, toads, squirrel.
Why does it sound like Super Mario kind of items?
Right? I swear to you that she's looking at like her save file on Super Mario Odyssey and just like funny shit, and she's like, these dummies, these fucking morons.
Well, she can't trick me because I got a Switch.
Yeah.
So,
Oh
She's
yeah,
like the-
so
Go ahead.
back in the days, there was also a duck. That's 10. A lizard was also the same as a farmer.
What's the obsession with just like choosing random animals?
I don't
Dude.
know. Here we had a. I think I found it. It's a sparrow. That's a 200. That's about it.
Okay, so pretty. No, you know what? Fuck you, dude. You opened up your
It's
DS
Monopoly
and you're playing Pokemon and you're just reading off the animals you're seeing.
We also had
caught on.
a lion as a 200 once.
God damn it. Actually, that one's not that bad. That's pretty cool. A lion.
But it used to go. The animal motifs were the most popular. So it used to go. Moth, squirrel, farmer, and toad.
Okay, so
That's
Lo,
and dog. Of course, dog is still used. Dog and toad is still used.
But by the way, Lo, what government agency is in charge of the importance of animals on your currency?
I don't remember. The National Bank, I think.
What's the equivalent of the Danish? Like, what's the equivalent of their CIA?
That's the Danish efterretningstjeneste.
Do Jews run everything over there too?
Yes. Everything's run here in Wyoming. Everything is run by Jews.
Sorry.
But they're cowboy Jews.
Yeah. That was dumb.
Yeehaw, Gavolt! Very
Yeah, at
nice.
least you don't have any darkies over there.
Glowies, you mean?
Who's laughing in the
Glow-
background?
Yeah, who's laughing in the background?
That would be Melissa. Hello.
Hi,
Who's Melissa?
Hello.
No, they can
Is
hear
that-
you.
Is that the wife?
Girlfriend?
Well, I just ruined that relationship
That's
by the
second
sound of
time I've
that.
been asked
Don't
why.
overpromise.
I know. I feel like I just fucked up that relationship just by that reaction. Like I just
No, you
ruined
didn't.
it.
It's not the first time it's been asked, but oh my god, just way too fucking soon every time. Jesus Christ.
I just supplanted it. I just
Fuck
planted the seed.
you.
I just planted the seed in her head.
Oh, I'm
Let's
not going
see.
to hear the end of it anyway.
Yeah, tomorrow she's gonna be like, honey, I will go to the grocery store, but I think I do deserve that ring.
Oh, come on. I repaired the fucking car. I think that's enough.
Oh,
don't have
say
to-
that. Don't say that.
Well, she's in the bathtub.
Don't talk anymore. You need a lawyer right now. Lo-fi, help him out. Don't say anything else anymore. From here on out, just stick with the stream. You're just gonna dig a hole for yourself. Don't equate fixing up a car to a marriage. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It is pretty similar though, so it'll be okay to use.
Okay,
some.
Lo-fi, you're fired as his lawyer. Someone else step in.
Who hired me? Don't you hire me?
Yeah.
No, it's generally unwise to compare women to technology and how they could be repaired.
Again,
Oh.
I'm not saying JJ's wrong. I'm saying just don't do that. If
Well,
you
Yeah,
don't,
it's
yeah.
Well, I thought
it's unwise.
I
It's
thought it,
frowned upon.
Lo, I thought he gave you a couple of ducks as a retainer.
Oh, fucking! I want
Ducks
to blow
are
my
not worth
fucking
enough.
brain
That's
cell.
a couple ducks. That's like 20 Danish kroner. Give me a fucking couple of squirrels, man. Give me 2,000 Danish
Get the
kroner,
fuck
I'll
out
do
of
it.
here. Go. You need to go get groceries. You know what? You need to go get groceries. Go buy a duck with some squirrels. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, we can actually do that. I can go buy a moth. I can go
Yeah, I
buy 2
wasn't
moths
kidding.
with 1 squirrel. That's good.
You
Oh my
son of
But
a
yes,
bitch.
don't equate women's and mechanics together, because then women's will get angry because they're irrational.
That I will
But
agree
tell him
with.
not to say that either. Yeah, but tell him not to say that either.
I
God.
still don't know what's going on.
Wait, what was I supposed to tell him? My audio cut out.
Wait, what happened? Did we have a
What?
technical oopsie?
Yeah, I had a technical oof right after I said the mechanical thing.
Was that on your end, Doc? Or are you
Nope.
okay, sir?
That was on my end.
It's
Oh,
probably
okay.
Discord.
Well, whatever.
been
You
fucking
were
with
leaving
me.
anyway.
You see,
Take
now
care.
because I said I had to go, now you just want to get rid of me.
No, I want to get rid of you because you keep bringing up your funny animal money.
How
Your
dare you
made up
speak your-
currency.
You're so mean to Wyoming.
You know what? Why don't you fucking secede?
Where? What? Why? What?
JJ's in the middle of like fighting for the galaxy. If you didn't know, so
With his girlfriend because he said she was a car and he was trying to fix her?
Lo, are you serious? Why do I hire you for anything? You're the worst lawyer ever. You're not.
This is what
helping at
happens
all.
when you hire people without asking, do you want to get hired?
Oh boy. Sorry, JJ. We don't have a Jew on retainer right now.
Oh, that's all right. They'll steal from you anyway. And yes, I
Yeah.
went there.
Just tell your girlfriend that she looks beautiful, and then fuck her so hard that she forgets about this whole marriage thing.
Yes.
Although I'll have to wait on that.
That sounds like a
That
very
will
like
hurt.
that sounds like a very Dick Masterson kind of tip, but
Oh, boy.
it kind of might be true. Fuck the marriage out of her.
See, I don't think it works that way.
It does. Fuck the marriage out of her.
No, I don't think it works that way.
Well, when Tyro goes to visit you, or when you visit Tyro, bring up marriage and see if he can fuck it out of you.
Okay, he's already proposed, so how would he?
Oh no! Someone get a lawyer for Lo. Okay, so we need a lawyer for the lawyer. Oh boy.
Why? What?
By the way, I did go ahead and do a no context tweet of several pieces of Danish currency. Just in
Okay.
case.
Okay, I'm gonna leave now, and here's my shill. Go to Twitter at monkey_become, and that's me.
Hey, by the way, how much is is it 100 kroner?
100 kroner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much that translated to?
One $15, about around $15. It's like 1/6.
I swear to God, I was gonna say $15.
16 kroner to one 6 kroner to $1.
Well, because it looks like it's got a griffin on the back of it.
Oh, that's the old. That's because the dog one. It's because in Denmark you say it's 100 kroner, and a dog in Denmark is a hund. So it's yeah.
Well, in German, a dog is a hunt. So, but no, that's a fucking griffin.
Yeah, but that's we had animals prior to those, and the animal motif stuck with people.
Oh well, I collect griffins, so that's the
Oh,
reason.
you wanted
that's cool.
we don't have that 100 krona anymore. Now we have bridges and ancient Danish artifacts on.
And just when I thought you guys were cool.
Oh,
A griffin
Well, as
is
an
pretty cool.
archaeologist, the ancient Danish artifacts are kind of cool, but the bridges are boring.
Yeah, who needs bridges? Burn them, right?
Hey,
I'm trying to look to see what I guess. So that's no longer your modern day currency, right?
That's a modern day currency, modern Danish currency.
Hey Lo, if you had one of your like older currencies, like say the one with the griffin on it, like, is it like America where you could still use it?
Yes, they are not allowed to say we cannot take it, but the thing is, when we change currency, they have to turn them in. We have to X amount of time to turn them in to get the actual value back. Otherwise, there's chances that we might not. Some places will say we won't take it, even though they legally are obliged to. But you can run into stores where they're like, no, we won't take it, because they have the new systems where they put it into a computer and that doesn't understand the new, the old bills.
So what?
Doc,
So the one
Doc,
you put in chat is the new version.
That's the new version.
Boo.
Yeah, it's boring as hell.
Yeah.
whoa.
I don't like boring money.
Talk about Monopoly money.
Let me find you the older ones, because the older ones are much better.
Well,
our money's pretty boring too. It's just a bunch of dead old white dudes.
It's all green though. Here's the thing. It's all green. I mean,
no.
Yeah,
I posted the old one because I was looking it up on. I did a no context on it. Let's see here.
Here.
Who has the coolest looking modern day?
Yeah, that's the one I was
money.
looking at.
That's the older one. Then we have the even older one before that. That's animal based, where that was the best one. That one disappeared a couple years after I was born.
Damn.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, currently today, who has the coolest looking money? I wonder who.
Canada with their fake monopoly money, all plastic.
Yeah,
Easy to reproduce.
but it doesn't look super cool.
As a big.
I think the Japanese yen looks pretty cool, but it kind of looks like our money though, because it's all uniform and actually not all of them are uniform in color.
Well, I was gonna say the Japanese yen actually, if you want to make a comparison to Monopoly money, kinda can look like Monopoly money.
The Japanese yen is awesome, but yeah, you're right. It does look like Monopoly money.
Wow,
with the big plan.
I was gonna say your currency from 1942 looks kind of Nazi-ish.
Gee, I wonder why.
What if that's when Lo
actually,
what if Lo's like, oh, I gotta go grocery shopping.
Wait.
No, I'm gonna take a picture of it and I will no context tweet. It literally has a Nazi soldier on it.
Hey, if you want to talk about Monopoly money,
That's pretty cool.
If you want to talk about monopoly money,
Whoa.
look at the Filipino pesos. Oh, it's so bright colors.
I swear to God, the
They're
Filipinos
Mexicans?
are the Mexicans of the Asians.
Which
I
is
can't-
Not
true.
wrong.
I
Not
can't
wrong.
find
wrong.
you on. I cannot find you on Twitter, Doc. So I can't see your tweets.
Well,
You haven't followed
I
Doc
posted
yet.
I can't find him.
I posted it in general.
You gotta do everything for low. I swear.
Holy shit.
Yes, please do.
The
No.
SS is back.
Yeah, that's true. One of us does has the Nazi. Two of them does. The other two are the Danish soldiers.
Low, do you
And-
want to confess anything?
And yeah, we did call it the fatherland. Yeah. It's not
Wait, what's that USSR currency back then? Was it called rubles or something like that?
Yeah.
And I was just looking at it. Hold up.
Oh, dude, I've got
Magic.
I've got Russian currency that has the hammer and sickle with the CCP on it.
Well, it's still called
CCP.
rubles.
Okay, I'm gonna now. I need to go. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay.
See you later.
Buy low.
And by the way, if you wanted to buy those 4 bills, they're on eBay right now for only $800 plus shipping.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
about-
Christ. Well, bye.
Bye bye.
It's like you fuckers.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how the whitest person in this call has to suddenly leave to get groceries when you bring up her old funny money.
Well,
Hey,
I'm just
it's
saying.
the internet. It's all secrets.
Mhm.
It's all secrets and gay ops.
Yeah, I love how like you start to connect the dots and you realize that earlier I asked her about Jews and she's like, "Oh yeah,
Wait.
they control everything around here." And then it's like, "You used to have Nazi money. I gotta go grocery shopping. Bye."
Hold up. If you also let me add in the money that's like literally
I love
one
you, Lo.
of the worst. Actually, the most worthless currency. Does anyone know what that is?
Oh.
the Mexican
worthless.
peso.
I was gonna
No,
go with Mexican
no.
peso.
No, it's even worse than that. The Zimbabwe dollars, and that's when
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, we should have
Nope.
thought of Africa.
They devalued the shit out of that thing.
It's so
It's
hilarious.
worse than Venezuela
Mm.
money.
Money.
Oh my god.
Look at the amount of. They think that if you put more zeros, it's gonna have more value.
Oh, the white education, right?
At this point, you could just use it as toilet paper. Wipe your ass with it. It would be more useful.
S Cybertaz in the chat says Venezuelan. What
I
about
think-
their currency? You think it's worse than Zimbabwe's?
Well,
as
wait
far
a minute.
as-
Wasn't Venezuela the country that actually started buying like in-game money because it had
Oh, yeah, it was
a
no
higher
value.
value. Yeah, it
Yeah,
had a
it
higher
was.
value.
No, I remember there was an article, I think, saying that World of Warcraft, like in-game currency, is more value than Venezuelan money.
So
Oh,
so
no.
people were
What?
actually so people were actually trading. I don't know if it was WoW money, but I know it was like a big game money. They were actually trading it for fucking goods and services.
Gold and trying to put in MMORPGs. Wait, hold up. I'm reading this right now. So Venezuela's crisis in advanced farming, virtual gold, and virtual video games. Spend hours and end multiplayer games such as RuneScape and RuneScape for gold coins.
Fuck.
What the fuck?
And I even found an article saying how RuneScape is helping Venezuelans survive. Holy shit.
Well, I mean,
Anybody
Jesus.
still think we're living in the Matrix? Because I do.
At this point, for fuck's sake, for Christ's sakes, like seriously, I
minute.
used to follow like the CS:GO kind of stuff and look at skins and how much skins fucking cost, and even like fucking sites selling them for real money. I'm not joking. Like you can like the skins if you can get like on crates on like CS:GO, you can easily sell them and get goods out of it. That's the
Yeah,
reason
the CS:GO economy is crazy.
it's crazy. Oh fuck that. Yeah, stuff like that usually, and I think even some like WoW in-game stuff as well.
Oh,
I was gonna
rare
say,
stuff.
JJ, that was a great comparison to make because like the Matrix was the comparison I was trying to think of when it came to the whole Capitol Hill, building bullshit and all that stuff. Like, The only thing that could come to mind was Episode 3 of Star Wars, but The Matrix I felt like was more fitting because the machines would go in and defeat Zion, but then let it build back up and then do it all over again.
Yeah, I can
And
see
that's
that comparison.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that was in the shitty Matrix movies.
well, I mean, I'm sort of an apologist for those movies, but I know they have a lot of issues.
Oh, by the way, there's a Matrix 4 coming out this year, and it's going to be in theaters as well as live.
Yeah, HBO Max. I'm actually excited for it. I want to see what they're gonna do.
I'm gonna wait till next or this upcoming fall so I can watch Dune in the theaters.
Yeah, I'm going to the theater as soon as our governor gets his dick out of his ass.
I have a.
That's kind
I'm
of
sure.
talented.
I'm sure I'm in the great minority when it comes to Dune because honestly, maybe Dune has not been sold to me properly, but everything I know of and have seen of Dune, it just like it doesn't look like the worst thing ever, but it just looks like boring shit I don't care about.
Well, have you read it, or have you
No,
just watched it?
No, I've just either, it's either what I've seen or what I've been told. Just being honest, like it hasn't been sold to me well, I guess. I don't know, because it just comes off as like a really boring sci-fi book about like one royal family doesn't like another royal family, and there's your story. It just seems boring.
Well, that is kind of accurate, but I think Herbert. I think Herbert writes the politics of it very well.
I mean, there's got to be something to it with so many people loving it. But I'll say is like I'll amend my statement by saying specifically the new movie coming out. I have a lot of weird feelings about that director, Denis Villeneuve.
Why?
He made what is probably in my top 5 of like greatest movies of all time, Sicario.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
I think Sicario is perfect as far as I'm concerned. But he also made The Arrival or whatever the fuck it's called.
That was a turd burger.
I thought it was I thought it was a boring stroke fest, like a little ego fest. I didn't care for it. And then he made Blade Runner 2049, which I was incredibly hyped for. And then I remember leaving the theater and I was apologizing to my friend that I had drug with me because I wanted to leave like an hour into the movie. It was so fucking boring.
Yeah, yeah. He's got a problem with pacing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
or maybe just doing something like having a better editor, maybe.
I think that's probably closer to the reality of things because I think his problem is he's one of those directors. Like, don't get me wrong, he can construct some gorgeous scenes and all that, but I think his issue is that after Sicario, which Sicario was like deservedly so, it was like beloved, and I think he got a big head, and then he made The Arrival, which wasn't really like an audience pleaser, but critics again like praised the hell out of it. So I think he got like too big a head to the point where he's been allowed to do whatever he wants, and it's like a George Lucas effect.
What did you think about that little indie he did, Enemy, with Gyllenhaal?
Oh, Enemy. See, that's another conflicting one. I can understand people that like that. That's a movie for a certain kind of person.
I didn't get the imagery. I honestly didn't.
I'll put it like I didn't get it either after I watched it, but I will say it stayed with me enough to where I looked into it. I watched a lot of videos breaking it down. And by the end of my research into the movie, it 95% of it does make sense. It does like click together. But again, it's another movie where I'm just like I don't care for that kind of stuff. There's some people that really like, the artsy fartsy kind of people. They really get off on that stuff, and I just don't care for it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it
don't
was
care.
just the only impression I got was big ass spider. What's the deal?
Sicario was just like this like lightning like in a bottle kind of thing, because it was just like wonderful characters, simple premise. This you understand the stakes of the situation, and then it's like off to the races kind of thing. So it's this movie where like there's tension throughout practically the entire thing, and it's beautiful. So I don't know. After I saw the Dune trailer,
Yeah.
all I honestly got from it was Blade Runner 2049 on crack vibes, and not in a good way. It just came off to me like even more boring than Blade Runner 2049. And as far as its color palette and its depth, it looked so flat and boring. So I don't know. I could be wrong, and it could be totally awesome. I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay. So now me and gaming talked about this, but what did you think about Wonder Woman 84?
Oh, you bastard.
I've heard about it, yeah, and rough.
So that's another movie where I guess I'm kind of in the minority. Because I am self-admittedly a sucker for the romance with the first Wonder Woman. I thought Steve Trevor and Diana Prince were like perfect together. In fact, I thought it was a better romance than any of the Marvel movies. That might be a little controversial. I don't know.
I thought they did a good job on it.
Yeah. So Wonder Woman 84, I thought I thought the emotional logic, not the narrative logic. I thought the emotional logic and the emotional journey of Wonder Woman 84, I found myself getting wrapped up in, because I love that romance so fucking much. They nail it. The chemistry is like off the charts. But the narrative logic of that movie and the fluff that's in there, combined with the poor effects, I totally get why people hate it.
Wait, what about the rape?
Yeah, that's part of the narrative. Like, that's not necessarily the narrative logic, but like, yeah, like that's a poorly thought out narrative device.
Yeah, I mean, if it's fucking magic, they just
Yeah.
could have had him appear.
Exactly. And again, like that was another thing that like what the movie constantly did was every new idea it brought to the table would muddle up another idea. It would like corrode another idea. So for example, Steve Trevor coming back but being in the body of another man. Well, like early on in the movie, you like not early on, but in the second act, actually. In the second act, it's kind of starting to be revealed to you that this crystal thing, it has a monkey's paw effect, right?
Yeah.
So what do you immediately do as a viewer when you're trying to piece things together? You immediately, if you're going to activate, if you're going to get your noggin jogging, like the Mr. Mediker would say.
Well, but he's dead now, so.
Yeah. Well, you would immediately come to the conclusion that like naturally that like, the monkey's paw situation with Diana Prince and Steve Trevor is that Steve Trevor might be quote unquote back, but Diana Prince is the only one that could really see him, and Steve Trevor had to take over another man's entire life to be born into this world, which brings up all kinds of moral quandaries. So you instantly start to think that that's the monkey's paw. That's the thing that, you know, that's the thing that had to, the negative thing that had to happen for the good thing to happen. That's what you immediately start to think of. Well, then later on in the movie, you know, the cheetah girl starts to get really powerful, and you're like, okay, but she starts to be like a bitch. So you're like, okay, like I guess her monkey's paw thing is that she's gonna be a total cunt, but she's gonna be like super awesome powerful, but she's gonna lose her morality or something. So that's her monkey's.
I didn't get that one. Yeah, I didn't find real relevance there.
Yeah, like
by the way, good morning to Johnny Hellcat, and good morning to Melissa, who says no marriage shit.
But sorry, I want to stay on point with this movie because it is taxing to try to get this movie to make any kind of sense. Because it doesn't.
Well,
but
think about it this way too. I compare it to Spider-Man 3.
That's a good comparison. But no, I want to make sense of this because this was one of the issues that I think, like, this one issue that I'm pointing out happened like every 15 minutes in the movie, and it just coalesced in people being furious, understandably so. So then you have this cheetah chick who's like getting all powerful and stuff, and you kind of piece together like, oh well, she wished to be like Diana. She doesn't realize it, but that's, you know, what Diana is, which is super strong, whatever. But she's being like a total bitch, and throughout the movie, you also like sort of discover like she didn't really pay any other price, so it has to be that her price is that she's going to become a bitch. So okay, there's that. But then somewhere in the second act, I think it's like in the last half of the second act or some shit, it's revealed that Diana Prince, she's losing her power.
Yeah.
This causes all kinds of confusion because I've heard like all different kinds of takes from people on this movie when it comes to this. When this starts to happen, you're trying to make sense of this scenario too. So my first thought as a viewer, was, and I can't be the only one that thought of this. Many people did that I saw reviews from too. I instantly thought like, oh, her power's being drained from Cheetah.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, Cheetah's draining her power, and then that's so the stone granted the wish, but then it also fucked with Diana, and then you start to think, oh, is Diana's monkey paw thing the fact that she's going to be drained of power from Cheetah? But then by the time you get to the end of the movie, you sort of like, whether you like at this point, it's like, you know, if you even made it to the third act and you still care to try to make sense of this, you start to realize Diana was losing her power because that was the monkey paw of her wish to have Steve Trevor back. But it
felt like they didn't know which way they wanted to go with the monkey paw thing.
Yes, exactly. Because it did have that feeling of it. It definitely had that feeling of like you could totally imagine that during filming there was a point where the idea of Cheetah draining her powers was what was happening.
Yeah.
And then you definitely got a feeling that during the shooting, there definitely was an idea that the monkey paw was Steve Trevor being in another man's body. But that's what the movie felt like. It felt like, I don't know how else to put it other than it felt like it was being written every single day.
Okay, I have to no context tweak this one.
Anyway, that's my that's my way of like I completely understand just how stupid this movie is. I also kind of had a lot of fun with it because I like that romance so much. But that's my review.
So yeah, I just posted a picture from Wonder Woman 84.
It's not the worst thing ever. I do think there's a lot of people that are blowing it way out of proportion. I do think that there's worse DCEU movies than this, but it's still bad. I can't say it's not objectively bad.
But is it actually in the continuity? I don't think it is technically. But I will say the best thing about the movie, the very end.
Which part? Because that's when it really goes off the rails, just like the first movie.
No, the extra scene during the
oh
credits.
yeah. I mean, like,
she's in her 70s and she's still fucking hot.
Yeah, like not only are you old enough to catch that, but you know, I was unfortunately also old enough to understand who that was. So I liked that.
Although the cheetah fight sucked, but I loved Wonder Woman's armor. I thought her armor was pretty badass.
Yeah, like okay, but that's another great point too, of like maybe we're both onto something about this movie was just like literally being written every single day they were shooting.
I thought it was. I really did compare it to Spider-Man 3. I'm like, they're shoehorning Cheetah into this.
It's not a bad comparison, although I do feel like I would say this movie, I would say Wonder Woman 84 is a better movie than Spider-Man 3, in my opinion. Okay, I love Sam Raimi.
I mean, it's better shot.
Yeah, but
and there's no emo Peter Parker.
Yeah, but what I will say is Spider-Man 3 still feels more planned out, even though I do not like that movie.
Well, this was a 2.5-hour movie. They could have literally
so bloated.
They could have literally cut the whole cheetah part out.
Yes, agreed.
And it would have made a great movie. Or well, no, because they had to have Max Lord for the setup of the Wishing Stone. Because it would have been too short if it would have been just the cheetah storyline. So it had to be the Maxwell Lord storyline to make the movie.
Well, I'm not one of those people that immediately goes to this movie's bad because it was too crammed with things. And the reason why I don't go there is because one of my favorite superhero movies of all time is I don't know why, but this movie gets a lot of flack now. But Captain America: Civil War.
I haven't seen it.
Well, technically, most of it was already set up, though, so they didn't have to reintroduce characters and all that shit. You didn't have to bother with origin stories.
I will. Okay, you have a point there, but they jammed in Black Panther and made it work.
Yeah.
Like the Marvel movies in the MCU, they have done this where they've jammed things in that could have easily gone really bad, but they made it work. You can make this stuff work. The problem at the end of the day is what they choose to focus on. Yeah. And for a 2.5-hour movie, there's like personally to me, there's not enough Diana. There's not enough Diana and Steve Trevor. And there's not enough of a hook, I guess you could say. It just feels like a movie where just like I've said about the Hobbit trilogy, it's a movie where shit just happens.
Well, yeah, if you put too much stuff in it, see, my big thing about it being bloated is there's a lot of plot threads that you don't get a payoff. Yeah, a sufficient payoff. Because it's like, after Maxwell Lord's like, I renounce my wish. All of a sudden, he's on the presidential helicopter landing, trying to find his son in Washington. It's like, are you guys wrapping this up just a little bit too quickly? They could have cut that kid part out, and the kid just could have been waiting for them.
You brought up the armor, which the armor did look really cool. I like the Golden Eagle armor, whatever the fuck they call it. But you brought up the armor. The armor is a good example of like another trend in the movie, which is the movie. It's not that the movie doesn't have payoffs. It's that the movie practically only has payoffs and doesn't have setups.
Okay.
Or at least,
yeah. I'll agree with you on that.
Or at least not proper setups. Like the Golden Eagle armor. The setup for the Golden Eagle armor is that Steve Trevor just sees it and goes, "What's that?" And then she goes, "Oh, some girl helped us back in the day and she wore that." That's it. And then literally like 2 scenes later, she's flying through the sky, and then the script goes, "Oh shit, we need to grab that armor because we already filmed that scene with her in the fucking Golden Eagle armor." So the script has her literally in the midst of like swinging to the enemy, and then she just takes a detour, goes all the way back to her apartment, and then goes right back to the enemy again.
Honestly, I wasn't happy with.
And that was the payoff for the armor.
Well, they did the exact same thing with the invisible jet.
Yes, great example. Yep. No real setup, but all payoff.
Yeah, my
your
dad.
invisible jet.
My dad worked some magic, and he made a coffee cup disappear. Really?
Oh
That's
my
all?
God,
That's it?
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot about. Yes, that was so terrible when she's moving her hands around like fucking Harry Potter, and she's like, I've been practicing some stuff, so let me just make a whole fucking jet invisible right now."
The Spectrum Patronus.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are right. It's like they did have kind of a good thing because they did do a flashback with the armor. But
that's what I mean. They tried, but it was a poor setup.
Yeah, but there was legitimately like for the invisible jet, there was no fucking setup.
Like the way you would set up that gold armor is like, again, it's like, I don't, God, none of it feels planned out, because the way you would set up that armor, right, is they wasted the whole like first 10 to 15 fucking minutes. That opening scene was so long with the whole fucking like Olympic.
Yeah, you know what? They could have actually taken that that whole armor thing.
You fucking nailed it.
Yeah,
see?
set it right up at the front. Yeah.
Yep. You could have it where there's a the girl who wins the stupid thing gets a cool fucking trophy or something for her efforts or whatever, for whatever Olympic thing they're doing. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. But you could have like, the girl gets the trophy, and you can have see, we're already writing a better scene. That's the problem with the movies. We're already writing a better scene. This is what I mean by no planning. But you could have the little girl Diana. She spots the whatever the chick's name is, the one with the golden eagle armor. I forget her fucking name. But you can have little Diana like spot her like up in the balcony because she's like royalty or something, and she has like the gold eagle armor, and Diana knows that that's the woman who's going to be handing out the trophy, and Diana maybe looks up to her as a little girl, and so she wants to win this thing because she wants to be presented that trophy by this woman, this warrior she looks up to. And then she does the whole thing, and then she cheats, and then she's caught cheating. But then you can simply have that girl like approach her, or that woman approach her, and like, talk to her about like cheating, and like maybe even scold her or something. And then because you don't want to waste like 15 minutes on just a fucking Olympic thing, that could all happen in the matter of 5 minutes. And then the next 5 minutes of the prologue, they suddenly get attacked or something. Some kind of action sequence unfolds where you get to see the use of the golden eagle armor. And then once it's done, she can like, you know, that's when Diana really like is inspired by this woman, and also wants to not cheat because she wants to make that woman proud. And then boom, you just like you just cut to the next scene, and it could be Diana like sleeping on her couch in her fucking apartment. Boom, the Golden Eagle armor is set up, and it's and what it's capable of.
Actually, I would kind of set it up if I was writing it. The
Mhm.
Olympic thing would be taking place not on Themyscira,
Okay.
and they would go and try to start the Olympics, and then automatically they'd be getting attacked by the Vikings or whatever the hell they were,
Hmm.
and so they would have to retreat at that point. And
Okay.
and literally, it would be one of those things where they're fighting to get away. The last thing that Diana sees is you know, the golden armor chick, Athenius or something like that. I forget what her name was.
Yeah.
But basically seeing her and starting to fall, and then she wakes up from a dream. And
That's
she's,
even better. That's even better because you can just like have Diana look back, and you only see the back of the armor, so you don't see her yet, and they could still do their little mid credit sting.
well, and when she wakes up, there's a shipping crate there, and the door is open, and there's the armor inside the crate. So you've got your link.
Yeah.
So
Or better yet, like make somehow, I don't know, like, because again, like, as far as the prologue is concerned, just the prologue of the movie, by the way, and the few minutes that you and I have had on this stream, we have like you alone have literally written a better prologue than what they had in the movie. So what the fuck happened with this movie? Like, it's so weird.
by the way, this is a name I haven't seen for a while. Good morning, William Stenchover.
Oh
And,
yeah, good morning, man.
and good morning, Full Metal Joker. Yeah, it's there were so many opportunities to it. I will not call it a bad movie. I will call it a messy movie.
Okay.
So
So you're in the minority too, by the way.
yeah, I mean, and here's the thing too. This was not a feminist movie.
Oh fuck no.
I don't know if people
This
shit,
was a
shit on it because
traditional. No, like, surprisingly, one thing, like, I think I kind of like Patty Jenkins as a director. I think I'm really actually, even though this movie is a mess, I think she needs help with writing. Definitely, she needs to not be able to just write whatever the fuck she wants. But this movie, surprisingly, was a movie that was like very traditional and honest about gender roles.
well, that she was willing,
Right?
to give up everything to have her man back, and that was a sensibility I never thought I'd see in a current movie.
She acted like, I don't know, what's the word for it, Doc? She acted like a woman.
Yeah.
Like the movie, like I think maybe that's one thing I liked about the movie, I guess. I don't know. But the movie wasn't afraid to be like, yeah, women do this. Like, women go out to dinner together and sit at a table, and they compliment each other even though they could care less for each other.
Yeah.
Like, women really do this. Like, women do just want like a male figure like Steve Trevor. They want that like in their lives really badly. Like, women, there was a lot of stuff in here like that was like, it came from a place of love, and then get this, Doc, all of this made all the sense in the world once I figured out more about Patty Jenkins.
Yeah.
So Patty Jenkins is going to direct. Oh, JJ, I love you, but would you be able to mute yourself while you're playing the game if that's okay? Sorry about that. But no, Patty Jenkins is gonna direct the next Star Wars movie,
Was it Rogue?
Rogue Squadron.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna do Rogue Squadron, and she did this little I don't know what you would call it, featurette. She did this little featurette where she announced herself that she's gonna do a Rogue Squadron movie, which is of course is about aerial combat and pilots. And she tells a story about how her father was a Navy pilot. Like, he legitimately was a badass fucking pilot in the military. And everything clicked with me immediately, Doc. Can you guess where I'm going with this?
Go ahead.
Then James Gunn.
She's a woman in LA that is part of the Hollywood system that actually, I'm taking a little bit of a guess here, but from the way she talks about her father and the fact that her father sounded like such a badass of a dude, she actually had a great father in her life. So she doesn't, like, when she does movies about women, she doesn't do movies about women coming from a identity politics perspective.
Yeah, not a man hater.
There you go. That's actually a great way to put it. The sense that you get from Wonder Woman 84 is not a sense of like women need to defeat men. It comes more from a place of like women it comes more from a place of like men are in just as much a world of shit as women are.
Well,
like we're all in this together.
Well, we've seen that there's
Thank
been
you.
a lot
That
of
was-
movies.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of movies of the incompetency of men. That it takes a woman, to take care of it. In this one, kind of like in the first one, they were more partners. Even though she was definitively the one with all the powers.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Like the movie also makes it like very like clear, like that she's got these powers and she can do things that Steve Trevor could never imagine. But I think like thank you for saying that, by the way, because like I wasn't thinking of that at the time, but after I watched the first Wonder Woman, which was actually very recent, I watched the first Wonder Woman right before I watched Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah.
Like for the first time. I had never seen the first Wonder Woman.
Oh.
And like halfway through the first Wonder Woman, I was just gushing about it. And I was messaging Cadunt and stuff, and I was like, this movie is like, it is so not a movie about like, how dare men be men and all this shit. It was so much like, I think that's why I like the romance so much, is because like Diana,
it was romantic and playful.
Yeah, and like Diana didn't want to like, she didn't show up into the world of men to chastise men. She showed up in the world of men because she wanted to help men, because she treated men as if they deserved to have peace just as much as anybody else. They deserved peace. They deserved to have a good life. And it was this kind of respect. Like, I felt it throughout the movie. So I maybe that's what I clung onto. But anyway, doesn't it make so much more sense now when you learn like how much this woman respected her father, and how you just really don't see that in Hollywood anymore?
Well, I just didn't see any man hating in the movie. So,
yeah.
By the way, I will say, right now the best DC movie still to me is Shazam.
Really?
Yeah, it totally tickled the kid in me. It was, and I don't know if you've read any of the original Fawcett's, where Captain Marvel actually first appeared, but that's how they were. They were kind of the villains were kind of tongue in cheek, and it was very playful, and you could tell that the book was written for kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I still have not gotten around to see that one yet. I've heard good things.
It is. It is. It's very good. There's no pretension, and good God, it was a breath of fresh air because it's not a dark movie. It's not,
Yeah.
I'm not wearing hockey pads kind of movie.
Yeah, but thank you so much for making that fucking articulating it like that, because that what you described is I think probably the main draw for me, because it's so tiresome seeing so many women-led movies, which again is not an issue in and of itself. Having a woman-led movie or having a woman superhero, like, okay, this is a great example. Captain Marvel.
No, I knew you were going to go there.
Captain Marvel, like, it's not the worst thing ever. It's pretty bad.
I mean,
It's
they made Nick Fury look incompetent in that movie.
Yeah, like, I got through the movie. Okay, I'll just say that it's not the worst thing ever. Whatever.
Dude, I was only happy at the fact that they introduced Monica Rambeau, and I'm like, please, Captain Marvel 2, make her Captain Marvel.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Brie Larson, when that movie was coming out, decided to dedicate her life to being unlikable, and I do not understand it.
Yeah, they're still talking about recasting her.
Yeah, what a dumb idea. Anyway, my point is, like, from the first frame of that movie, pretty much, there is this overwhelming sense of the message being that not only do women not need men, that it is preferable to live life without them. And it is preferable to establish your dominance over them because they deserve it.
Dude, I thought she was going to start peeing on stuff.
It was pretty bad at times. I mean, it was pretty bad. But from the first frame of Wonder Woman, and I don't care what people say, again, Wonder Woman 84 doesn't make a lick of sense narrative-wise, pretty much. Like, a lot of the logic just flies right out the window. But from the first frame of the first Wonder Woman, and even the second Wonder Woman, even though you could tell the studio was trying to, like, make it a feminist thing, like, right away you get this, like, overwhelming sense that that this movie is about women helping men genuinely achieve what they deserve, just like anybody else would deserve. Now, that is a drastically different message. That is an entirely different message than we need to hate on men because they deserve it. Whereas Wonder Woman is about, let's help men achieve what they really do deserve, which is they deserve a good life like anybody. They do not deserve what is happening to them. And that's not to say you can't have a movie about systematic problems. But there is a drastic difference between that and just simply having your messaging be, just go be shitty to men. Because, again, it wasn't all the time, but most of the time in Captain Marvel, the message was pretty clear. It's okay to be shitty to men because they're men. And in Wonder Woman, it was a message of helping others find the strength they didn't know they had, no matter what they are. And that was great. It's like, that's awesome.
Although I really do think they should have some shibari in Wonder Woman 3. I mean,
Shibari.
that's the Japanese nodding.
Nodding?
Yeah, knotting. Tying up with rope.
Oh, so you're a sick fuck. Okay,
Well,
that's
dude, that's how Wonder Woman came into being, right? William Molden, the guy who created it,
Mhm.
he was very much into bondage and S&M.
Oh, okay. See, that's another great. I think that might be another great example for what we're talking about topic wise, because is it not? I could be incorrect here, but they did a movie on that story,
Yeah.
and to my understanding, the movie again was pretty clear on its messaging of like dumb men are dumb because dumb men.
What? Huh? Which one?
They did a movie, not a documentary, like
Oh,
an actual movie
I was thinking of the
about.
documentary. Sorry.
No, it was an actual. To my understanding, it was. I mean, I could be confused here, but my understanding is that they portrayed the events to be that the guy actually took credit for what was really a woman's idea of Wonder Woman.
Oh no, he was the dom, and he had a wife and a mistress that lived together.
I don't know. I don't think I'm crazy about this. Like, maybe look it up. But I think there was like a documentary, but then there was also a live action movie, and I heard murmurs about they tried to paint it as like the woman had the idea for Wonder Woman, and the guy just ran with it, like stole it.
Well,
I don't know.
well,
But either way, like it just getting back to the original point, which is that you have two diametrically opposed movies that are superhero films starring a woman as the superhero. One of them is just it's a terrible lesson to teach women, and it most assuredly is a lesson that if you want your daughter to have blue hair and eventually turn non-binary because she hates herself, it's a lesson that you should teach your daughter if you want her to be that. Or you can get a daughter like Patty Jenkins by teaching her the lesson of men deserve great as well, and
that
they're
that
just in a pile of shit like everybody else.
that people could be partners.
Yeah, not only that, but that the other lesson, which you pointed out much earlier, which is that it is completely okay and in fact super healthy and profound to teach the lesson that men and women, especially a man and a woman, can make amazing partners. And in fact, they were built to be great partners.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, this, yeah,
that was in the fucking Wonder Woman TV show. That
really.
yeah,
I only remember like slight like images and stuff of the show and a scene here or there in my head. That's about it.
yeah. I mean, it was pretty much technically, Steve Trevor would end up to be the damsel in distress, but he got to do like the James Bond spying stuff. So they kind of worked
Yeah.
as a team, and she was basically his hidden backup. So he would do like the exploration and figure shit out, and then she would be there to show up and fight the bad guys.
That's what that's what third wave feminism never understood, was like there was never like a debate about like, you know, there was third wave feminism created this illusion, similar to like how things have turned out with the whole Capitol Hill thing. They purposefully created this illusion that there was this magical made up argument that women could never save men,
Oh.
and they would lose traction of like they would lose sight of like the entire goal, which was to have us all work together, and that, you know, just like women, if you look at men, like 99% of what they've gone through, they didn't exactly ask for or enjoy it.
Well, unless you had them liquored up.
Oh, I
Good.
recently had. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, good God, man, it's 7:15. I would have thought Addy would have woke up by now. He got fucking drunk tonight.
He got snookered.
Yeah, I saw that he did almost 12-hour stream.
Yeah,
What
Yeah,
the
I was egging him on for
fuck?
10 more hours.
dude, he normally runs an 8-hour stream. He's like, oh, I'm only gonna do this
That's true.
for 2 hours, and I'm like, yeah, you know, and hell needs ice water.
I thought he stopped streaming though altogether. He last time I talked with him, yeah, I thought he stopped streaming.
He's been doing it like once a month, I think.
Well, I mean, if he's doing 10 to 12-hour streams, I could understand.
Well, he was doing that gimmick with Keck, Messiah of Keck, doing the Rothskeller.
Is he still doing that?
No, apparently Keck 86'd it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, yeah, and it was a nice mix because, you know, Prospero was there and Skeptalk, so it really was kind of nice intellectual talk about certain social subjects, you know, whatever they came up with.
Yeah, but I heard I can't remember what exactly I did hear, but I heard that something of interest had gone down in Addy's latest stream. Was it the 12-hour one, and what happened in it?
I don't know.
Was there anything notable?
They just kept trying to get Dark Ninja to come back in.
That was it. That's what I heard. I heard that they were.
He got bashed.
I heard that they were fucking with Dark Ninja.
Dude, Pickle! Holy fuck! Pickle did the best job of it. He was on his game.
What do you mean?
Oh, he was shitting all over Dark Ninja and doing it very well.
Well, was Dark Ninja in the YouTube chat, or was he on stream with them? Did he hop on?
He came on the stream acting like it wasn't him, but you could tell by his voice that it was him.
Oh my god!
And then he left, and then he came back into the actual chat, and it was they were like, "Oh, Dark Ninja's back," and he's like, "What are you talking about? I've never been here." He tried to play off that it wasn't him, that it showed up on the stream, and it's like, you are such a twat. Shut up. and Addy spent a long time trying to coax him back in, and he just wasn't going to have it. Kaz was in there, and Pickle, and I forget who the third was. Oh, wait a minute, it was Stone Monkey, and they were just licking their lips, man, hoping he would come in so they could rip the shit out of him. And
Dark Ninja's a weird one because he's almost so unbelievable. I go back and forth with like whether he's a troll or not.
Well, a troll would be fucking. You'd be giving him something he doesn't deserve.
Yeah, because he did an interview with Ear Juice, and Ear Juice is a pretty decent interviewer. He kind of led him down the path and right into the field of landmines. The guy basically nuked himself.
Yeah,
but he's the kind of person who's too dumb or too non-self-aware to realize that he was kicking his own ass.
Yeah, because the clips and the footage that I've seen of him from AP's little documentaries.
Yeah.
I don't know. He comes off as like so outlandish and so cartoonish that I if he's real, I don't see how he even like wipes his own ass.
Yeah.
But if he's a troll, I don't see how he has the energy to do what he's doing. So I go back and forth, though. I got to be honest, I'm still not dead set on what he is.
Yeah.
A Spurg? I mean,
Well, I mean,
I
but,
see.
you know, technically on paper, I'm a Spurg, and it's like, uh,
Wait a minute.
At
Who
some-
dat? Who dat? Who dat?
Who always
Hey.
that?
Good morning, Watch. How are you?
I exist. How are you, Doc?
I got a letter from my doctor.
Mm-hmm.
My new doctor. My A1C is horrible. It is 11.9, and
Right.
it should be 3.
Okay, so yeah, that's pretty high in comparison.
My glucose level was like 478.
That's
And-
outrageous.
Well, I just laughed because I'm like, that's no record. Because like I've had it as
Remind
high
me
up.
to take my pills. Jesus.
Oh, dude, I had my A1C at like 15 at once, and my my
Oh,
glucose level was like 780.
Yeah.
Doc's just lying to you right now because his doctor just handed him a letter saying like you're old.
So rad.
Okay. So here's the big
There it is.
reveal. And for those of you that are still around, please enjoy.
Oh
the
my
big
God, are you
reveal.
non-binary?
No, but you know, I might date a female to male. You never know.
You mean male to female or female to male?
I don't know. I think I'd rather fuck a female to me.
Either one really, but you know.
You can't. I can't. I
Fuck
couldn't
doesn't
do.
matter anymore.
I couldn't do with the dick. I think it matters a little bit. I mean, there's a penis. You know, some
Could
people
be
can't
a
do
penis.
that. You know, it's
Could
either a
be a
penis. It's either a penis or it's an open wound and a mistake for the rest of their life, or until they commit suicide.
Yeah, well.
Ouch.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
dark.
That was dark. Okay,
That's
we'll reel it back.
That's unfortunately kind of true. Okay, so watch. This is what they determined. I have
Mhm.
chronic obstructive lung disease.
Mm-hmm.
I have chronic obstructive pulmonary lung disease. There you go. So that's that.
The hell does that mean? Are you dying?
It's
Yes.
it's
Just slowly.
yeah, it's funny because of the fact that I even told him right up front. I'm like, dude, I've had strokes, and I've suffered pulmonary embolisms from DVT. So yeah, you guys are going to see some lung damage, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm okay. I'm not out of breath. I'm not huffing and puffing. You know, I don't
Yeah,
just
that's
need like a
true.
little mask to sleep. So you know, back the fuck off on the drama. You know, let's get my shit squared.
Yeah, because chronic is either a really bad thing or it's what Jamaicans have during lunch break. It's one or the other.
Oh,
It's an eventuality.
although, oh, I'm kind of itchy because I didn't shave today.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. But oh yeah, man. There's some there's interesting shit going on in my life. Now tonight I was gonna do I was gonna talk about the my great chatterbait experiment. But I got.
Do I even want to know, Doc?
Oh well, I'll probably talk about it on the next show.
Okay.
But instead, I got so pissed off at these assholes on Facebook dancing around and sharing pictures of the Capitol rioters, and like, oh, good, you know, they're terrorists and they're gonna get their own. And so, yeah, the front loaded part of the show is I just went off on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
The only horrible thing that happened on that day was there wasn't more people dressed like that guy with Viking horns storming the Capitol building.
by the way,
That was the only horrible thing.
did you scroll up in the general and see somebody somebody memed a Lego set?
Yes,
I see it now.
that looked beautiful.
Yeah, the Capitol invasion Lego set.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and we talked about Danish money.
Can't believe you can go to jail now for 10 years by making memes. I mean, I know there's a little bit more to that to it than that, but at the end of the day, what most of these guys did that went to the Capitol building is they went in there and made some fucking memes and then left, and now they are most wanted men in America and facing 10 plus years. And it's like, okay, what the fuck?
Honestly, only thing that I'm asking, I don't think Baked Alaska should serve the full 10 years, but I do think he should be prison raped at least twice.
You just hate him, and that's understandable. I think he's
Christ, that asshole actually went inside.
I wish Nick
Yeah.
Fuentes would have went. That would have been fun to see both of those assholes.
Well, there's he was by the back door, I think, which is kind of ironic because it's Nick Fuentes. But anyway, supposedly the backdoor guys were the ones who stole Nancy Pelosi's hard drive.
So somebody actually stole Pelosi's hard drive.
Well, Nick Fuentes had actual proof that he wasn't inside the Capitol building at all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah,
But yeah,
but
he was accused of it at first because there was a guy that looked very similar to him in the background of a lot of photos in the Capitol building. So he actually had to use his streams to prove, like, no, I wasn't in there.
dude,
Yeah.
it's so retarded. Like every inch of that building isn't camera monitored. If he would have gone in, they would definitely have caught him.
Yeah, they would have known. It would have been, yeah. He would have been plastered right alongside Baked Alaska. They'd probably want to sacrifice him more than they would Baked. I mean, all Baked is guilty of is like making some of the funniest moments in streams I've seen in a long time. Like that. Probably one of the funniest things I saw in 2020 was when Baked got like close with this like schizophrenic chick, and he went over to her apartment and they woke up her drunk dad. If you just look up some of the streams with Baked Alaska and Sammy's dad, it is some of the funniest shit. Like, say what you want about the guy. You could say like, well, he's actually an idiot, and that's why I don't care why. The dude had brass balls doing what he was doing. He's insane.
But technically, I really don't think. I think his level of autism, he doesn't grasp whether or not what he's going to do is going to be dangerous or detrimental to himself.
I think he's self-aware.
Ah.
I think he's no. Watch the episode. Watch the episode of when Ethan Ralph went to Dick Masterson's house and they did a few kill streams there. The episode where they have Baked Alaska on and Baked sings his "We Love Our Cops" song.
Oh, good God!
Watch that episode and I dare you to tell me he's not self-aware. That motherfucker is self-aware.
Well,
And it's hilarious.
Well,
I X'd it out too.
Oh, dude.
Well,
I followed the history of this retard. That's why I can't stand both of them. Oh my god! Like,
I
how did they
followed it
survive?
too. I feel like if you follow his history, there's no way you can arrive at anything other than this dude is self-aware. Like everything from him working at BuzzFeed to
But
like
Bernie-
what he's been in now. Like the dude. I'm not saying that the dude like has like any legitimate beliefs or anything. He's a grifter that wants to make content and is self-aware of what he is. But that also doesn't mean that he can't make mistakes. And he made a fucking big one. He stepped on a huge landmine, but he also brought us probably one of the most infamous photos of 2021 now. Like that photo of him with the phone in Pelosi's office. That photo is like American. It's cemented in American culture now. Like holy shit.
I am. My eyes are starting to roll into the back of my head. It is like
That tends to
7:30,
happen.
and damn it, watch. I'd like to.
Someone
talk
want to
you.
check on Addie, make sure he's alive.
About what?
Oh no, just
Proof of
talk
life.
because we really haven't like talked in a while.
Fair point. I don't really talk to anybody anymore. Just kind of linger about.
That sounded so dark and sad.
Well, dude, nobody ever watches this show, so you could always show up and we can sit back and shoot the shit.
Yeah. I can always show up
Do you like how
sometime.
Doc just called us nobodies?
I mean, does
I
the
mean,
shoe
I-
fit?
I said nobody watches. You're on the fucking stream. Shut up.
I'm also watching.
Why are you still awake, guys? Go to bed.
God damn it. Fucking okay, nice show. Close it down. All right. We all get
Holy
it. I'm friends with the tranny and my mom is forever disappointed in me because of it. Okay, we get it. Let's go.
Holy
I'm
shit, Sal.
confused even
Jesus
more.
Christ.
It's
I'm
You
lo-fi.
always
confused. It's
surprise me with how
4 a.m.
mean you can be.
I know.
It's lo-fi. Lo-fi's cool. How have you been, Lo?
Who the hell just fell over?
I don't know.
I just heard a thud. Does everybody have their life alerts on?
It's me moving my
Um,
chair.
I need to
Okay.
get batteries for mine.
Lo-fi, I love you. Knock it off.
Why do I have to get off now? Why?
You've done nothing.
I said knock it off. I didn't say get off. Well, I mean,
I thought
you
it
could
now
do that
get
too.
off. Okay, it's like, okay.
Hey, if you,
No, I'm making lunch now, so I'm gonna go anyways. I just want to say hi.
Hey.
well, hello, love.
It's me,
Wow.
tranny friend of everyone, except Cell apparently, because he hates me.
Oh no.
No, I know. Bye.
Later.
Enjoy.
Love y'all.
Lo, I will always say
Aw.
that you have a very nice ass.
They're gone, Doc.
She does.
I have not had the pleasure, so I don't know.
We had an exchange one night on the show, and she ended up saying something like "kiss my ass," and I'm like, "Well, present it." And so she tweeted it.
Ah, I see. I have seen no such derriere, so I haven't the foggiest.
In order to maintain my heterosexuality online, I have to denounce that and say that I always found lo-fi to be totally unattractive in every way possible.
I've seen her IRL too, I've seen a photo of her IRL, and yeah, she's a cutie.
Don't know, never seen it.
It doesn't make you gay to say that lo-fi is attractive.
Ichabod, you make me want to kill myself right now. What's the matter, buddy?
What do you mean?
You either are extremely tired or you had a bad day.
Yes.
Yes.
Not up for talking about either of them either.
Okay. Well, at least maybe, hopefully, Doc cheered you up a little bit, told you about his story about possibly dying from lung stuff.
We're all dying slowly but surely. The lung is just one route of how it's going to go.
Yeah, I can't
Shit,
think of
I
the
was
movie,
already
but
near death.
I can't think of the movie, but there's a character who's like, well, you know, we're all dying in the Sylvia Plath way.
In the what?
Sylvia
Plath way.
Sylvia Plath.
I don't. That's not ringing any bells. Who's that?
An author.
Oh,
One of those manic depressive kinds, like Emily Bronte.
like Natalie Wood.
No, because Natalie Wood don't float.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're going to hell for that. All right.
Shit. Like I didn't have the tickets for that ride already. How you should have heard some of the shit I did on Addie's stream. I didn't drink.
Oh, you went on there?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
I was on there probably for about 4 hours, and I'm like, you know what? I need to go make me food. So bye.
Wait, were you on there when Dark Ninja was on there?
No, I came on after. I'm like
Uh-huh.
they don't need me on here right now. They're doing fine just by themselves.
They were roasting the fuck out of him.
Oh.
It was Dark Ninja, so I don't know if he could actually tell that they were doing that. I mean, they always try to build him up by talking about his penis tree art. And
What?
yeah, his penis tree art. And
God damn it! Of course you would.
and what was the what? Goddamn, what was the other thing? Was it Aztec ninjas?
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, he created because he says that Aztec ninjas existed.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call them ninjas.
They
I
weren't
think he is
skulking around
partially
in the
retarded.
Yeah, super necessarily. I wouldn't call them ninjas.
yeah, but I don't even know if it's still up. It probably is. In gaming server, they posted all of his.
Oh, the stream?
No, in gaming server, he earlier Ninja had posted artwork to back up all of his theories with penis trees and Aztec.
Oh god.
Hey, I can roast him in gaming server. I have something to do tomorrow.
I just hope he is. I hope he is a troll. Otherwise, it's such a sad man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's not. I mean, some of the stuff that he would do, if he was an actual troll, it would be incredibly clever. But he's not really incredibly clever, especially with his comebacks.
Yeah.
Talk
I
about
still-
plans and shit. Like,
Oh,
that's
oh,
so
I'm-
early 2000s.
I'm sorry, Cybertaz. You are correct. It's Blue Parasite that did the Aztec ninjas and the penis trees. I get those two mixed up because they're pretty much the same level.
Who's that?
Blue Parasite is definitely an autistic spurt.
Like
Someone
a Dark
who-
Ninja follower?
I don't. You know what's funny? Most of these guys came from Penoid.
What? Okay, that's a whole nother topic or stream on its own.
No,
Oh god. What happened with Penoid?
Nothing. It's just all these weird spurgs and autists usually start with Penoid and branch out to other shows.
That's so. I mean, that's. I want to say that's weird, but I mean, it's not. I mean, because I get it. I get what kind of people he cultivates. And you know, that's nothing against Penoid. Yeah.
that sounded like a slight to me.
So I mean, if you guys want to keep talking, that's fine because I can go pee. I've been pretty good for an old man because I haven't peed in almost 5 hours.
I thought you were gonna shut it down, buddy.
Well, I can either shut it down now or I can just go pee and you guys can keep talking and I'll come back. I should
always keep talking, or you can shut it down now. It's really up to you.
Because I'll be revitalized, but I'll be right back. Ow.
Ichabod, do you want to rename yourself to Eeyore?
No, I usually just stick with Watch these days.
Watch what?
Come on, JJ. That's exactly what Eeyore would sound like if you said that. You nailed it.
I'm playing a game where I shoot police in the face.
Oh,
Okay,
GTA.
I'm glad you prefaced that with playing a game.
Oh,
I'm
that's
glad.
really what I'm doing. I mean,
That way,
I,
neither me or
why I sound a
JJ had
little
to say
distracted.
Minecraft.
I don't know if that was.
So, you don't want to talk about your bad day or why you're tired, even?
I'm tired because I didn't get enough sleep. That's really all there is to that.
Yeah, that's all there is.
20.
I want
Well,
to hear
J,
about this
J,
e-thought,
J
buddy, because that
what?
is fucking weird.
Wait, who?
The e-thought that got you nuked.
Oh yeah, Nikki Faves. She can go suck a fucking like razor edge dildo.
Is she even at least partially intelligent? Does she have an IQ above boiling?
I guess I teased one of her photos because one of her photos looked like the angel character from Borderlands. Like it looked exactly like it. So I posted the photo from Borderlands and made fun of her. And then I got yeeted for 7 days. And then on the day that I got it was like 2 minutes after I was like allowed back on Twitter. I hopped right back on and I was like, ha ha ha, fuck you, Nikki Faves, I'm back, bitch. And 2 seconds later, my whole my whole fucking phone number was like yeeted from Twitter. At first I thought it was my device, but no, it was my whole phone number was deleted from Twitter. And then through screenshots that I took and that Lo-Fi helped me with, we kind of pieced together that Nikki Faves like probably knew somebody at Twitter. And because like out of nowhere, these two accounts that like had like less than 100 followers, they followed me and they followed Lo-Fi and a couple others in the community. I don't remember if Doc was one of them, but they followed a bunch of people like boom, like instantly right after I came back from my 7-day ban and I made fun of her again. They followed a bunch of us in the community, and then they just started like handing out like ban hammers. Mine was a permanent one for my phone number. Lo-Fi got hit. And we just kind of deduced that they just followed us instantly after Nakey Faves reached out. And they did what Twitter usually does if they want you gone. They just go through your timeline and they find something that's bad enough to get you yeeted for good. And I'm pretty sure on my old account, I probably still had a post somewhere where it said the N-word. And they probably found that and they're like, you're out of here. But yeah, like it's tough to like figure out what goes on with those kind of things because it happens within seconds. You're entirely yeeted. So then I just was like, okay, I'm like I took my time as far as like coming back to the platform because I was like, okay, I'm base bloater. That's what I am. I'm base bloater, and I just started slowly taking my time. The reason why I was so paranoid about like reaching out to certain people at first is because like it turns out Nikki Faves has like connections in our own community.
The fuck?
Yeah, like guess who did tracing artwork for her?
I wouldn't have a clue, to be honest. One, I don't even know who the person is. You'd have to show me a photo.
You know, Antihero / Zach.
I haven't seen that fucker in a year after I got back from the
Yeah.
hospital for
Yeah.
pneumonia, dude.
He did tracing artwork for her. I was like, oh wow, this is getting weird. And it was like around the time that I was like making fun of him a lot too, admittedly. But yeah, so that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna be careful because I have a target on my back.
Wait, who is
You got a
tracing
bullseye on your
artwork?
asshole.
What's up, Doc?
Who is tracing artwork?
Zach's tracing artwork
Oh,
for the girl that got me yeeted off Twitter.
Oh, that's nice.
That was very sweet of him.
Ugh. Hopefully it's not
No
one of
love
the,
lost there.
Hopefully it's not like any one of those girls that Golden Bananator girls. Because they have big scary penises.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking like literal tracing artwork. Like he traced her face and stuff for her or whatever. Like, and then like
was it any
just
good?
did some effects. For tracing, I don't think it looked bad at all. I don't know. I don't remember. He did like a stencil sketch thing. Whatever. I don't know. I don't remember.
I haven't drawn for a while. I would like to. I showed up some of my pre-stroke artwork.
Oh, and then do you guys know who Casey Tron is?
Nope.
I've heard the name before.
Yeah, only by name. I'll be honest.
Yeah. On this new account that I have, I just came back actually from another 7-day ban, but it was from Casey. It was from Casey Tron. She's like some left winger, like white, snooty, stuck up bitch, like virtue signals all the time and shit. One of those
spoon up her ass.
Yeah, one of those titty streamers. She's been around for a long time. Anyway, she was like virtue signaling about like, I'm not gonna say retard anymore because it hurts people's feelings, blah blah blah. So I started teasing her about that, calling her a retard. Because of course, like that's what you gotta do. It's my job, and I clock in and I call people retards. So Lo-Fi ends up joining in with me, and then I start teasing Casey Tron because I'm like, look, as far as transactional religion goes, Lo-Fi beats you. She trumps you. She's a transgender woman. So you should listen to what she has to say and shut the fuck up, right? So she got upset with me and with Lo-Fi. And then at one point, I called Lo-Fi, not Casey Tron. I called Lo-Fi a retarded tranny. I told Lo-Fi, you're a retarded tranny, and I love you. Because me and Lo-Fi tease each other.
Yeah.
Well, Casey Tron used that tweet. Not any tweet where I made fun of her. She used the tweet where I called Lo-Fi a retarded tranny, and she gave me a 7-day ban for it.
Oh, that's dirty.
And then she took a couple of the tweets where Lo-Fi called Casey Tron. Well, actually didn't even call her a retard. She took like 2 tweets from Lo-Fi where Lo-Fi was responding to Casey Tron, and Lo-Fi was just talking about how saying retard or saying any bad word, it's empowering to the weak. Free speech is actually empowering to the weak. It's one of the few powers we have as if you're a nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And she took both of those, and that's why Lo-Fi has a new account, because Casey Tron got Lo-Fi deleted for good with that account. That account of hers is gone for good. So that just happened. E-thoughts are a problem. I still do not regret my tweet where I said white women were a mistake. They were. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, JJ, if your beautiful, wonderful girlfriend is a white woman, but if she is, tell her she's a mistake.
No, not white. Not even close.
Oh, good man. All right.
Oh, I can't stand white bitches, if you want to be honest. Good God.
Well, I just got
a boner.
Well, I mean, but I just got my best friend Ozzy. I just got his girlfriend, who I'm not a fan of. Let's just say that. But I just got her to hate me. In late December, they recently moved, to fucking Missouri, of all places. Which I don't blame them. A lot of people are leaving California, whatever. But right before they left, like, his girlfriend already was just weird to me, whatever. And she came out as bi, and it just came off as like, those kind of people that come out as bi because they just want the attention.
Or gay for that attention, because it goes both ways now.
Dude,
They
in the
want
place,
person points.
in the house that I used to occupy, I had to live with a transgender, so I get that.
Yeah, those are real. And even Lo-Fi will tell you that hashtag not all, like Jesse Lee Peterson always says, hashtag not all. But I would say you could easily argue most transgenders are transgenders. Most.
Mm-hmm.
And by most, I mean like at least 51% of transgender people are transgenders. And by that, I mean like they're not genuinely succumbing to body dysphoria. They're more so succumbing to other mental illnesses and a desire for some kind of attention or things like that. Doesn't mean that they aren't really fucked up in the head and they need help, but whatever.
Well,
anyway,
I always phrased it this way with my personal experience. The kid was never encouraged to find something good inside. So the only way the kid could feel special is by altering the outside and grabbing a couple more labels.
No.
Yeah, there could be something to that. I feel like 10 to 20 years from now, I feel like a lot of psychology textbooks are going to be rewritten in a number of chapters when it comes to dealing with this stuff.
And that'll be called propaganda.
No. I think
you
the
want me to finish?
What's up?
You got me. You said you want me to finish. That way, I'll actually get it completely out.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
Because
I always
it's
talk
a
over people.
societal thing. It's a societal thing. It was brought up by people who wanted to make a statement because they wanted to feel sorry. What is it? Like with oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Now my brain's starting to shut down.
Well, I mean, it's also...
I give up.
Everyone says, JJ. We're all getting pretty tired here. But let me just finish my point, which was, so my best friend's girlfriend, she already did like the bi thing. Literally, Doc, I'm not kidding you. Literally did the classic to a T blue hair style.
Oh god.
Like exactly what you're thinking in your head. That's her hair now. So she did that. She's been acting weird. And on the last day that I see my best friend, we're just standing outside chilling, and she comes outside to the front, and she like is being all awkward and like moving all weird and shit. And then she kind of looks at Ozzy, and she's like, can I tell him? And like instantly I'm thinking like, she's pregnant. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm like, what, are you pregnant? She's like, oh God, no. And I was like, okay, it was like, what's the big fucking deal? And then I was like, oh my God, you guys are getting married. And then, which I'm like, oh, thank God they're not. But she's like, no, of course not. And then I was like, well, like, I'm thinking in my head, like, what else would you really care about? Like, I don't know, cancer? But she seems excited, so it can't be cancer. And he's like, yeah, go ahead and tell her. But my friend Ozzy, when he like gives her the okay,
yeah,
it was almost kind of like a defeated okay. And it just like none of this was like stacking up to be good. And then she like goes silent for a little bit, and she's like awkward again, like swaying back and forth. And then she's like, I am gonna go by they them from now on, and I am non-binary.
Oh,
I
God
shit you
damn
not.
it! I hate non-binary.
I shit you not. This happened in late December. This was like December 22nd or some shit. And so I'm standing there, and I finally have that moment that I've like thought about and talked about, where I'm like, if I'm confronted with this kind of stuff, I'm gonna be real about it. The same way I'm real to lo-fi about my feelings on this stuff. The same way I'm real, like I'm gonna be real about it in person. And so, like, the first thing I tell her is like, okay, like I don't care. Like you're a they them what? I was like, I'm gonna call you like you're her to me. So what's the other thing? Like I was just like, let's move on. Like I don't care.
Oh.
So I was like, what's the next thing? And then she gets onto the subject of like, I might she's like, I might transition in the future, but and I swear to God, Doc, I'm not lying. I was pretty proud of myself too. I swear I'm not lying. So she's like, I think I'm going to transition in the future, but, and I just cut her off immediately. And I was like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. And she looked stunned at me. Like she's like used to like just getting, you know, the usual praise and shit that these people get when they do this kind of thing. And I was just like, don't do that. And then I was like, if you, I swear to God I said this, but I said it very calm. I was not mean at all. I was just like, I was very calm about it. I was like, if you ever turn into a guy, I'm going to slap the shit out of you. I was like, don't ever do that. I was like, number one, that's incredibly insulting to my gender because you could just turn into a guy tomorrow and then you're going to act like you went through everything that I've gone through from day one until my fucking early 30s. Like, I know what it's like to be a guy in the world. You don't, never will. And that's just a different hardship. You have your own hardships as a woman. You should embrace them. And she went silent for a bit and fucking ran back inside. And my friend Ozzy gave me this look of like, you do realize like, as far as like us as a couple is concerned, you do realize you're the friend she's going to tell me to never talk to again, right? Like it was that kind of look. He was like, it was that look of like, why would you do this to me? Like I'm already dealing with so much shit. And then after I hung out with him that day, you know, we left that shit at that. But after I hung out with him that day, like I called him the next day and I was just like straightforward with him. And once again, I was like, I don't know. It felt good, but it didn't feel good because like here I am like attacking some poor victim and blah, blah, blah. It felt good because we should be these honest confrontations in an effort to want to help people instead of hurt people. Like this should be happening more. Like I called him the next day and I was like, okay, look, I'm going to be straight with you, dude, because I love you. You're my buddy, this and that. So you could stay with her for as long as you want. You can do your thing, man. However you want to do it, you go for it. Fuck the shit out of her for however long she's worth it to you. But I'll tell you this. If you want my advice, get the fuck out as soon as you can. I just told him that straight up. And I was scared at first, but then like once I got it out of my system, I was like, oh no, this is like exactly what I should be telling my best friend. Because this is really good advice. And he's like, yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. Blah, blah, blah.
He knows. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, now I remember the ex-wife's demon spawn comes up to me and goes, "Hey, I just thought I'd let you know that that I'm gay now." And I looked up at him and I was like, "That doesn't excuse you from cutting the lawn." And I went back to whatever the hell I was doing.
Nice.
Oh, speaking of lo-fi.
That's me. Hello.
Oh, fine.
So
Now I'm in front of the PC now. I have done my chores.
and lunch is out of the way.
Yes, I also
in general chat, I put a GIF of how I goes into this every time I join your stream, Doc. That is the approach I take.
Oh, okay.
So you can watch that shit because that shit's hilarious.
Yeah, I was just telling a story that I don't think I've told you at all yet. It was pretty recent though, Lo.
Okay, well, tell me. Tell a story.
I already told it, but pretty much.
But I want to hear. I'm more important.
We can VC about it another time, but pretty much my you know Ozzy. You remember Ozzy,
Yes,
right?
I know. Yes, I remember Ozzy.
And I might have told you this, I don't know, but like his girlfriend, like first came out as bi and then came out as non-binary, and I pretty much to her face, not pretty much, I literally told her to her face, like that I'm not gonna call her they them stuff, and then she mentioned transitioning, and I told her if you ever transition into a guy, I'll slap her silly.
You have told me this.
Okay, I figured.
Now, here's my whole thing on trans trenders. Like my ex's demon spawn. As a kid, as a very young kid, my ex-wife Nursey was in a gay relationship for about 12 years.
Now, gay as in stupid, or gay as I'm kidding.
Gay. Gay as in that carpet tastes good.
By the way, real quick, lo-fi trans trenders, they're a thing, and there's a bunch of them, right?
Yes, there's a thing. That's a thing, and there's a bunch of them, and it's a mix between misdiagnosis and people that think that it's fucking trendy to be trans.
Yeah.
So what's it called when you are just attention seeking? Like Candace Owens is like the thing where she's a fucking grifter.
Irritating.
Yes, that is called
Snake oil salesman.
grifting cunts and misdiagnosis. That's what transgenders are. And the occasional, like once in a fucking blue moon, one of them is actually gender dysphoric.
Well, so the kid grew up around, like, when friends would come out, people would throw a big party for him. So the kid, this is just my speculation. The kid in his male brain decided the way to be special is to focus on sexuality. So he got a coming out party as a bisexual when he was like 12. So when he was like 16 or 17, he came out and said, "I'm gay." Well, apparently that didn't make him feel special enough, because he's like, because then he came up next time and he became a she by saying, I am trans now. And I'm like, you're gonna cut your cock off? Well, maybe. I'm like, you gonna get tits? Well, yeah, probably. I'm like, all right, well, we're not paying for any of this, so good luck. And I said, listen, if you go through and you get medical diagnosis, then I am happy with this. Until then, I think you're putting on a front. And unfortunately, in the business of medicine, there are doctors out there who are specialized in diagnosing gender dysphoria and trans patients. Like, the only people that go to this guy goes to this guy to get the diagnosis. It's kind of like how like that one doctor that prescribes Xanax all the time. So you want to go to that doctor because you only need to say a couple of key words, and ta-da, you got your pills. So they certified him. Him became a her, and she started taking hormones. Now, I'll be honest, just between you and me, because there's really not anybody out in the chat listening. Um, I'm glad because she's been on hormones for about 4 or 5 years. That means that she has been sterilized. Because I really don't. I don't. Seriously. I do not want to see this kid reproduce. Because if this kid. What? It's true.
It's so cruel. It's.
Dude, what's cruel is.
Hey, lo-fi.
What's cruel is about a year after hormones, it started getting those. I don't know what you call them. Those tranny titties. You know, where they just kind of like point out.
Yep.
And they have like a golf ball's worth of whatever transitioned them.
Yeah, I had a buddy transition, and he started getting those.
Well,
and then I was like, hey, what's up with those? And then he's like, let's go on a ride. I'm gonna tell you some stuff. Like, this was like before it became like incredibly trendy. My buddy dropped out of the Air Force and transitioned.
Well,
and yeah.
Well, he was he to the she. She was walking around in the house in a pair of panties and nothing else. And I'm like, all right, this ends now. And she looked at me and she's like, well, what? I'm like, if you're going to transition to become a female, you must have the modesty of a female. You're not going to walk around like a topless whore. So go put some fucking shorts on. Go put a shirt on. I never want to see you shirtless again. If you're going to be female, you need to act the fucking role. And since this is not your house, you don't get to decide whether or not you go topless. Yeah, the kid.
You know what?
Really?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can.
Oh God. So yeah, my PC is dying, so I actually need Turish at one point. Because I've heard he's good with stuff like this.
He is.
And I only know hardware. I have no idea what's wrong with the software because the hardware is fine.
When you buy your PC with fucking squirrels and toads, you're gonna have a shit PC.
I go to the PC witch and go, "Can you brew me a game of PC?" And she goes like, "Yes." I needed 10 lizards and 15 ducks.
Taz, that's so wrong. He calls them titty tots.
You know which transgender people I can't stand the most though.
Wait, hold on. I'm almost done with the story. To piss me off even further, now she's non-binary and she's got a girlfriend.
My head hurts.
Dude, I am glad that I got out of there. Like, what? She would have started growing horns.
Oh no!
And said that she was pansexual. She's non-binary pansexual. Yeah. Okay, so please go ahead. Which ones do you not like, Mr.
Yeah, my least favorite transgender people that like whenever I see them, I genuinely like would. Without getting, in trouble by the law, I'd like to punch him in the face. Because I feel like they made such a stupid life decision. Is when ugly dudes think it's a brilliant decision to, transition. And it always boggles my mind because I'm like, so you probably already had a crappy life because you look like an ugly incel dude.
Yeah.
And then you made they'll be like balding and shit too, like just like I'm talking like uggo dudes. And then they'll make the beautiful life decision of I am tired of living a life of being an ugly dude and getting no tail. I want to make a wonderful life decision of being an even uglier female that gets less tail than before. A balding, gross, pimple-filled, ugly-ass female
You know I
just
still have to
always,
sleep,
I
right?
always hated that, huh?
Oh, Taz, stop typing in the chat or stop typing in the general. That's horrible.
I may have been with a trans chick once. I was fingering a chick at the bar, felt not right and felt really not wet, desert dry. Or that's what happens when you sexually assault someone.
That was a good one.
Oh God.
My least favorite type of trans and gender fluid are the one that are so bad at passing that they feel bad about themselves, which means they have to make everyone else feel bad as well. So they go and get shit censored in games and videos and stuff like that. That's my least favorite.
Honestly, one of the best blowjobs that I ever had was by a trans chick.
Well,
Okay.
I am.
All
Well,
right.
you can
So,
ask Tyro. I am a fucking BJ champ.
That's on the internet.
Like I haven't said it before. You know what? I don't care if there's somebody who's well qualified to suck my dick. It's somebody who
Lo-Fi, pull the
who
plug.
has lips.
Pull the plug, Lo-Fi.
He's like Gandalf. He. I don't know. He'll just resurrect. He'll come back stronger and wider.
Oh,
Thinking
God,
is wise there.
Another thing that I really hate about, I think I'll say transgender communities or culture is like men will transition into women and they'll either number one make no effort, like Lo-Fi said, to pass,
yeah.
or number two, they simply cannot pass. They just look like a dude and there's no shaking it. They'll put on all the makeup in the world and it's like, that's a fucking dude. And they'll have the nerve to be upset with you and scold you and try to like make you out to be some kind of giant bigot because you didn't just pretend that they look like a fucking woman. I cannot stand those portions of like transgender communities.
Well, honestly, most male to female really have to work at it. It's a little bit easier female to male.
It is.
But yeah, the kid made no effort. I mean, for God's sakes, before I left, her touch of femininity was fucking sideburns.
The fuck?
I don't know why, but it's like extremely funny listening to how Doc describes this. But like it's simultaneously like it's really funny and also just like not cruel, cold. It's like so cold about it. Just like
You know what?
goddamn kid can't even bother to shave his fucking sideburns.
God, I
Goddamn
have
fucking kid.
I know I have a trans person that I know that also did not do anything barely besides change the voice, and it was awful.
Yeah.
But because I'm completely honest, I just told them, fucking do this, do something.
Yeah,
that was my
like
first.
fucking-
That was
You
that
look
was
like
my
a predator.
That was my first interaction. That was my.
Hi,
first,
I'm Chris Hassan. Have a seat.
That was my first interaction with Lo-Fi, and it was like one of the first things that sold me on like just wanting to talk to her more because I was like, oh okay, she doesn't have like no pun intended, but she doesn't have like a stick up her ass, and like it was like the first time I heard her speak, like what was it I said, Lo? It was something to the effect of like, oh, you're a dude then.
Yes.
like straight up. And at first, Lo-Fi was like, no, I'm not, blah, blah, blah. And then it was very quickly after that I got to talk with Lo-Fi. And, or no, that the message was passed on to me that Lo-Fi is trans. And I was like, at first Lo-Fi was a little scared of what I would think. And my response to Kadunt, because Kadunt passed the message on to me, my response was like, oh, so I was right then. Like, that's all I cared about was I was like, yeah, points for me. I don't care what she is. I like it restored my faith in my hetero card because I'm like, oh, thank God I can still tell what men sound like, like that's all we cared about.
Huh.
And then I just like talked with her since then. I was like, oh yeah, I'm fine. But like, I don't know. I much more appreciate like that kind of response versus like there's many transgender women that like again it's like, look, you could be whatever the fuck you want, but you also can't like try and destroy someone's life by making him out to be some bigot because you genuinely still sound like a dude. Like that's not on them. And I think the voice might be the hardest part. I don't know if I'm wrong about that, Lo, but like I'd say 99% of like transgender women that I've talked to, heard from, like on podcasts or shows or whatever, it's always the voice is the biggest giveaway.
Yes, I agree. Also, a lot of them like the worst part is when they try to speak normally, like they do, like I'm doing right now. This is what they sound like. That's fine because it's like, okay, it's a dude, but that they are just like they're not trying overly hard, and then you have to type that overdoes it as well, which is even more of a giveaway. The ones that go like this, and you remember the Destiny stream we watched where he was debating that tranny that kept shaking because he was so fucking afraid. The second one of those, she was putting on a voice where both of them, like just by the voice alone, you could tell that these guys are men. But one of them were way worse than the other one because the fakeness of that voice was awful. Awful people.
Yeah.
Those types of trends.
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
saw
It's
the
just
highlights of that one.
Hmm?
Oh, I saw the highlights of that stream you were talking about.
Oh yeah, that was a good one where the dude's literally, and I'm saying dude because that's a transgender. I mean, am I wrong about that one, Lo-Fi?
No, that is transgender. Based on what they were discussing and arguing about, both of those guys were just blatantly transgenders.
And I don't like to, accuse somebody of this without evidence or anything, but I got like, I would say like that person's not transgender or gender just doesn't experience gender dysphoria. I would say like that dude like gave me like pedo vibes, but like somebody who wants to like be young as well. So decided
like Jessica Yaniv.
Oh God.
Yeah, pretty close to that. Like the person. Okay, so this quote unquote transgender person who's like 35, 36 years old. And just started transitioning at like 36. Destiny, the streamer, hops into a stream with this person and several others because they're like talking smack about Destiny and his views on transgenderism. And this dude who's like purportedly a female, I guess, is literally, not figuratively, literally shaking because he's so scared of Destiny and Destiny's audience and what they will, I guess, do to him, whatever. So he's like all scared and stuff. But when Destiny like starts questioning this guy, and Lo-Fi, you might remember it better than I do, but he pretty much has like a response when it comes to like him transitioning and trying to defend transgenderism. He pretty much has a response at one point of like, well, yeah, I just started transitioning and I'm 36, but because I'm transitioning and the hormones and stuff, I'm actually like technically I'm actually emotionally 17. So I'm actually going through puberty all over again. And when he says it, like his face and the way he says it, he gets like, you could tell it's like this creepy elation that this guy gets from the fact that he gets to be 17. And it's just so creepy. It's like, dude, just say you want to fuck kids. Like, stop.
Oh no!
just stop with this whole like I'm actually a female trapped inside of a male's body. Just stop with all that. Just say you want to put your dick in a kid, or you want your kid to lick your dick. Like, just say that and just go to jail forever, you weirdo.
Stop.
You fucking weirdo. Like,
Oh no.
fuck off.
I like that 55-year-old who wants to be a 7-year-old girl. And I'm just like, the
Yeah, the
fuck?
one where when they sell it us, it's like we have to be the acceptance was like, yeah, but they're also in a sexual relationship, those three people. That's literally part of it.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Oh, that's really gross.
Yeah, he's not just transitioning to and identifying as a young girl. They are in a sexual relationship, the parents and him. Yeah.
Okay. Let me say this.
I don't know why that was so funny.
I've done a shit ton of debaucherous stuff. I mean, a lot of debaucherous stuff. But I don't want to get into a threesome with a 7-year-old or somebody who thinks they're a 7-year-old.
No, it's very like the thing is, it's very clear the guy doesn't think he's 7 years old. It's clear, a weird fucking weird
Fuck, you want me to get the video? I'll get the video off of YouTube.
and they're doing it, and then it's like basically we get off on this and it's like stop it, go home, go kill yourself.
Dude,
No.
Dude, I would rather watch horse sex than that shit.
I agree. I agree.
Hey, Lo-Fi.
Yeah.
Are they? Oh, that's gross. I don't know why I do, but that had me dying. I just heard Doc Griffin, like, it sounded like he was, like, in the background a little bit. He's just like, are they? You're like, yeah, they are. Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
Fucking dead on.
Oh,
What's up, Full Metal Joker?
That guy needs to kiss a fucking demolition bar.
So you want me to get that video off of YouTube?
Oh, please don't. It's okay. I've watched it. I don't need to ever watch it again.
Oh, boy.
How many different times can I say no? Ugh!
I'd rather watch horses fucking.
At least 700 different languages. I'll get the point.
Oh. Good morning, Joker.
Good morning. The kind of things that just makes you want to go.
Makes the internet go the fuck.
Joker, do you feel comfortable in your body?
As comfortable as I can be. Why you ask?
Oh no, there's a little doubt, guys.
Yeah, it's not. Are you trans now? Oh god.
Oh God, no.
Okay,
hey, Lo-Fi, put the buzzsaw down. I don't want you near my junk.
I don't.
Hey, to be fair,
I use my hand. I just rip.
Oh
Rip and tear, Demon Slayer.
Oh my god.
She's Dana.
Oh
She
my
doesn't
God.
need tools.
Rip and tear.
Only the desire.
By the way, Lo-Fi, do you plan on getting the operation? Are you gonna do that?
When the percentage is like when there's not a 30% chance that the operation fails, and then afterwards a 40% chance that the aftercare fails, then yeah, maybe.
It's that high?
Yes, it is.
Oh, dude, I have seen a couple of documentaries, and the people who like get it done, they get the vagina made and everything. They're just like, it is maintenance. It is daily maintenance.
And if you want to learn more, man, go to BitChute Medicare's thing on how the sausage is made.
Oh no,
God.
No, I only needed to see like one clip from that, and I was like, I get the idea. Actually, it's kind of fucked up, I guess, but like the way I learned how it's kind of performed was South Park.
Wait, are you talking about are you talking about a penectomy? Or are you talking about an addictomy?
Ha!
No, that's what it's called.
Ugh. No, just like because in I think it was
fuck?
I'm trying to remember in South Park if they show both operations graphically. I think it's just the one. They show the one where they create the vagina from the.
Yeah, that's the one they show actual
Yeah.
scenes from.
And that shit aired like when I was still a kid, I believe. And that was my first introduction to it, and I was like, oh, I've seen enough. Like, I got the idea.
Now I know why you're so fucked up.
Oh.
You think
South-
that's the only
'cause South
reason
Park-
anybody's fucked up? You have gotta go through so much.
Yeah, I mean,
You have a lot more reading to do.
I mean, honestly, I would encourage anybody out there, and call me gay if you want. Keep the dick; it'll save you from the misery.
Well, yeah, or keep the vagina too. Yeah.
I can't believe almost nobody got the addictomy joke.
I got it.
I got it.
Okay.
Also, if you're a 3 out of 10 looking dude or lower, don't ever transition to a female. Just either learn how to love yourself or just eat the barrel already.
Or
If
just,
you have-
or have male pattern baldness.
If you are a 3 out of 10 man and you transition, you're not gonna magically become a prettier woman. You're gonna become
No.
significantly lower number. You're gonna be a minus something.
Yeah.
And you're still
not
not
a
gonna
good
get
idea.
laid unless you pay
No,
for it.
yeah, they're gonna laugh and laugh, and the only one you're gonna find someone that looks exactly like you, and you're gonna have a lesbian relationship with those. And you're gonna ruin speedrunning on a CG cube.
Honestly, I have to say that I don't think I'll ever have a lesbian relationship. I'm pretty sure of that.
You could have anything you want nowadays, dude.
Uh,
Just call it whatever, Doc. None of it matters anymore.
you know what? There's people that I've been talking to behind the scenes, and it becomes sexual talk, and I'm just like, I just identify as a pervert who likes sex. I think that's the easiest.
Any kind of sex? I mean, we're not judging here, but I'm just saying.
What did you miss about the I've done most everything debaucherous? Holy fuck.
He needs a
Wait, are you
map.
bi?
No.
Well, you have to be bi. You gotta
No.
blowjob from a trans, whatever.
Dude,
who
I'm
fucking cares anymore?
dude,
Oh my god, my brain hurts.
I am not I am not bisexual. I am trisexual. Because I will try anything at least once.
Have you sucked a dick?
That's none of your business.
Everything
But-
else just was.
But once again,
You just
let's
made
go
everything else
back.
my business.
Let's go back to the yes. I've pretty much done everything debaucherous.
Man has sucked a dick. Just accept it.
The reason Doctor doesn't watch horse porn is because he has done everything debaucherous.
Well, there.
Okay, bring out
like
the
I said,
midget and the blowtorch, guys.
like I've said, there's
Bring out the blood torch.
there's only 3 things that I haven't done, and 2 of them are will always remain unchecked, which is zoophilia, pedophilia, and sex with a midget.
I have had the last one I've tried. The other 2 I also don't want to do.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. There's another one, because technically the pedo thing did kind of happen, but it was a lying about the age difference.
Wait, what?
What?
Necrophilia. That's,
No, let's go back to the pedophilia thing. What?
Doc?
I was
Doc, did you lie about your age and trick some older guy? Oh my god, you monster.
no, but he said he loved me. She represented herself as like 17 and I was like 19 and found out she was nowhere near 17.
She was actually 4?
Well, yeah, the diaper should have given it away.
Oh, Doc, that's good. Thanks
These
for
days,
thanks for-
diapers
Was
wouldn't
she?
give it away.
No, what state of Ohio is, you have to be within like 5 years or with parental consent or whatever the hell it was. She was not within 5 years. Oh, she was, yeah, she was just past 5 years. And that kind of freaked me out.
She was 12?
Oh my God, you don't even know math.
You said 5 years.
And
Yeah,
how
from
old? And how old did I say that I was?
19.
You said you were 19. I thought you meant 5 years from when she was.
Oh,
she was
Jesus.
14?
Yes. And she had titties like a 20-year-old, and she knew how to put on the whore makeup.
Well, I do believe you there, man.
And
Yeah.
it was in a bar. She picked me up in a fucking bar.
That's how they get you. That's the start. When you hear about these stories, it's like where the one that's way too young is like in a zone where they're not allowed to be, but they somehow got it. Like if you can get into those zones, you look old enough. It's like, of course, some people are gonna be confused.
She didn't try to get you like in legal trouble afterwards, right?
No, but
Okay.
I'm not even going to tell the way that I actually found out that she was 14.
Fair enough.
She was just.
Was it when you dropped her off at her parents' house the next day?
No, she was like, "Well, I got to make the school bus, so can we
Oh,
get out of here?"
Oh,
Gotta make the school bus.
Well,
I
to be
need to
fair,
go
she would have been
home with
taking
my
the school
aunties and
bus
my
at
parents
17.
and my school bag. Oh,
At least she didn't ask you for a ride.
I have a play date.
Wait a minute. Why are you wearing Dora the Explorer underwear?
Oh no!
Oh,
No!
I want you to explore me like Dora Explorer.
Oh,
God.
dude, there was
Made it
exploration
worse.
going
Just about
on.
all
I
of
will
this.
tell you that right now.
God.
School bus.
No.
Get aboard the magic bus. It's a reading rainbow.
Hey
She
Doc. Hey
She
Doc.
could bring you to take something from
Yeah.
home and show it to class. This is my adult boyfriend.
What I did on my
Jeez.
summer vacation.
Yeah.
An old man.
I
Hey,
tricked
Doc.
I tricked an adult to bone me. Yeah,
It's
there you go.
11 o'clock. It's time for nap. Nappy time.
Oh God.
Which one?
No.
Dude, that's why I shiver anytime somebody uses the phrase "old enough to bleed, old enough to breed."
No, stop.
It's like ah. Blech.
I wasn't gonna say that one, but I was gonna ask had she had her blood.
I believe.
Oh.
I believe she.
Oh.
Had, not to speak ill of the youth, but I believe she had mini dick before.
It was a different time, I guess.
No, it's not a different time. It's this time.
No, he's not.
Fucking
19 now,
dirty
you jackass.
goddamn hooker stoots, man.
Nowadays, Doc would have been fucking flayed alive.
Yeah,
Even
no
if-
shit.
Even if she had been a month to 18, Doc
Yeah.
would have been killed with a fork. It's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Crucified.
That's
Yeah.
pretty. Well, I mean, if he was like huge on YouTube, yeah, they would
Yes,
use
then,
that.
'cause-
Yeah.
Yeah, the power dynamic.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to have sex when you're famous.
Oh God, that.
Thank God I'll never be
Jesus
famous.
Christ.
I only strive to be infamous.
Ugh.
But yes,
I still love
so-
how like Dick didn't miss a beat on that one. He was just like, well, "What's the point of getting famous if you can't fuck your fans?"
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the point? Like, just as long as you don't break the law, that's
Yeah.
Wait,
that's one of the boons of being famous.
wait. I thought that was the other guy that was his partner.
Huh?
That was Dick Masterson's partner.
Sean?
The one who had to admit that he was a cuck. In court.
That's what the fuck is? How did I forget him?
Maddox?
Yeah,
that's
Maddox.
Matter.
Yeah, Maddox. God, man, you know what? That court stuff was hilarious.
Oh, that was great.
Like,
Court stuff usually is.
did you see the documents that his lawyer filed because they spelled it out? The like the first letter of each sentence spelled out. I think it was Maddox is a big cuck.
Well, it helped Dick that he found a lawyer through his audience. One of his it's awesome.
Oh my god, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, his lawyer was a fan of his. It was fucking dope.
Oh, you know Kiwi Chris?
Yeah.
Did you listen to the latest couple episodes?
Yeah, he got a girlfriend, right?
Not necessarily. There's a girl that honey potted him or whatever.
Oh my god.
And then she went to Dick and she was like, "Can you pretend to be my dad? Because I'm gonna have Chris the Kiwi call my quote unquote dad to ask for permission to, date me." And so Chris the Kiwi didn't know he was talking to Dick Masterson. He just called and Dick just started pretending to be this girl's dad. It's, oh my god, it's the saddest conversation ever.
Oh, now I'm excited because I haven't got that far, but I saw rumors that like Chris has a girlfriend. It's like, no, he does. Okay.
I don't want to spoil any of the conversation. Yeah, it's so depressing.
Oh, poor guy. He's so good with women, though, Chris the Kiwi.
Yeah.
Hey.
He admits to like having beat a woman before.
Yeah. And if they don't like him, he's such an asshole. He'll just continuously write them on phone and call them and insult them. It's like, if you don't date me, I'll fucking harass you. Awesome, great. That's
Go
how
ahead,
you get
Doc.
Watch.
Yeah.
Can you get us out of this?
Is that a what?
Nuke.
Yeah, press the nuke reset button.
Out of this absolutely ridiculous conversation about people that are entirely irrelevant to anything else in the world.
But by the way, just to be a dick, because Addie's like, I'm too drunk. I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm not gonna show up on your stream. I'm like, okay, fair enough. You realize now I'm gonna private the stream at the end of it, right?
Oh.
What were we talking about? I dropped out again.
Oh, Addie.
I don't know.
Addie said he wasn't going to watch the stream, but I know he sometimes when he's really bored, he'll listen to the playback. So he was being shitty, like I'm not going to show up to your stream. I'm like, that's okay.
Eddie's a fucking gay autist. He should be ashamed to exist, and I hope he kills himself.
Holy shit! Don't say that. Hey guys, stop it! If anyone here is gonna kill themselves, it's gonna be Ichabod.
He is not.
That is true, though. That
is absolutely 100% true.
That's 100% spot on. Cybertaz in chat says, "Just end it, shill."
That's right. Everybody go to bed.
Doc says shill.
Go to bed.
Everyone go to bed so Ichabod can kill himself in peace.
God damn. So
he's just waiting for the silence so he can end it.
I know, dude. Like every other line from Ichabod tonight is just like, "Yeah, well, cutting yourself." Oh, like every other word out of Ichabod's mouth, I can hear the dark emo hair flip.
Are we doing a Deadpool? Cybertaz's money is on Joker killing himself first.
Really?
See, I statistically, because of gender dysphoria, has the higher chance of killing myself. But yeah.
Well, no. Is it a Deadpool or a suicide pool? Because
that's true. Is it a
Deadpool?
Deadpool is better.
Okay, then. I don't know, JJ. How much does your girlfriend love you?
To the ends of the earth.
How much?
See now,
and after or before you take her to the mechanic.
See now,
that's after.
I would say if she's like Puerto Rican, then yeah, JJ's got to go on the Deadpool list.
Nope.
Because I don't trust him.
Wait. Everybody pause for a second. JJ, are you dating a darkie?
A darkie? No, I'm dating a glowy.
A CIA nigger?
Okay.
Wait, she works for the CIA?
Oh god.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh my god, we shouldn't talk. Oh, did the suicide attempt fail?
Nobody else left. I was just seeing if it was just gonna be me.
Yeah.
Lo-fi, he couldn't even afford razor blades. They could.
He's trying to slit his. He's trying to slit his
I have
wrist with
like
a razor
4
blade you had for,
Ambien
like,
in me.
50
I'm
years.
sorry if I'm not Mr. Happy-go-lucky fucker.
Oh,
You
god
have-
We
damn,
all,
man.
we all love you,
Dude,
Ichabod. We all love
That's
you.
I'm
goddamn lie.
I'm so
Suicide assistance, go
I-
to Switzerland. I'll meet you there, and we can make it work in the
Lo-fi,
forest.
shut the fuck up. Doc's talking.
I am very jealous, Watch, because god damn it, I haven't had an Ambien in like 2 fucking years.
I was supposed to go to
fucking
bed
lie.
fucking 4 hours ago and just haven't been able to do it yet.
Wait a minute. 2 years? You're a fucking liar.
No.
No,
Ambien.
it was just like last year you were like popping Ambien like Skittles.
No, I couldn't get a prescription for it. They kicked me off because wifey got a raise at work and was making an additional $140 a year. They kicked us off of Medicaid back in
Your income
back in
threshold's going.
2017 or no 2018.
Wow, has it really been that? I also think it's like that's 2019 at the very least.
Yeah. Lo-fi, am I smoking crack or was it 2019 where he was popping Ambien on streams?
No, actually, the last thing I was popping on streams, wifey had ex-wifey had Percocets.
The last thing I was popping on stream was gunshots into a wifey.
Fucking
Die,
Jesus Christ.
Anyway.
It's very
Lo-fi
excited.
knows how to be extremely sweet or just the cruelest thing. And that's it.
By the way, can we put the demon spawn on that list? I mean, I know they're not around the internets, but
Demon spawn.
yeah, yeah, ex-wifey's demon spawn.
Is that what you call your ex-wife's kid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause that piece of shit is.
I don't even know. I just until last stream I didn't even know there was an she was an ex-wife. I had not heard anything.
I just saw Full Metal Joker pops in out of nowhere like, yeah, bitch had it coming. Like,
yeah, I like that. Good on you, Joker.
But Doc, it is 7:42. So
Yeah,
it might be a good idea to wrap up soon.
Well, I have this cigarette that I am finishing, and then I am out and about. By the way, I do have to tell this one joke. Okay, you know that gaming and yelling, we've been passing back and here. I guess it never hurts to no context tweet it.
you have passing around the same boyfriend?
I initially sent this to him because I'm like, isn't this depressing how low Chavo Guerrero's career has gotten? So there is the no context tweet.
Wait, you just gave it context. Ow, my brain.
Well,
oh no.
So
okay, and
so there's the picture.
We all need to kill ourselves.
Shut up, Lo-Fi. Let him finish. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so every so often, just to irritate the piss out of me, gaming will send this picture to him.
Mm-hmm.
So the last time that he sent the picture, I went ahead and photoshopped his avatar head on the midget.
Oh.
Now,
okay.
Now he sent it back and put my head on Chavo.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent it back and put Joker's head where my head was.
God damn it.
No. Here's where the win comes in. Gaming sent it back with the demon spawn's head where his head was.
Oh.
That's disgusting.
That is slightly disgusting.
I'm like,
yes.
okay, you win.
Slightly? Oh,
You
God.
you win. Mercy. God damn you, gaming yelling.
Doc, follow me on Twitter. This is unfair. I follow you. You have to follow me. I'm trying to get. I'll never earn
No
money
one
if I
has to
don't.
follow you. No one
Yes,
has to
they
do
have.
anything for
They
you,
have.
though.
They have to share all my art so I can earn money. Mad cash. Mad like $10 a month on art.
Guys, don't do it. It's not worth it.
It is worth it. It's the tamest Twitter I've ever had.
I'm like Filthy Frank whenever I talk to you on VC. I'm just holding the shotgun right there, like, do it, kill yourself.
So I found out yesterday one of my favorite artists. She is for deplatforming any artist that goes to Parler.
Right? Like we were talking about.
What a twat.
Yeah, I saw. It's like, I liked you. You're awful. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah.
Anyway, Doc, in this stream, buddy, get
Yeah,
some sleep.
I will.
Yeah,
I got
It's time to get some sleep.
I got half a cigarette and we are out of here.
But it's a very long cigarette.
But yes, I'll give you.
It's a Virginia Slam.
I smoke the Capris now.
I'll talk to you later, Doc.
All right. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Watch. And yeah, man, we got to get some actual verbalization going on sometime.
Yeah. Later,
If
man.
you kill yourself, do it on tape so we can watch.
I will.
Nice.
Oh,
Lo, if we seriously, the next time we all get together, we have to talk about the fact that he is dead, I'm never going to forgive you. That's the last thing you would have
You
said
have to
to
be
him.
supportive with your friends.
Oh my god.
This is me being supportive. If this is what
Kids-
you really, if a person is completely down and they're like, nothing can help me, it's like, okay, if you want to end it, okay, sure.
Kids, don't do Ambien. Have more sex.
Don't kill yourself. No one. Also, you, Ichabod, don't kill yourself. We will get very angry at you and throw rocks.
I mean, I won't. I barely know the guy.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. I'll be sad.
Thank you for helping me when I tried to do the opposite of what I just did.
Oh, bummer. Apparently, they got some quote unquote critics got an advanced preview of WandaVision.
And
usually critics that get an advanced preview of WandaVision are fucking shills. So
still, if it's bad enough, they will eventually admit it's bad.
well, but
I think it's going to be good though.
Dude, they don't show it to critics that will piss on it.
Not necessarily, but
necessarily.
Mm.
I mean, that's the Wonder Woman thing. Rotten Tomatoes had it like at 86%, and then when
not anymore.
And then when actual people watched it, not people who got this big expensive $300 Wonder Woman 84 gift set.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I didn't have a problem with it, but
I am excited though for WandaVision. I have my Disney Plus subscription, so you're dang right. I am contributing to all those terrible Star Wars shows that are coming out. I'm contributing to every single one of them because they're going to be made no matter what.
By the way, Mandalorian, excellent. Season 2.
Nope.
Yep. Excellent.
Doc's
Season
just
2.
trolling at this point. Go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed, Doc. You're high.
You're
high on being wrong.
I have
Uh-oh, he got senile again.
Wait a minute, did you make some type of reference to sucking off Seabiscuit?
Oh, what the fuck is... Holy shit, he really did get senile. I'm not even joking now. Guys, shut it down. He's having a stroke live on air.
Doc's dying.
I don't remember.
Seabiscuit and goddamn blacks.
I don't
transgender devil kid.
I don't remember.
Same.
I don't remember fixing toast, but I can smell it.
What if that goes on Doc's tombstone because he literally died right after that sentence?
that would be. I don't.
Who wants toast? It's just right on this dude's door.
Okay.
I think somebody's dying. I can
Okay,
hear somebody dying.
Does,
Yeah, the dang chicken's done.
does anybody have anything they want to show?
Go to Twitter and find monkey underscore at monkey underscore become. That's it. There's a picture of a monkey.
If you go to my Twitter, I actually made a yes, I'm a fan of this show. I know everybody else here hates it, but I made a trailer for the Killstream show.
It's a good trailer.
Oh.
Even though I don't watch the Killstream, it is a good trailer. So go watch it.
Yeah.
Okay. Joker?
Well, I'm working on audio for my next video, so keep your eye out because it should be out here soon.
JT?
I got nothing.
Okay.
Really, Joker?
Well, I have to say, hopefully, I will very soon be in a very cute-looking 23-year-old.
What? Oh, whoa!
That's all I have to advertise.
Oh my!
Very, 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 very cute, very sexy. Besides that, guys, I'd like to thank everybody who was on the stream, everybody who was in the chat. You guys make the show go. Everybody's just as important as everybody else, because that's how our new socialism is going to go in this country.
Socialism, Doc. Didn't you know we skipped a step?
Oh,
Called communism.
Oh shit. I don't really look good in red. But I'm hoping
Get used to it, folks. We're 2 steps away from China.
But I am hoping that 23-year-old is going to look good in white. If you know what I mean.
I know that if you keep bragging about this 23-year-old, you are going to eventually have to send pics. That is the rule.
God, yeah, hey, I've already sent pics to Lo. Lo's already seen, so.
Yeah, I've seen.
Doc, don't break a hip, and I hope she knows how to change the pins.
I will.
Oh, gross. Okay.
I will be the hip breaker. Thank you very much. I will be the one who breaks them.
Let's okay. So let's stop talking about old man sex now. Let's
okay.
Yeah.
Taz finishes up with, "It would have been better to wrap up before Doc admitted some things." Okay, so
past the point of no return.
Hey everybody, thanks for stopping out. Since this is the new version of the IRS, I really don't have a closing, but best I can say is once again thanks, and we'll see you on the next show. Oh, which we'll be doing. I will be talking about the chatterbait experiment. So tune in for that one. So bye everybody.
Bye. Goodbye. Oh, yeah.
Are we off the air yet, sir?
Yes.